Chapter 1051. Behind a successful man, there is often one more successful. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. and most of them are the flour traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andres are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He doesn't have to consider the tolls. Until novel.com he will ask for it sooner or later. Putting aside these 2 companies and doing your own oil, then the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Appaltado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. HTTPS. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1052 Dangerous Person. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak Xingkai. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these piers, which were naturally used to sell flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first, his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there are no Americans behind, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. This Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from the completion of the construction of the canal in 1914 to 1974 in the 65 years of the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans. It was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974, but in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once agitated the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the scales of the Americans. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a single pass? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic, They would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is also controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business, and Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger when taking the Panama Canal to transport oil, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, then I'm afraid it must be done by the Americans. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Jirado port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just an elongated oval shape, and there is not much radiating from other parts of the country. The railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Jirado family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the operating conditions of this company have been in good condition. Now Li Xingkai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of this company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. In this way, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Li Xingkai with a smile, and Li Xingkai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Okay, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Li Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, you suddenly had a lot of Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it's Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot. What do they use to pay the wages of the Maugsan people? Only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not lacking in oil, so even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Taking into account the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Li Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Li Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But Li Xingkai shook his head after hearing this. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. In addition, why should I denounce like Americans? I hope more people will come to dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I am not satisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the US. Looking at Li Xinkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head. Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with Leaf, because since I was a kid, they have been no less than their brothers. After speaking, Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with Leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to propose a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that success is less than success and more than failure. If you want to do something, before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. lawmakers will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult task. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the round worm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, you don't have to worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. HTTPS. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1051. The man behind the giant. In the beginning, the common people did get some war dividends. But later most of the dividends fell into the pockets of the giant crocodiles. The people have a difficult life, can't make money, and don't have medical insurance, so irreconcilable conflicts arise in the country. At this time, the United States will enter a stage where the public security situation has deteriorated, and it is not a general difference. The people are living in hardship, so they naturally have strong dissatisfaction with the government. In order to divert the anger of the people, the government diverts the pressure of domestic contradictions. They had to set up a human-shaped sandbag outside of the country to vent their anger among the people in China. As a result, there was public opinion daily propaganda in the front, and politicians in the back propagated every day on TV, and then the people were brainwashed. Don't we provide you with cheap goods and services while we are making money? We are not invading your United States, so why have we become the #1 threat to the United States? Every day, we are arguing and decoupling 100% from us. Why is this? In fact, do you think Americans don't know? Naive people knew everything clearly in their hearts. which caused the situation like today. The main reason is the greed of the giant oligarchs in their country. But they can't tell the common people. As for their ordinary people, many people just pretend to be confused. Otherwise, how did you think the Second Middle East War started? And the most slippery player in it is this Mr. Magee Pompeo. Xiao Feng smiled and looked at Magee on the opposite side. At this time, Magee was staring at him very uncomfortably, and his body writhing was very interesting. Xiao Feng suddenly remembered a legend, that is the current number one, as if it was pushed to the top by the great Emperor Putin. Although this has been emphasized by number one as fake news. Fake news. Look at the inextricable connection between their home and Russia. Who knows? However, he doesn't care whether the current number is a puppet of Putin. On the contrary, the first Secretary of the United States in front of him, if he can become the man standing behind him. Okay, I trust you. Magee, I want to know, how do you know about my businesses in the Ithacan area? This is what Xiao Feng is most concerned about now. Magee was able to mention the Ithacan area of the copper country before, which shows that the changes have attracted the attention of some Americans. Maybe someone has compiled information about Ithaca and sent it to the desk of the US one. A series of plans have even been made. Magee was also taken aback when he heard Xiao Feng's question. It seems that the content in the briefing is real. Mr. Xiao, before answering you, I want to ask, who are you working for? Magee still has his own principles. But Xiao Feng smiled slightly. Who do I work for? Of course I do for myself. Please don't think of me as that kind of person. Let me stress with you again, I only work for myself. Magee stared at Xiao Feng's eyes steadily. After repeatedly confirming the determination in Xiao Feng's eyes, he took a breath. Well, about the changes in the copper country Ithacan area, this is a briefing from the South American Intelligence Office. In the beginning, no one paid attention to this news. Then Stephen mentioned this briefing several times. Xiao Feng frowned upon hearing this. Stephen? Who is he? Magee gave Xiao Feng a strange look. You don't know Stephen? Stephen Shannon. Oh, it's him. Is that guy who is good enough to wear a pair of pants with number one? Xiao Feng suddenly became enlightened. Although he had not carefully studied the domestic situation in the United States. But because the US government is so weird, he has carefully studied number one and the team around him. And this Stephen Shannon can be said to be the current minister of the humorous. This guy with a stomach full of bad water, before Magee Pompeo, was truly a figure below 10,000 people in the United States. Although he does not have a day in politics, he is the most important friend and partner of the current US one. Because the two are similar in many aspects, such as trade, immigration, public security and other fields. Of course, the reason why the two of them have such a good relationship is because they have experienced one of the four major ions together. The two people's tastes for women can be said to be surprisingly consistent. White people, blonde hair, are their favorite characteristics. It's no wonder that, in order to curry favor with the current number one, Stephen spent hundreds of thousands to celebrate his achievements to the chief. After this incident was later picked up, there was still a lot of trouble. Many people even say that the First Lady is not willing to be in the same frame as number one because of the hype about this matter. But I have to say that Stephen has taken this step very successfully, and he has become an old iron with the president. So after number one took the position, this guy was immediately appointed by number one as the chief strategic advisor of the White House, and this position is still the first. The advisor of Mr. Shannon was even more powerful than the first secretary at the time. At that time, many people said that he was actually the real owner of the White House. It's not easy for this guy to be a man standing behind a giant. HTTPS. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL, Chapter 1053 Xiang's Wang sword dance is intended for Peigong. This time the inverted pan movement can be described as a huge momentum. In the beginning, some media broke the news that Huago Capital wanted to acquire Vogelin, the second chain pharmacy chain in the United States. Then the media further followed the news. and the people learned that Vogelin was now 100% controlled by a company. And when they were applying for delisting, the Americans exploded. Various voices of opposition on the internet are one after another, and there are also various swearing expressions. Some people even said that they were going to Vogelin to make trouble. Later, the pharmacists who had been officially fired by Vogelin recently began to do things again. He said he would take Vogelin to court and oppose the unprovoked dismissal of the employer. As for Vogelin's other opponents, it was naturally unhappy to come over and step on. With the involvement of all parties involved in the complex, the current turmoil regarding the Vogelin acquisition is intensifying. And this is also the main reason why Xiao Feng wants to break into Longton alone to find McGee Pompeo. Catch the thieves first. This incident first expanded because this guy made several public speeches on TV. It was this guy who made several consecutive statements on TV to investigate the matter of Vogelin's acquisition. They also stopped the approval of the China Securities Regulatory Commission on the privatization of Vogelin, and sent an investigation team to San Francisco. Investigate Penny Vera Asset Management Company. Because of this, Xiao Feng came to him. Now sitting in the reception room with Mr. McGee, the problem has generally been resolved. Mr. McGee's attitude towards Penny Vera Asset Management has clearly changed. Moreover, he took the initiative to break the news and let Xiao Feng understand that there was another poisonous snake staring at him. Xiao Feng is still very grateful to him. But the other poisonous snake, he hasn't had time to take care of it yet. The first problem to be solved now is the acquisition of Vogelin by Penny Vera Asset Management and the privatization of Vogelin. The situation of Penny Vera Asset Management, in my opinion, is in full compliance with the interests of the United States. In addition, I will notify the China Securities Regulatory Commission as soon as possible to pass the approval of Vogelin's privatization. But Mr. Xiao McGee paused when he said that. Xiao Feng looked at him, but he had already guessed what he was going to say. You know, it's not just Jonathan and the others who are uniting. There are many other people. These guys also want to eat meat. I let the Securities Regulatory Commission pass the approval of the privatization of Vogelin, which is a new word matter. They can't do anything to me this time, but I have to remind you that you will be their target. In the future, maybe they will continue to jump out to embarrass you. McGee Pompeo looked at Xiao Feng with deep meaning and said. Xiao Feng nodded. Of course he knew that the capital behind McGee was not a good man. The reason why they support Jonathan and them this time is probably because Jonathan promised them something. Now that they haven't eaten anything, these guys will definitely be dissatisfied. Maybe it will jump out and blow up. So in order to appease them, McGee meant that he had to come up with something to appease them. What can I do? Shares of celebrity chefs? It must be impossible. The ninth laboratory? Don't even think about it. Or is it the interests of the Ithacan area? Ha ha. That's even more impossible. That place can now be regarded by Xiao Feng as his own forbidden. In the future, how can his fish pond be used to exchange benefits with these people? How about the shares of Juice King? This can be considered, but the current development of Juice King is only beginning to take shape, so let the shares out now. For him, it is very uneconomical. And in the future, he may also use the Juice King coffee chain to derive a milk tea chain, a juice chain, and so on. So now it is too early to sell the interests of the Juice King coffee chain. We still have to wait for the company to grow a bit before we can sell it at a good price. So what should I do now to appease the pack of evil wolves behind McGee? After thinking about it, he thought of Jonathan and the others. Ha ha, bastard. Want to use your own assets to benefit others? Then why can't I use their assets to do the same thing? He smiled and turned to look at McGee Pompeo. You said, how is the company MRE? Okay. McGee Pompeo was taken aback first. You mean, that MRE company that was just acquired by 6.5 billion Canadian dollars? Yes. This is it. A smile appeared on McGee's face, and his blue eyes began to gurgle. Xiao Feng was obviously going to kill the dog at this time, to share the meat for everyone. This company now belongs to the Li family, And of course McGee Pompeo knows the background of the Lee family. Their family used to be loyal dogs under the British and American seats, and they have always done a good job of filling people up with nausea. But now they are silent and secretly bought this MRE company in Canada. What does it mean to buy assets in Canada but not in the United States? This is not clear to say. Don't worry about the Americans. HMPH. If their family can have today, it can be said that it was given by Dane father and Yin Jiang godfather. But now they actually play with their godfather. If you don't give him a stick and teach them a lesson, it seems really unreasonable. Moreover, it was really inappropriate for him to come forward on this matter. Now that Xiao Feng wants to take a shot for him, that is simply appropriate. You don't need to get your hands dirty, you can still eat meat. No matter how you look at it, it's a good deal. And after this time, the Lee family will probably put away that little thought carefully in the future. Although this time it will bring them a heavy blow, but at least it is not fatal. It will only make them more obedient. After having an idea in his mind, McGee quickly made a decision. Okay, Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment, I'll make a few calls. Okay, please go. Xiao Feng knew that McGee couldn't make a decision alone on such a big matter. It must be discussed with the big guys behind him. After all, this means a question of changing positions. It's not that he can do it alone. And the fat meat has been made by Xiao Feng's celebrity chef to Canada's MRE. I don't know if those big guys will agree. McGee Pompeo went out, and the call lasted more than 2 hours. It seems that he wants to convince many people. But Xiao Feng and Helen are not lonely either. The two visited the mansion under the leadership of the butler arranged by Pompey. I also tasted the wine from McGee's collection in the tasting room, and played a few billiards in the gym by the way. By the time they returned to the reception room upstairs, although it was getting late, McGee was still in good spirits. Mr. Xiao, I'm going straight to the point. For the benefit exchange you proposed, my friends agree in principle to this exchange. However, they feel that MRE alone is not enough. You may have to add something. Although the market value of MRE is 6.5 billion Canadian dollars, it looks like a lot. But for those big bosses, it still can't compare with Xiao Feng's celebrity chef group. What's more, once they nodded, it meant that Xiao Feng was going to take Voglin in full. With Voglin's channel, Xiao Feng will be able to do many things in the United States in the future. So the asking price of this entry permit can never be low. The price of oil is very low now. In fact, oil is not very profitable. What's more, my friends, there are actually many people who do this business. So in the long run, although MRE can still do something, but in terms of immediate benefits, winning MRE is not a good deal. McGee gave his explanation, which turned out to be a coveted Canadian oil sand mine in the eyes of Chinese people. In the eyes of Americans, it is nothing. After all, they have large oil fields in the mainland and the Gulf of Mexico, and they also control many large oil fields in the Middle East. The other is the shale oil and shale gas that has been widely developed in the United States in recent years. It has also transformed the United States from a pure oil importing country into an oil exporting country. Although this business looks very lucrative, but to these capital predators, the speed of grabbing profits is still too slow. Xiao Feng naturally heard the meaning of McGee's words, and he smiled and looked at the spokesperson. Well.mentalnovel.com. If I say, I have an important petroleum refining technology in my hands, it can reduce the cost of crude oil refining by at least 10%. What did you say? Hearing Xiao Feng's words, McGee couldn't sit still anymore, and suddenly stood up from the sofa. Recently, the lives of American oil players are really too difficult. Even the gold players behind him had a very difficult life. Some time ago, local tyrants in the Middle East started a price war with Russia due to market share issues. On the face of it, the two companies seem to have started a price war simply because they did not agree on the issue of future oil production and prices. Two big dogs directly set the price of oil below $20 a barrel. On the face of it, these two companies have been punched out. In fact, People who know the industry know that the reason they did this was to kill the shale oil in the US and the new energy industry in China. In the past few years, since the United States has made breakthroughs in shale oil extraction technology, the United States has gone from being the world's largest oil importer to a major oil exporter. And they, Teddy Bear, as well as the big Middle Eastern dog owners, their key customers are China, the world's largest oil importer. In order to prevent the country's energy lifeline from being grasped by foreign countries, China has been pushing the development of new energy vehicles in recent years. This has increased the pressure on the big Middle Eastern players and bears. So the two joined forces to sing the double reed. On the surface they are fighting a price war. In fact, Xiang Zhuang's sword dance is really intended for Pei Gong. After such a tossing, the black gold players in the United States have been quite injured recently. Chapter 1054 Slap a Slap, giving a sweet date. Recently, the international crude oil market can be said to be turbulent, and the show continues. First, the Middle East tyrants and Russia, the two top crude oil producing countries in the world, have not negotiated oil pricing and production. Finally, there is a big fight in terms of price. The joy of these two parties can make the world's oil consumers happy. Recently, the fact that oil prices are cheaper than water has indeed happened in some countries, and of course in some countries, that can only be achieved in a dream. The price war has been fought for about a month, and the United States can't bear it first. After all, the current production cost of shale oil in the United States is basically between $4,000 and $60. If you watch the two countries fight for a period of time, then the oil oligarchs in the US will basically stop cooking. Therefore, the US government had to come forward to mediate and bring Russia and the Middle East tyrants to a truce. On the surface, both sides also gave the US government a lot of face. So they really sat down and talked about it. But this time, it is not only the two sides who have participated in the negotiation. Other large oil exporting countries in the world have also participated in the negotiation. The local tyrants in the Middle East and Russia seem to be full of anger on the surface, but because the United States mediates between them, in the end, they also revealed the meaning of reaching a consensus on the price. But just when the contract is about to be signed, suddenly Mexico jumped out and quit. Mexico is a major oil producer in Central and North America, and its biggest export targets are the United States and South America. They used to sell oil to the US, and they could still sell it at a good price. But now that the United States produces shale oil, not only does it not import Mexican oil, it also needs to export oil and Mexican oil to grab the market. So Mexico has seen the Americans upset for a long time. This time the boss and the second in the oil world are fighting each other on the surface, but in fact the main purpose is to kill the shale oil in the United States. It would have been better for Mexico to hide behind and watch the show. But how can I think that now, the boss and the second child are actually going to reconcile? Is this still worth it? At this time, the boss and the second child are inconvenienced to speak. But everyone's ideas are the same. With a wink on both sides, Mexico was watching, so it was just before the signing of the truce. Mexico suddenly stood up and raised the table. Why do you two decide the price of oil? It's your grandma. I'm quitting. The above, after taking office, acted backwards, not only tore up the previously signed tariff agreement, they also need to repair walls on the border. And what's even more hateful is that they actually cost us money to repair the walls. Did they forget that most of their southwestern region was taken from Mexico? So at this time Mexico has a national hatred against the Americans. At this time, the boss and second child gave a wink, and he stood up resolutely. On the other hand, the boss and the second child can only spread their hands on the American guys. Can't you say that we don't cooperate? It's because someone else doesn't want to, so there is no need to talk about the price. Let's continue playing. Then the two sides continued to fight on the price, and finally beat the price of crude oil futures to a negative number. In other words, not only do you make no money for a barrel of oil, you even have to pay for the storage and transportation costs. This time, These oil oligarchs in the United States are not far from belching. I could still insist on it, but now the oil price in the Middle East has reached $20 a barrel. In the United States, it costs $4 a barrel. Even if the oil is transported back from the Middle East by tanker, it is cheaper than mining at home. What do you say to these oil oligarchs in the United States, especially those oligarchs who have invested heavily in shale oil development before? You know that ExxonMobil, Chevron, etc. all have a lot of investment in shale oil. And now, let alone the recovery of these investments, it is the same thing whether or not the prior business can be preserved. Some time ago, Cuting Petroleum, a major oil giant in the United States, had filed for bankruptcy and closed down because of overdue debt of $2 billion. Seeing such a situation, those oil giants will inevitably be sad. Recently, an unknown number of lobbying organizations have been sent to lobby in the Congress every day, urging the Congress to take action against local tyrants in Russia and the Middle East. Naturally, Congress is not vegetarian. Some time ago, the trading subsidiary of Russia's Rosenford Petroleum had already imposed sanctions. On the other side, it also announced that it would impose sanctions on Middle Eastern oil, which is said to be taxing. But the local tyrants in the Middle East are also familiar with the rules of the game in the United States. Now also sent a lobbying team to start public relations in Washington. Therefore, no one can say whether this taxation plan can be implemented successfully. However, one thing is certain. At present, 50% of the oil companies in the United States are now on the verge of bankruptcy. There are only a few domestic giants that can survive: ExxonMobil, Chevron and Occidental Petroleum, because they all have oil fields on the other side of the big dogs in the Middle East. They even have shares in those Middle Eastern oil companies. So even if the domestic side loses money, the other side can earn it back. But what worries them is the Continental Oil Company and Chesapeake Oil Company that have jointly invested. These two companies are currently the two largest shale oil extraction companies in the United States. The company has shares in these oil giants. After all, they have invested a lot of money in these two companies. If the price war is allowed to continue, the two shale oil companies will definitely go bankrupt, because petroleum refining equipment has the characteristic of chain reaction. Once their equipment is turned on, they cannot be stopped. Once stopped, it is basically scrapped. So you said, now that the benefits are not good, you can suspend it first, and then restart the equipment when the benefits are good. This situation is simply impossible to achieve in the petroleum refining industry. So now these oil giants are facing a dilemma. Either it is to close the factories of these shale oil companies, so that the tens of billions invested in the early stage cannot be recovered. Even if oil prices are good in the future, if you want to restart, you can only review equipment to build a factory. At that time, billions of dollars will be invested. But if it does not shut down, it will now face a loss of tens of millions, or even more than 100 million, a day. If you produce a barrel, you will lose a barrel. How long does this situation last? So the current situation can be said to be the most uncomfortable time for those oil giants. And when this is McGee Pompeo heard that Xiao Feng actually had a way to reduce the cost of oil refining by $10 per barrel, he can't sit still anymore. With this technology, the cost of oil refining in the United States can be suppressed. At the same time, the oil shipped from the Middle East will be added with such a drop in tariffs, and the prices on both sides will be similar. Then, the domestic oil giants, won't they be able to survive? Such a big good thing is all my own credit. And if it is oneself who masters the unique output of this technology, then those resources that I dream of in the future, not just, for example, the octopus behind him, that group of guys started from oil production. As far as Pompeo knows, they are definitely not the only politician they invest in. There are dozens of numbers in the White Room alone, their representatives. This is also the main reason why number one is so afraid of them. However, once he has mastered the output of this technology, the octopus attitude towards him will definitely be different from before. In the past, he was just invested by them, But if the technology was output by himself, then I have become a partner who is qualified to sit on an equal footing with them. As a politician, McGee Pompeo is not stupid at all. After hearing that Xiao Feng had mastered such a unique technique, he immediately thought of many. After a while, he raised his head and looked at Xiao Feng. Mr. Xiao, you didn't joke with me, did you? Ha! Is this necessary? Here, this is our experimental video recording. At present, we have cooperated with several major oil companies in China. McGee Pompeo raised his eyebrows when he heard this. With the endorsement of the Chinese oil companies, the credibility of this technology is greatly improved. He took the phone from Xiao Feng and watched the video that Xiao Feng Xiao had taken out. Because of the relatively long time, he jumped and fast-forwarded to finish watching www.mentalnovel.com, but after watching it, he probably had a bottom in his heart. Xiao Feng did not lie, he did have this unique skill. At this time, his heart suddenly became hot. Mr. Xiao, how do you plan to put this technology in the United States? Well, I have been thinking about it. In fact, Xiao Feng had never thought of introducing this technology to the United States before. Because the price of oil in the United States has not been high before, people are not short of oil. But now, because of the price war, these oil giants in the United States are almost belching. At this time, this technology immediately highlighted its value and became a sweet potato. He looked at McGee across from him. At this moment, this guy could be said to have his eyes full of brilliance, staring at his every move. Wanting to turn the enemy into a friend with this guy, I slapped him before, and it is inevitable to give him red date. It's better, I set up a technical service company to provide technology to those big companies. For every barrel of oil they refine using this technology, we charge a service fee of $1. Mr. McGee, you will receive 5 cents of dry shares from this dollar. The 5-cent dry stock sounded like an insult, but you have to know that the morale at the peak of US crude oil production is 12.3 million barrels per day. So this McGee is equivalent to pulling a line and earning $6.15 million a day, and still every day. Thinking of this data, McGee couldn't calm down at the time. He stood up abruptly, then stretched out his hand to Xiao Feng. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. Then I wish us a happy cooperation. Chapter 1055. Huaguo's technology is really fragrant. Xiao Feng stood up with a smile at this time, stretched out his hand and shook McGee firmly. From this moment on, the two had turned their enemies into friends and became comrades in arms on the same boat. McGee naturally knew why Xiao Feng had given him so many benefits. It was nothing more than his current status. If there were no surprises, he would at least be able to work in the position of the first secretary for 3 to 5 years. In these 3 to 5 years, he could get hundreds of millions from Xiao Feng. If you can become the president of the United States again, then you can definitely get more of this stock. Xiao Feng is also very satisfied with his first political investment in the United States. He was very optimistic about the political potential of McGee Pompeo. In order to cater to conservative voters, this guy will often say something too much. But politicians, isn't it all like this? Don't take what they said seriously. It depends on how they do it. As long as he does not prevent him from making money in the United States, he can also help himself in peace in the United States. That's okay. In addition, he didn't plan to invest only in McGee in the United States. In the future, it seems that more people will be selected for investment. It seems that investing in these politicians in the United States seems to be very cost-effective. Mr. Xiao, I still want to find out, how exactly should this fund be paid? You have to know that the taxes in the United States are very heavy, and the problem of the source of income. McGee asked again, and Xiao Feng laughed. You don't need to worry about this, let me take care of it, and I promise to make it clean and refreshing for you. McGee nodded. Then please, Mr. Xiao. Although McGee wanted to ask more questions, since Xiao Feng didn't want to say more, he could only give up. Oh, it's getting late. I just invited a chef to come to my house today. This chef, but the head chef of one of my favorite restaurants in Washington, he makes a very unique set of ribs. Or, Mr. Xiao and Miss Hamilton, how about you just stay for our Kilo's dinner? McGee is also very good at being a human being. There is no reason for Xiao Feng and Helen not to agree. McGee immediately arranged staff to contact the chef. It is true that he likes the chef very much, but he really didn't invite that chef over before. However, in order to make the best of the landlord's friendship, it is natural to invite people over at this time. As his first secretary, wanting to invite a cook to cook himself a private dinner is naturally not a big problem. I have to say that the chef's grilled ribs are very good. For this meal, everyone enjoyed the meal. The next day Xiao Feng and Helen returned to San Francisco by private jet. The first thing after coming back, Xiao Feng asked Pennyview Asset Management to set up another branch. Xinfeng Technology Service Co. Limited specializes in petroleum refining and chemical technology services. As soon as the company was established, he transferred a technical team from South America. The 7-member group led by cloning experts only arrived in the United States. He was invited by Chevron and went straight to their refinery in Texas, where there were originally several factories specializing in refining and chemically commissioned heavy oil. But now they have stopped production and shelved them. They plan to transform the factory here into a new refining and chemical plant. Check Xiao Feng's so-called new technology. Once this new technology is really useful, then they will immediately reproduce a large number of quantitative production. You must know that Texas is also the main production area of hydraulic oil in the United States. After the shale oil is produced, most of it is the initial crude oil in the shape of poop. They are all refined and reduced in refining. If Xiao Feng's technology is really amazing, then the Americans firmly believe that with their technological blessings, the cost of each barrel of crude oil production has more room for reduction. Xiao Feng's technology can reduce the cost of $10 per barrel. The Americans, on the other hand, put pressure on them. For example, the cost of their liquefied gas is lower than that of China. The cost of transportation and storage are also lower than that of China. If they squeeze in these areas, they can cut costs by $1 or $2. There is also the technology provided by Xiao Feng. The energy requirements and equipment requirements are not as high as before when liquid hydrogen was used for high temperature and high pressure reduction and purification. The cost of future maintenance is also greatly reduced, so that it can reduce the cost of $1 or $2. Coupled with this technology, the pollution to the environment is also very low, and it can reduce the cost of $1 or $2 in terms of embracing. Then, if you calculate it, you can really reduce the cost of $15 per barrel. In this way, even if you give Xiao Feng $1 per barrel, what is it? On Xiao Feng's side, he was not afraid that they would learn the technique, because the key to this technology is actually the catalyst and stabilizer developed by Hoffman. Even if you have the equipment and know the principles, it is useless if you don't have catalysts and stabilizers. The catalyst and stabilizer are naturally charged. Although the asking price is not high, it is not a small amount of money for long-term large-scale purchases. From the beginning of the cooperation, Xiao Feng had no plans to give this technology to the Americans for free, and the prices of those catalysts and stabilizers will certainly eat up a large part of the cost saved by the Americans from other aspects. If you want to complete this transformation and experiment at the usual speed of the Americans, I am afraid that it will not be possible to complete it in less than a month. But now, because of being pressured by oil prices, Chevron is already crazy. 3 waves of people were transferred to reconstruct the original plant and equipment day and night. Coupled with Xiao Feng's technology, the equipment requirements are not high, so it took only 3 days to transform a qualified production line. Then it was an experiment that lasted for a week, and this week of experimentation came down. But it made the American guys happy. It turned out that Xiao Feng said that he could reduce the cost of a barrel of crude oil by $10, which is really not a boast. With this technology, it can really be done. It turns out that Huago still has such technology. It's not bragging. Huaguo's technology is really fragrant. And if they optimize it again in terms of production, storage, transportation, etc. The Americans discovered that the price of a barrel of oil they produced could actually control the price of a barrel of oil between $25 and $40. In this way, they no longer have to fear price wars. Let Russia and the Middle East continue. Even if the US shale oil does not have any competitiveness in the export market, but at least they will not lose money, and the domestic market can still hold it. When the news came, the oil giants all cheered. So just half a month after Xiaofeng and McGee met, Xinfeng Technical Service Company signed technical service contracts with Continental Petroleum and Chesapeake Petroleum. At the same time, in the public opinion in the United States, the discussion about the privatization of Voglin gradually began to weaken. Originally, for more than 10 days, I have been digging up some current affairs programs about Penny Vera Asset Management. Suddenly he was pinched off and began to switch to other topics. The topic in the newspaper about Voglin's acquisition by China Capital also disappeared overnight. Even on those large social media sites, there was a topic about the privatization of Voglin, and the acquisition by China Capital also began to be quietly restricted. And those who trace the Penny Vera Asset Management Company, what is the sacred remarks and videos, many of them were suddenly blocked, especially some videos that were about to get closer to the truth. It is even more inexplicably harmonious. Original creators, if you want to ask for an explanation, haha, there is no response. It is the official response. If there are still people who want to chase after them, deleting the number and banning is the end of them. Not to mention what freedom of speech the United States talks about, when it comes to manipulating public opinion. They are the originators of the world. Xiaofeng recently went to Washington and New York with Helen frequently, as well as Houston. Because of the bonus of that set of technologies, Xiaofeng now instantly became a celebrity in the upper-class social circle in the United States. In the past, because of his status as a Chinese, he was more sensitive and inconvenient to show up. But after he took out the passport of the Ithacan area, mentalnovel.com, the identity of the Chinese in the copper country, it would be much more convenient. Recently, he has received invitations from all walks of life, and these people have one characteristic. That is, they are basically friends of McGee, and some of them were still customers of Helen's family. Naturally, these people cannot be deduced, but during this time, Xiaofeng has also met many friends. Don't say anything about doing business in country H is to rely on relationships, such naive words. In fact, the whole world has a special kind of bird, even in the United States, which claims to be fair. Knowing the relationship network and human resources are also indispensable important resources in the business field. And the big guys, the reason why they are willing to meet Xiaofeng at this time is naturally that they are very satisfied with the technology provided by Xiaofeng. After a cocktail party in Texas that night, Xiaofeng took a direct flight back to San Francisco that night. Recently, he has been more than busy attending cocktail parties. There is another thing, and that is to prepare for the official appearance of Penny Vera Asset Management. He also wanted this company to be a Behindthesens predator before, but because of the exposure of the acquisition of Voglin, it is no longer possible for this company to keep a low profile. He discussed it with Helen. I plan to let this company appear in the public openly, and Helen is naturally the face of this company, and recently it was to form a company, and it was to adjust Voglin's interior. Despite Pablo's assistance, Helen was still very busy. Now that Voglin's internal relations are finally straightened out, then it is natural time to launch a counterattack. Chapter 1056. Just ask if you are afraid. Since Jonathan and the others had given themselves such a big gift, although it was resolved by himself, it would not be Xiaofeng's style if he didn't repay them properly. For the previous 20 days, he hadn't moved much, just preparing for this counterattack. Now the copper merchant Sean has become a guest of the upper class in the United States. During this time, Xiaofeng frequently visited various social places and made quite a few friends. It is considered to have torn open a corner of the Iron Curtain in the United States, and at the same time, Helen, with the support of Pablo and his team, was recruiting troops while forming Penny Vieira Asset Management, while clarifying the internal management of Vogelin. Fortunately for the asset management company, Pablo has transferred 3 clone management experts from Ithaca. These 3 people will stay with Penny Vieira Asset Management in the future, and will echo the Southern Cross Asset Management Company managed by Pablo in South America. The leader of this management team is a man named Chamberlain Stays Guy, a white clone, proficient in finance, economics and management, and like Pablo is an all-rounder. Under his leadership, the signboard of Penny Vieira Asset Management was soon erected, and it has been advertised on many job search websites in the United States. Don't look at the Americans who were verbal and penalizing Penny Vieira Asset Management before. But when I heard that the company started hiring people, still received a large number of resumes from all over North America. And Xiao Feng's advice to Helen is that there must be a certain percentage of Chinese descent, and only those of Chinese descent from the mainland are recruited, and background checks must be conducted. However, all the whitey-eyed wolves who put down their bowls and scold their mothers are not allowed. The kind who is in Cao Ying's heart and Han is very welcome. On the other hand, Chamberlain came forward and directly carried out drastic reforms on Vogelin. The original pharmacists all came to talk one by one. Pharmacists who did not participate in the previous disturbance can choose a part to stay. The group of guys who had been involved in the disturbance before and had to sue Vogelin didn't need to show mercy at all and cut them all directly. If you want to go to court, please do it. Without the support of the union, the news about Vogelin's privatization and the acquisition of Chinese assets have all disappeared at once. See what else they can do. Although some litigation sticks are still jumping up and down, they have to fight a class action lawsuit. But are you really the lawyers that Vogelin invited to eat plain rice? Even Vogelin's lawyers are ready to fight. They even sent a lawyer's letter directly to the more popular pharmacist representatives who recently jumped, accusing them of defamation and stealing company property. After all, Americans are not all moral saints. The temptation faced by pharmacists working in pharmacies is very big. The drugs they dealt with, just go out a little bit every day, and that day will have an income of dozens of yuan. A few dozen yuan may not seem like much, but it is enough for you to add a tank of gas. If things go on like this, it's not a small amount of money. And if Vogelin really wanted to find a handle to these guys, it would be easy. Even the members of the lawyers patted their chests to make sure that they really need to check carefully, and that few of those guys have clean hands and feet. This time, I was going to bring out a few guys to sacrifice the sword. Let these guys who have been having fun recently know that Vogelin is not incapable of taking them. Just like this, the few guys who led the trouble were soon sent to prison, waiting to go to court to pronounce their sentence. Without a few leading the trouble, the group of pharmacists is equivalent to the absence of organizers. In addition, there is no union support, and these guys have to make money to support their families. Instead of spending time with Vogelin every day, they might as well find a job and do it first. After all, this is the case with a big company. People have money and resources and can afford it. But these little people, where can energy consumption be affordable? What's more, several leaders have already been arrested, and everyone knows the charges. Many of this group of pharmacists have retreated. With this look, Vogelin is about to come hard. If things go on like this, maybe other people will be arrested and locked up. In the United States, once you have been in jail, you are basically finished after you come out. Moreover, you may lose your pharmacist's license. So many pharmacists retreat. What was originally a raging legal crisis ended up in such a farcical way. On the other side is the privatization process of Vogelin, which was previously stopped by the Securities Regulatory Commission. Also a few days ago, the approval was quietly obtained. Vogelin immediately announced his delisting on the stock market with lightning speed. This time, the completion of Vogelin's delisting did not cause much movement. People seem to have not seen the completion of the privatization of Vogelin at all. Many newspapers even mentioned that sentence only in the corners. There are also some media, even more simply using the spring and autumn brush strokes. However, There are a few extremely anti-Chinese guys who discovered that this is not quite right and posted a few insights on social media. But what surprised them was the insights they posted. It was quickly deleted by the webmaster, Xiao Feng, who had completely privatized Vogelin. Immediately launched the reform of Vogelin's management team and strategy. Vogelin currently has more than 7,900 stores in the United States. Almost all of these pharmacies and real estate are their own, which is the main reason why Vogelin's market value is so high. Another advantage is that their shops are almost all located in the core commercial areas of the golden districts of every city. To put it bluntly, they are mainly concentrated in the commercial districts in the neighborhoods where the middle and upper classes of the United States live. The customers they face are people with relatively strong spending power. This is also the point that makes CVS the most jealous. Their shops are now more than 3,000 more than Vogelin, but the annual turnover can barely be evened. If it were not for Vogelin's financial pressure in recent years, it would be impossible for CVS to overtake them and become the number one in the United States. After Xiao Feng took over Vogelin, the first thing he did was to make a big change in the management. This time, Leonard, a clone management expert transferred from the Ithacan area with Chamberlain, became the helm of Vogelin this time. The first thing he did after taking over Vogelin was to abolish redundant staff. Not only the pharmacist, but also the previously bloated management staff, have to be abolished. At the same time, the management system was replaced, and the drug sales and distribution plan was adjusted. On the other hand, it is to start negotiations with major U.S. pharmaceutical companies. On the other hand, it is necessary to preserve the current 19% of the drug prescription rights. On the other hand, they want to obtain more prescription rights from pharmaceutical companies. In the past, several major pharmaceutical companies in the United States had rather ambiguous attitudes towards Vogelin. But since Vogelin quietly completed privatization and resolved the legal crisis, these major pharmaceutical companies also understand that the capital behind Vogelin is very strong. And about Pennyvera Asset Management Company, they have heard some rumors more or less. This company currently cooperates with many American bigwigs, and some of those bigwigs are even the major shareholders of these pharmaceutical companies. As a result, the negotiations between Vogelin and these pharmaceutical companies also proceeded smoothly. They basically kept 19% of the drug prescription rights. In addition, new drug prescription rights are still being discussed. After all, the United States is more than their chain pharmacy. The sentiments of other chain pharmacies are also taken care of by these pharmaceutical companies. And just when everyone thought that Leonard's first task after taking office was to negotiate with pharmaceutical companies, Vogelin suddenly announced to Blockbuster News that they had already cooperated with the new American coffee chain Juice King. In the future, they will open a Juice King coffee shop in each pharmacy. As soon as the news came out, Vogelin, who had been keeping a low profile after the privatization, had originally been maintained. It immediately returned to the eyes of the Americans and became a waver on the cusp of the day. This time not only the American people are crazy, but also CVS and later the rivals of Juice King, are also stupid. What's the situation with this Nima? Are you going to open a pharmacy, or open a cafe? Although www.untilnovel.com pharmacies have diversified operations these days, it is already the norm. For example, in the past, CVS and Lai and Vogelin's pharmacy, almost all have cafes, and even Japanese food stores. But if Juice King Coffee Shop joins, that means something different. Everyone used to hold the same iron sword, but Vogelin, you guy with big eyebrows and big eyes, suddenly betrayed the alliance. You changed the shotgun to the cannon this time, and secretly replaced the iron sword in your hand with a musket. What do you mean by this? If you do this, Can everyone play happily together in the future? You must know that Juice King's coffee chain is currently the hottest beverage shop in the United States. The new flavored coffee they launched is now crazy to buy in the United States. They now have over 100 branches in major cities across the United States. But the more than 100 stores are almost full every day. No matter when you pass by their door, you can see people in line. Even now, there is a scalper who pours their coffee. Are you irritating? And now Vogelin unexpectedly announced that he was cooperating with Juice King, which not only boosted Vogelin's popularity for Juice King, that's also a step-by-step change. In the past, although Starbucks was very jealous of them, it has not regarded them as official opponents. After all, their scale is too small. There are only more than 100 stores in the United States, which is incomparable to them. But now they actually zoomed in. After a Hulk was transformed, they actually expanded to more than 8,000 stores at once. At this rate of explosion, I ask you if Starbucks is afraid. Chapter 1057 Business Exchange Green lined up, and there were 3 people ahead of him in his turn. Recently, he is particularly obsessed with Juice King's coffee, especially their new concept coffee. There are too many introductions about this coffee on various social media. Some people specifically introduced the taste of this coffee, while others said that they would feel full of energy after drinking their coffee. Others say that their coffee is not so much coffee as a hot soup. After drinking it, I will be refreshed and energetic all morning, even without having to eat breakfast. Anyway, there is everything to say. But it is the official Juice King who really gives the most convincing and shocking explanation. And the hospital in Los Angeles. Remember the Charles who poured dirty water on the Juice King coffee chain in Los Angeles? The guy was in the Los Angeles branch of the Juice King coffee shop. He vomited blood and was hospitalized after drinking coffee. Because this incident once became big news, arousing the attention of people across the United States on food safety. Especially Juice King, a new internet celebrity cafe. But how can I think that this guy actually jumped out by himself and clarified the facts? It turned out that he had collected $3,000 from others and came here to frame the Juice King. Moreover, he himself is a patient of stage 3 esophageal cancer, a typical poor American who went bankrupt due to his illness. Originally, waiting for his fate was to wait for death or go to jail. But after the Juice King learned about his life experience, he did a wave of marketing on him. Although he insisted on sending him to court, he finally begged the judge before the sentence was pronounced. In the end, the judge only sentenced him to more than 200 hours of community labor, and then let him go. The Juice King also stood up and took the initiative to bear the cost of his treatment. What is even more unexpected is that after he was admitted to the hospital, he passed this period of treatment. His esophageal cancer has actually improved significantly. You must know that he is a stage 3 patient. It was only one step away from waiting for death. But after actively cooperating with the hospital's treatment, a miracle happened to him. According to the doctor's judgment and observation, his condition improved. On the one hand, it was because Juice King provided him with a lot of health products from the 9th laboratory to improve his immunity. On the other hand, it is also related to his insistence on drinking 2 cups of Juice King's coffee every day. The coffee of Juice King contains a newly discovered amino acid taurine. This newly discovered amino acid is not the same as the taurine contained in previous functional drinks such as Red Bull. This amino acid is very helpful to avoid the oxidation of human cells and can effectively remove free radicals in the human body. This effectively prevents the spread and replication of cancer cells. It was the day after the Vogelin chain announced the cooperation with Juice King. Researchers at the Los Angeles hospital suddenly announced their new findings on TV. Although I have used a lot of maybe, it is still not 100% sure, such a word. But it is also emphasized in the sentence, there will definitely be a word such as a certain effect. Although the practitioners in the shopping mall, they know at a glance that this must be a wave of marketing advertisements. Even that Charles personally appeared in front of the camera and made a show. In the eyes of many in the advertising industry, This is simply a wave of fake ads that can no longer be fake. But just like when melatonin was born in China, even though I know that 100% of this thing is the promotion of IQ tax, but people are still willing to believe that as long as this taurine has 10% of the effect they advertise, it is enough. You drink a cup of coffee, not only can you enjoy the pleasure of replenishing energy, but also enjoy the unusual taste of this cup of coffee. The most important thing is that this coffee also contains things that are good for human health. It can obviously resist aging and prevent the occurrence of malignant tumors. And the price of such a cup of coffee is only more than 3 yuan. Faced with such a conscientious price, what kind of straight drive do you want? What can you get with Starbucks coffee? And getting fat only. And what about Juice King's coffee? There is the same box, and it will not get fat, and it will be good for the body. People are not stupid. They will settle accounts. After understanding this account, Juice King's coffee shop immediately ushered in a situation that was full every day. At present, Juice King has only opened more than 100 stores in the United States, although it has agreed to cooperate with Vogelin. But I want to change all the cafes in Vogelin's pharmacy to Juice King's and expand the area for drinks. It takes a period of time to just decorate, and at the speed of the Americans, it takes at least a month to complete. So now these more than 100 stores have become the only store where people in the US can buy Juice King coffee. And these more than 100 stores are far from enough. Now these more than 100 stores are almost full of people every day. You can see people queuing from morning to night, and there are often even queues outside the store. As a result, in areas such as New York and Los Angeles, the local police are not allowed to send people to their coffee shops to maintain order. Now the coffee of the whole people and the Juice King has formed a boom in the United States. Juice King's coffee has even become a trend of cultural trends. The Juice King is also following the flow of water, and has begun to launch a series of related products. For example, Juice King Instant Coffee. This product has been launched, and it immediately became a hot product, especially for those who don't like to wait in line. This instant coffee is simply a godsend, and Juice King's instant coffee is different from cheap instant coffee. Their coffee does not add plant powder, creamer, and sugar to harmonize the taste. Only coffee powder mixed with special spices. Consumers can buy it back, brew it by themselves, and at the same time add milk and sugar according to their own taste. Of course, the price of this instant coffee is not cheap, but it is equally well received. In addition, Juice King also launched their coffee cups, and various handbags, keychains and other related products. And these products have been very popular since they were launched. A Starbucks mug costs dozens of yuan, a cat's claw cup easily costs more than 300. And an ordinary canvas bag costs 1 to 200. And the Juice King is no exception. Their cups and bags are not the most expensive, only more expensive. Of course, compared with Starbucks, they still have to be more conscientious in the materials and design of the cups and bags. It must be more conscientious than Starbucks, so that it will show their conscience and status even more. And this kind of tune is really very popular with the little bourgeois on the American side. Especially after drinking the Juice King coffee has become a trend. You are walking on the street, if you do not hold a cup of Juice King coffee, you are embarrassed to say hello to others. So now the Juice King coffee chain has shown an explosive trend, and when Vogelin and Juice King announced their alliance over there, the whole market was flooded with news of a strong alliance. Countless capitals are like sharks smelling blood, now squatting at the door of the Juice King every day, wanting to get the opportunity to meet their President Evans. But now the Juice King is not what it used to be, and Evans was very kind to these investors before. But now, the Juice King has become an explosion in the United States, and they have no shortage of cash flow at all. Even as long as they are willing, countless banks will immediately jump out and give them low interest or even interest-free loans, just to be able to seek cooperation with them. In this way, he does not need to meet with these capitals at all. As for Vogelin's side, The capital side scratched his head even more. Now the team of Penny Viru Asset Management has taken over Voglin. A series of drastic reforms, revising the company's operating strategy, laying off redundant staff, and negotiating with pharmaceutical companies. They even took out several billions and directly repaid part of the loan. The series of actions they have taken have already indicated that Voglin's spring is coming. The leadership team behind him is very powerful, and the capital behind them is very abundant. This makes the capital who want to follow the meat and soup cannot help feeling a burst of despair. This ride seems to be out of reach. At this time, Green.untilnovel.com, who had been in line for half an hour, finally came to the counter. 10 cups of new flavors of coffee, thank you. Okay, please wait a moment, sir. Green paid the money, took the number plate, and went to the waiting area next to him. At this moment, he saw a rolling advertisement on the TV in front of him. Anyone who bought coffee at Juice King today, everyone can go to Voglin to purchase medicines with the consumption receipt, and they will all enjoy a 5% discount. If you can apply for a membership card at Voglin today, you will rely on Voglin's membership card in the future. You can also come to Juice King to enjoy a 920% discount. Moreover, the two stores will launch their own membership days every month. Members who apply for a card can enjoy the recharge and cashback activities on the same day. Such fancy gameplay is really not common in the United States. Because Americans are not very good at arithmetic, the discounts offered by various businesses in the US are generally straightforward. Whenever there is a discount, put a few discount posters on the store door and window and it's done. Even now they still keep the activity of stuffing shopping coupons into the mailbox. Basically, one copy will be issued every week, and then consumers will cut off the coupons and take them to the merchants for consumption. And this kind of card issuance, electronic membership card points system activities. There are also various commercial discounts, which are not very common to them. So as soon as this event was launched, it immediately became popular, especially when it is learned that after spending more than 300 meters in Voglin, you can use the small ticket to exchange the coffee cup with Juice King. A coffee cup made by Juice King, because of its exquisite design and real materials, can be bought in the store for $20 or $30. Chapter 1058 Record setting global live broadcast now, let alone customers who already have a need to buy medicines. Who are they going to buy instead? Go to Voglin to get a membership card and you can enjoy discounts. You can also participate in the lottery with their shopping receipt. The lowest prize is also a cup of Juice King coffee. Fortunately, I can still get the coffee cup of the Juice King, and the first prize is the juicer of the Juice King. Now even consumers who have no need to buy medicine feel that it is necessary to go to Voglin for a round. After seeing the dazzling reward rules, Green also waited for his coffee. At this time, he also had to sigh that the Juice King and Voglin really knew how to do business. After the two companies have joined forces like this, the business of the two companies will have a substantial skyrocket. As a journalist, Green can still remember just a few days ago, the pharmacy chain of Voglin is still a thorn in the eye of the national media and common people, a toxic company controlled by Huago Capital. At that time, how many consumers were on the internet and wanted to kill Voglin? How many people clamored that they would never go to their home to buy medicine again? Others said they were going to smash their glass. But it's only been a few days. The tone of the entire US regarding Voglin's pharmacies has changed. A few days ago, they yelled and killed the rats on the street. But now they have become a company that everyone wants to sing. The sounds of shouting and killing have all disappeared. If anyone dares to commit crimes against the wind, they will face the end of being blocked. Don't you see that on those large social media sites, there are many broadcasters who jump up and down, and have been clutching Voglin to talk about things. All of them have been banned. Has the work been taken off the shelves? As a journalist, Green naturally knows why. The power of capital is really strong enough. It doesn't matter if it is US capital or Chinese capital, it is the same. As long as he wants you to shut up, he has 10,000 ways to silence you. Forget it. What do you think so much? Let's go back to work quickly. Jobs in the United States are not easy to find now, especially those with a decent salary. Green is a crew at NBC, which sounds like a tall man, but it's actually a mess. At the shooting scene, lift the machine, link the equipment, and arrange the scene. Not only need physical strength, but also know some art, lighting, and photography skills. Because once someone has a situation, he has to go up. Fortunately, the salary for this job is not bad. I can get $15 an hour. Although it is not much higher than the minimum wage, the key is to work overtime frequently to receive subsidies. And if you meet the big names, especially the bold big names, you will be happy to serve them, and you can get a lot of tips. If the ancestral tomb is smoked, these big names will be admired. In the future, when making movies or dramas, if you can mix small supporting roles, then maybe you can still have the opportunity to make it to the sky. So Green is very fond of this job. The top 10 cups of coffee he bought. It is for the crew of a show to be recorded. This crew has been planning for a while, specifically to follow Thomas Brady's heart replacement surgery. That's right, it's the fourth place of the New England Patriots, the American godson Thomas Brady. Before this guy was revealed to be suffering from a serious heart disease and had to retire for treatment. There were even rumors that he fainted while attending a cocktail party in California. Finally, Thomas himself, and the New England Patriots, also admitted the news on social media. In addition, Thomas also went to China in order to treat the illness. It is said that where he is going to complete the world's first new type of heart exchange surgery. Why do you say that? The main reason is that heart exchange surgery has been done a long time ago. But the hearts that patients put on were donated by other people. After changing to this type of heart, even if the patient recovers, he must take anti-rejection drugs for a long time, and he can't exercise vigorously all his life. It can be said that even if he survives, the quality of life is not good, and because long-term anti-rejection drugs are highly toxic, it will also bring a considerable burden on the liver and kidneys to the patients. So even if the organs are changed, the lifespan of these patients will not be much longer in the end. To put it bluntly, it can only be regarded as lingering. And Thomas Brady's heart replacement surgery this time is a completely new type of surgery, because the heart used is not provided by the dead. Xini Yuan is a Chinese scientific research institution that uses stem cells to produce, using 3D printing technology. This artificial heart can be seamlessly connected to any human body. After being implanted in the human body, people do not need to take anti-rejection drugs for a long time, and according to Thomas this time, Brady's Chinese attending doctor said, the most critical aspect of this operation is the recovery after surgery. As long as Brady cooperates well, after Thomas recovers, he will not only need to take medicine for life, can continue his career, that is to say, he does not need to retire at all, can also continue to play for the New England Patriots. This news is a program produced by Green and followed by a program a few days ago, and then broadcast. Since Thomas went to China, NBC has sent a film crew to follow Thomas' treatment activities throughout the process. Some time ago, the front camera crew sent back a lot of video information. Then the NBC column team compiled and edited these materials into a 3-hour documentary. It was broadcast after Vogelin and Juice King announced their cooperation the day before yesterday. Green didn't know if there was any special arrangement in the station. Anyway, he chose to broadcast it on demand at this time. Not to mention, after the broadcast of this documentary, it immediately caused a sensation across the United States. Before Brady went to China for heart exchange operations, this incident also caused a sensation in the United States. But in the internet age, a lot of news comes and goes quickly. After Thomas went to China, the news gradually dissipated. And now the news that Thomas is about to have a heart exchange surgery in China is mentioned again. People immediately remembered this former US golden boy who had disappeared for more than a month, especially when his doctor in charge of China was interviewed by the crew in front of the TV camera. And he said without embarrassment that Brady not only does not need to change, but he can continue to ride the green field in the future. This documentary has attracted even more attention. First, countless fans and netizens left messages, which is really good news. Then countless Chinese haters jumped out and began to make irresponsible remarks. Huh? You believe what Chinese people say? That is, what is the quality of Huaguo's products? I don't think I need to say more, right? Yes, I'm afraid Brady's heart is like a bridge made by China. It didn't take a few days before it collapsed. Ha! If he really belches on the court, then the fun will be great. Have you noticed the identity of this Huaguo doctor? This guy used to be a morally corrupt guy. That is, I also checked the information about him, just for the sake of grades, the guy who can kill people. Yes, in order to achieve my reputation, I actually completed the gene editing privately. My God, what if those children grow up and have defects? The Chinese haters, and all kinds of virgin bitches, all jumped out and started their performances. All kinds of strange speeches are very popular. There are also some doctors who have been invited to various talk shows by other TV stations. In the program, talked about the authenticity of this operation. Some doctors expressed optimism about this operation and expressed their willingness to see the operation can be completed smoothly. In this way, it means that patients with various heart diseases will be saved in the future. After all, many heart diseases cannot be controlled by drugs. It is still a heart-changing treatment, mouth grasp, and the heart source used in this heart-changing surgery is artificially created. This also provides a new idea for other organ transplant operations in the future. And those conservatives, or doctors who discriminate against China, on the other hand, it was a big talk on TV that it is impossible for a Chinese to complete this kind of surgery. The doctor is a liar. They are not saving Brady, but ruining Brady. Wait.untilnovel.com anyway. There are all kinds of weird remarks. In North America in the past few days, it can be said that the hottest news is the cooperation between Juice King and Vogelin, and the other one is Brady's heart replacement surgery. And today is the day when Brady is going to undergo heart exchange surgery. And the only media in the world that has had an exclusive follow-up report on this operation is NBC. So today is a big day. The column team is here in the United States, not only invited the stage pillars in the stage to host Sister Perry, the most authoritative experts in cardiothoracic surgery from the United States were also invited. Everyone will watch the live operation process and discuss it. The show has not officially started yet, but the ratings and attention have already been booked to be the #1 spot in the same period tonight. The thought of this made Green's heart warm. He grabbed 24 coffees, quickly got into the car, and then drove toward the company's Rockefeller Building in Manhattan. NBC's headquarters and recording studio are in the Rockefeller Building. Although driving in a crowded area like Manhattan is usually not a wise choice. But in order to be able to get to the company on time, Green also spared no effort today, although the parking fee near the company makes him feel painful. When he came to the camera crew studio upstairs with the coffee, the whole crew was already cheering, because although it hasn't officially started broadcasting, they have just entered the opening advertisement, and their national ratings data have been released. 1.6%, the highest simultaneous segment, the highest of the same type of program. This is only the United States, and there is no overseas data. However, based on this data alone, we can be sure that this will be a record-breaking global live broadcast. Chapter 1059 Surgical operations in China have actually reached such an advanced stage. That's right. This time NBC broadcasted the operation not only in North America. Instead, it was broadcast live worldwide, because the significance of this operation is too great. If this operation can really be done, it means that humans will be able to go further in the field of health medicine in the future. This will bring about an earth-shaking revolution in the field of organ transplantation in the medical field. The biggest problem faced by this discipline in the past was that there were too few donors. Many patients have already passed away because they can't wait for the donor to appear. If this artificial heart can be successful, it will at least point out a new direction for organ transplantation. And the second is that the best results in this subject in the past can only be life-giving. Many patients who have used transplanted organs often have no quality of life. You can't do this, you can't eat that, you can't go here, and you have to take medicine every day. Although he is alive, the quality of life has dropped drastically, and he cannot enjoy life freely like a normal person. If the heart transplantation is successful this time, if the post-operative recovery is good, really like the Hwago doctor said, Brady not only does not need to retire, but also can continue to play in the team. This means that if there are operations such as heart and kidney transplantation in the future, it will be the same as appendicectomy. It's just a minor operation. After the patient recovers, he can live the same life as a normal person. In this way, for the entire medical profession, today's surgery is an epoch-making operation. At this time, not only countless fans, and ordinary viewers, were sitting in front of the TV and waiting for the operation to begin. There are also countless doctors, scientific researchers from pharmaceutical factories, and medical experts, all waiting for the operation to begin. And they are also concerned about Brady's surgery. There are those big stars. Before the show started, there was naturally a period of advertising. The names of Juice King Coffee, Vogelin and other companies that have been in the limelight recently have frequently appeared in the festival's current advertisements. Then there are sports stars who have endorsed major brands, all appearing on the screen. Wearing sports brand clothing and sneakers endorsed by their respective brands, they advertised at the same time. While showing his face to himself, he made a good reputation. Because they were all in the camera, they spoke to Thomas Brady's blessing. These players are concerned about Brady's surgery, which is naturally normal. You have to know that these guys who rely on their bodies to feed on their bodies. Don't look at them now, all of them are tall and tall. But years and months of training, as well as confrontations and collisions on the field. The injections and medicines they took secretly in the gym brought heavy conformity to their bodies. Don't look at them now as strong as cows, but in fact, many of them have various hidden dangers in their bodies. Some people seem to be healthy on the surface, but in fact, the heart has begun to appear quietly, and these people suffer the most from their knees and ligaments. It is important to know that those athletes who have been involved in high-impact and confrontational sports all year round suffer most injuries from muscle strain, ligament rupture, and meniscus injury. These injuries will affect their sports career. And this time, although Brady was undergoing a heart exchange operation in China, but the Hwago doctor had already said this in an interview with the NBC program Team. When they were studying the artificial heart, the biggest problem they faced was how to make the artificial heart beat regularly. In order to overcome this problem, they have developed several specialized muscle pulps. And what is muscle pulp? To be more straightforward, it is the tendons, ligaments. And they all clearly stated that they have developed artificial ligaments and have conducted clinical trials for some patients. And the effect of the experiment, that is the lever drop. Many people who have lost their athletic ability have replaced their artificial ligaments. Not only can walk like flying on the playground, but also have stronger athletic ability than before. After completing this artificial heart operation, they plan to develop some simple projects. Among them are ligaments and meniscus. These two pieces are almost the most urgently needed life-saving straw for all athletes. The meniscus is the most important cartilage in the human knee, and this piece of cartilage is often fractured under high-intensity resistance. Once a comminuted fracture occurs, it is basically useless. For example, Torres, who was famous in the Red Army and became famous all over the world. The Spanish striker, shortly after joining the Liverpool team, broke out quickly and became the team's centre forward. At that time, he was one of the few centres who could compete with the Blues Warcraft. Torres, who was at his peak at the time, together with Warcraft, was a powerful centre in the Premier League second only to Ronaldo. But why did he never play his original form after returning to the Blues? Chelsea and the state quickly declined. Even after returning to La Liga, he also behaved in a muddle-headed manner, can only rely on a little bit of money before? Many people said that it was because the team he went to later had problems with the tactics. Unlike in the Liverpool period, Benitez used him as the core to create tactics. But this is actually only one aspect of the reason, and this cannot be an explanation for Torres' rapid fall. In fact, the reason why Torres' peak period was so short and so fast was related to the last serious injury he suffered in Liverpool. The injury resulted in a comminuted fracture of his meniscus. If he chooses conservative treatment, then he still has a chance to return to the top. But in order to catch up with the 10-year World Cup, he even chose to remove all the meniscus. The advantage of this is that he can quickly return to the court. But the disadvantage is that he no longer has the speed of chasing the wind before, and he can't adapt to high-speed physical confrontation. A centre lost his most valuable food abilities, and Torres has only been able to be a salted fish to eat since then. This is the injury of the meniscus injury. As for the damage of ligament rupture to athletes, just look at Ronaldo, who changed from an alien back to a human being on Earth. So it is not difficult to understand why athletes all over the world are paying attention to Brady's operation. If Brady's operation is successful, it means that what the doctor he said is not bragging. He really has such a skill. Since this time, the Sunshine Hospital has not only taken the lead in the fields of burns and scalds, medical aesthetics, and ophthalmology. In the field of sports medicine, they will also be the leading South Bay in the world. The opening advertisements of these athletes have not only brought a lot of income to the NBC program group, it also brought them the attention and ratings they most needed. When NBC's stage pillar host, the blonde and blue-eyed royal sister host, Perry, was in front of the camera and read the opening speech, the program group received congratulations from their superiors, and their ratings in North America have exceeded 2%. What is the concept at this time? At the time of the NBA Finals last year, the ratings for the entire North American region were only 1.8%. In the Rose Bowl Finals last year, the ratings in North America were over 4% of the record. But that was the final of the most popular sports event in North America, and their show was just a live broadcast of surgery. On a global scale, they now count that in the Five Eyes Alliance of Anglo-American AGA alone, more than 50 million people are watching this program at the same time. As for other overseas regions, not to mention, it is estimated that this surgery tonight, the highest number of viewers, is likely to exceed 100 million. You know, it's not just them who are broadcasting now. TV stations in Japan and South Korea, as well as some TV stations in the mainland, are also closely watching the operation, because everyone knows the meaning of this operation. More than 30 million people worldwide die each year due to cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases. Among them, heart disease alone brings a fatality rate of more than 10 million every year. If this heart replacement operation is successful, it means that at least millions of people will be treated for heart disease every year. So the significance of this operation www.mentalnovel.com has far exceeded the medical field. In the eyes of many people, this operation even has considerable political significance, especially for people in the Chinese medical system. This is an epoch-making operation. This is the first Chinese practice in the era of Western medicine, leading the world in a brand new technique. Well, now we can see that Dr. He has entered the operating room. Also with him was Mark Benio, a cardiologist at UCSF Hospital in San Francisco. Dr. Mark Benio is the vice president of the U.S. Council of Cardiothoracic Surgery and one of the best cardiothoracic surgery experts in the U.S. As Brady's American doctor, he also participated in this treatment all the way. He had also been in China before and joined Dr. He's medical team. They and Brady were talking before the operation. Well, Brady has been anesthetized. Dr. He cut the first knife, although it is claimed to be live broadcast throughout the whole process. Considering that the screen is too bloody, the operation process, especially the wound, is still marked with a thin code. But for many big people, it doesn't matter. In the end, they can get an uncoded version, so there is no need to worry about the authenticity of the operation. But the following series of actions by Dr. He surprised everyone. Be aware that cardiothoracic surgery can often be accompanied by heavy bleeding, especially when separating the heart. But this kind of situation did not happen in this operation, especially after Dr. He used a few simple drugs. All those who watched the operation were surprised. Could it be that Hwagyo's surgery has actually reached such an advanced stage? Chapter 1060. A Nobel Prize-winning big cow was born. Anyone who has studied medicine knows that heart exchange surgery is required. The first thing to do is to remove the heart and establish extracorporeal circulation. To put it bluntly, before the heart is removed, the arteries and veins are connected to the extracorporeal circulation machine. Use a circulation machine to simulate the heart and pump blood to the human body. The doctor then removes the heart and puts the replacement heart into the chest cavity. Then connect the blood vessels one by one, and then complete the blood supply. Before this operation, there were two biggest problems. One was how to remove the heart and establish extracorporeal circulation. Avoid blood loss as much as possible, because in this process, you have to cut off the aorta. As for the blood loss rate of this aorta, anyone with a bit of common sense knows. Aortic bleeding, especially near the heart, will fall into a deep coma within 20 seconds. Within 2 or 3 minutes, he basically burped. So in this step, speed is the key. While cutting off the arteries, even if you have ligated the front end of the blood vessel, you must complete the external procedure as soon as possible. Because the aorta does not supply blood for 2 or 3 minutes, the patient will experience brain death within a few minutes. At that time, even if you put your heart on him, this person will become a vegetable. So this step can be said to be a very technical test. In the live footage, when Dr. He cuts the aorta, the blood that spewed out immediately shocked everyone. Although the ligation was done at the front end of the artery, the amount of bleeding was still quite scary. A large amount of blood quickly contaminated the operation field, and the operation area was soaked in blood, and nothing was clear. If ordinary doctors encounter this scene, I am afraid they will panic at the time. But Dr. He didn't panic. While letting people blood, then he asked Dr. Mark, who was a helper, to bring a bottle of spray. When the blood vessel came out, it started to spray, and then when everyone was surprised, the scene happened. Almost instantly, the blood stopped, as if frozen. At this time, Dr. He quickly connected the blood vessel to the external circulation machine. Then he acted according to the law, and soon the main blood vessels on the heart were all connected to the external circulation machine. Such a difficult step in the eyes of ordinary doctors was solved by him. After that, Dr. Ho took off Thomas' heart smoothly. It can be seen that there is already a very large tumor on the outer wall of the left ventricle of his heart. Seeing that the tumor was taken out, the countless doctors who were watching the live took a breath. It is true that in the face of such a disease, there is no other way except for heart exchange surgery. If you don't care, then Brady can only wait at home to die. At this time, under the greeting of Dr. He, Nisyuk quickly took a box from behind. In the lens, everyone can see clearly. After Nisyuk opened the box, the heart that had always been bright and lustrous was exposed. When many doctors saw this heart, they couldn't help but think of a word: that is perfect. Doctors who have undergone organ transplant operations know what the donor organs look like, especially the heart. After injecting the protective liquid, put it in ice cubes and refrigerate it. When it is replaced, the heart will often be soaked pale, and some hearts will have some yellow and greasy fat. But this heart is not the same as those from a living donors. It's tender and healthy. The color is fresh. The outer wall of the heart is full of strong muscles, without any fat. It can be seen that this is a very healthy heart. All the doctors in the world opened their eyes and looked at this heart carefully. Finally, it was confirmed in a third that this is indeed an artificial heart, not a heart provided by the human body. That's why Dr. He didn't lie. They really mastered the technology of artificial heart. This is also the main reason why these doctors stay in front of the TV and watch the live broadcast. These Western doctors, on the one hand, hope that this operation will be successful. On the other hand, some guys with gloomy minds hope to find something wrong. It is best to be able to single out the evidence that the other party has falsified to prove that Chinese doctors are definitely not as good as Western doctors. But after seeing this heart, they basically put out that idea, because those who know the industry know that the biggest difference between an artificial heart and a living donor heart is the auxiliary fat on the heart. If the heart is provided by a living body, then even if this person is healthy, the heart is more or less supplemented by some fat. No way, this is the law of nature. Because these fat layers are not only the evidence that the human body remains on the heart after ingesting nutrients, but also a kind of protection for the heart. When receiving an impact, these fats can dissolve the direct impact on the heart. On the artificial heart, there will be no fat layer at all, because after transplanting into the human body, with the body's metabolism, fat will naturally grow up. As for that, He Fangzi removed the fat layer on the heart that may be a living donor in order to fake it. That is nonsense. The heart is a very delicate organ. It's not easy to be able to take it out for transplantation. Who has the mind to spend time and energy to remove the fat layer on the heart? If you do this accidentally, your heart may be destroyed. At this time, He Fangzi had put the artificial heart back into Brady's chest cavity. After that, the blood vessel was docked with the artificial heart. And this step is even more silly for everyone, because the routine operation is to reset the heart and blood vessels. This is a test of the doctor's skill and hand speed, because this operation is usually done under a microscope, and it often leaves scars on the blood vessels. Even if these are recovered in the future, they will have a certain impact on the blood vessels. It is also the main reason why patients cannot perform strenuous exercise even after completing a heart transplant, because even if it grows well, blood vessels may burst. But this He Fangzi did not suture the arteries and blood vessels like usual doctors. He picked up the forceps and picked up a section of artificial blood vessel. Then insert this piece of blood vessel into the arterial vessel at the end of the heart, and then insert it into the external arterial vessel. The whole process is smooth and flowing. The principle is to insert a thinner water pipe at the broken water pipe to reconnect it. The most important thing is that the outer layer of the water pipe seems to have a gel-like coating. After inserting the blood vessels on both sides, there is no need to suture at all, and the blood vessels on both sides are glued together very quickly. The most important thing is this blood vessel, which seems to be thinner, but in fact, it is not thin at all, and even a little bold, and this is to ensure that Brady can return to the sports field in the future and have a strong heart blood supply. Will not cause the blood vessels to burst. Of course, all of this was done under the technical support of the 9th laboratory. Of course, outsiders don't know the details inside. The doctors outside only saw He Fangzi used a magical operation. After adding a vascular link, the new heart and aorta are connected. During this period, not only the bleeding was very little, but also there was no stitches. This greatly increased the speed of the operation, and several other major blood vessels were quickly reconnected in this way. And then, the most critical step of heart recovery is to be carried out. In the past, if the heart was provided by other people, it was not a big problem. After all, it is the human heart, and muscle cells have memories. As long as proper electrical stimulation is applied, the transplanted heart will soon regain its vitality and start beating again. This is an artificial heart, which has been a headache for major medical research institutions in the world. It is this kind of heart that everyone can make. But how to make this heart beat at a constant speed of 60,100 beats per minute, like a normal human heart, is a big problem. And not only to be able to beat normally, but also to accelerate the beating during strenuous exercise. These are the biggest problems that have been plagued by scientists all over the world. But for He Fangzi's team, these seem to be nothing. I saw him let someone inject some medicine into the drip, and then massage the heart. In the end, I didn't know what device I switched on. I stimulated the heart a little bit. Mtlnovel.com, and then the most exciting moment came when the motionless heart suddenly began to beat. Successful rejumping. Wow, 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 God. I really witnessed a miracle today. Wow! I can't believe it, ladies and gentlemen. They really did it. The few Americans sitting in the studio can't keep calm at this time for the top medical experts, although these experts had their own attitudes before the operation started. Two of them are not very optimistic about the operation, believing it is a scam of the century. But at this time, after witnessing with their own eyes that the artificial heart was really activated, they couldn't help but get excited. Engines like the heart can be copied by people. Can organs like the liver and kidney be replicated successfully? It seems that the Department of Human Organ Transplantation is really about to enter a new chapter. And this Yifeng Zhu, after this battle, not only has he thoroughly cleared the stigma from his previous head, but he will also become a world-famous doctor in the next few years. If this Brady recovers well, even if he can really return to the game, then in 3 years, Yifeng Zhu will be nominated for the Nobel Prize in Medicine. He may even become the fastest doctor to win the Nobel Prize in Medicine. It is very difficult to know this rating in the past, and the cycle is very long. Many doctors' scientific research results have been published for decades before they can be nominated, and even after everyone has died, they can win awards. At present, it seems that this situation should not happen to Yifeng Zhu. Just tonight, under the witness of everyone, a Nobel Prize-winning big cow was born. Chapter 1061 War of the Godhead. But when I think about Liu Jin, I can't do without the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. Is one of the few gangsters who dare to head with the Napoleon the Italian mainland. That reputation is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course was once supplied to Japan, but later with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to penetrate the European market, but the distance is too far. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up another market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And although they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Rather than waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes involuntarily. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai, who was on the opposite side, smiled. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and actually felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since death is inevitable, why not be more chic? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe, it is too cold there. And you know Russians, I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too messy, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he can still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It has more muscles than leaf and leak eye than brains. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng changed the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So I have been collecting information about you during this period of time, researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team and I. There are NYSE, Frankfurt, London, Tokyo, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all of this money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of this money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. The most are the flower traders who lose out to South America. His funds are now being laundered by him. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund account and path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I think renting a supercomputer to crack the password is not very expensive. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack the account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be the one who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is a no-brainer. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing Li Xingkai's words, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Really is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between these 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea in 2 directions. And he will get oil from Venezuela in the future. The most troublesome thing is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The nearest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. In terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major shareholders in the United States, so it should be the Americans that were so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. If a ship crosses the canal, it will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TEUs across the river starts at $780,000. The two largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholder behind the Panama Canal is the Americans, so the Americans pay the money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. Every year Huago just pays tolls on this side of the Panama Canal, which is almost $20 billion. It can be seen how much this will increase the cost of the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil. He is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. When he can, sooner or later he will leave these two companies aside and get his own gas. Then the tolls must be considered. He doesn't want to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuela's oil can still be sanctioned by Yankees. In case of being detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another route in Colombia. What Nicaragua Grand Canal.mtlnovel.com. He doesn't think about it. After all, it will touch the roots of Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans. So no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and it is still the world's largest trading power, then the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the US guys. A 150-kilometer railway can be built without much money. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and unloading, loading, unloading, and loading from the two ports back and forth is also very troublesome. But helplessly, the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, is too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of manpower transportation between the two ports. Finally came to the conclusion that, no matter how tossing, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1062. American younger brother Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak Sinkai to actually guess his own thoughts. In fact, he had killed the Rico family before and robbed so many assets. But he didn't feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these piers, which were naturally used to sell flour like the United States. But after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first, his idea was to build a Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there are no Americans behind, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Don't look at the fact that the US claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government. But who doesn't know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the US? The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. This Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 laborers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, From the completion of the canal in 1914 to 1974, in the 65 years of the last century, this canal has always been controlled by the Americans. It was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, Nori added to Taiwan in 1983. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the scales of the Americans. As a result, in 1989, the U.S. local government imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal. And it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind the Panama Canal Management Company, the majority shareholder is still American. How else do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return from South America along the Atlantic, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans. It is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xi Jinping intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. Using the Panama Canal to transport oil, it is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country dare to swagger, and the Panamanians dare not make things difficult. If it's your own ship, then I'm afraid the Americans will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. The railway construction plan from Apaltado to Dorado Port. Xi Jinping only has a preliminary idea. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway linking these two ports, people in the local political circles must agree, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company. This company is the only railway company in Colombia. The railways in this country are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just an elongated ellipse, and there is not much radiating from other parts of the country. And this railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Dorado family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past decade or so, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become the company's major shareholder, and I know the councillors of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xi Jinping looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Lee Xing-kai also looked at Xi Jinping with a smile. I have to admit, you are really a talent. Okay, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? Xi Jinping is very curious about this. Lee Xing-kai pointed to his head. Of course it is observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Mauxan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maoksan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maoksan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Li Xinkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The American people are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Li Xinkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it would definitely lead to sanctions by the US. Even if Xiao Feng did not directly do business with Venezuelans, that would not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Li Xinkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would come to dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Li Xinkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy again. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States, and he would have a lot of affection for the United States. I didn't expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to working with me. I would like to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xinkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. Said that at the end Li Xinkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let people arrange for the people of these two places to go parade. Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xinkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here, hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months, this will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xinkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that success is less than success and more than failure.mtlnovel.com. If you want to do something, before you start, you will jump out of a bunch of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xinkai that this is not a difficult matter. And Li Xinkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach at this time. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xinkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Ha ha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. That's how it is. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xinkai, while Li Xinkai smiled and nodded. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company, and you didn't ask me what I want. Huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. HTTPS. Only 1 second to remember the address of this site. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1063. Don't look at their joyful dancing now. They will be dumbfounded sooner or later. As a foreigner who personally participated in this operation, Mark Benioff knows what this surgery means. If this heart transplant operation opens a new chapter and topic in the field of organ transplantation, it is a bit big. But if the emergence of this surgery has brought a revolution to the current cardiothoracic surgery, then this is not too much. You must know that in cardiothoracic surgery, the most common operations are stent placement, thrombolysis, and thrombus removal. There is heart bypass and so on. But now when this heart transplant operation appears, in the next 5 to 10 years, the other operations will be replaced or disappeared. After all, if a new heart can be replaced, who is willing to sew up the old heart? It's like a car. It has been driving for decades, and the original engine must be more or less worn out. At this time, if there is a problem with your engine, are you willing to replace it with a new engine? Or are you willing to take the engine apart for overhaul? With your toes, you can know that as long as economic conditions permit, patients are definitely willing to choose a new engine 100%. It's the same with people. Therefore, as the 3D printing heart technology becomes more mature in the future, heart replacement surgery will definitely be the general trend in the future. So Mark Benioff estimates that in the next 5 to 10 years, at present, more than 80% of the drugs and treatments used in cardiac surgery will be eliminated. The remaining 20% that have not been eliminated are only prepared for those who have poor financial conditions and cannot afford heart-changing surgery. So if you want to catch up with this trend, you must first learn this technology. During this period of time, after Huago was following He Fangzhou, he understood the whole heart exchange procedure. In summary, there are a few words. It seems simple, but it is very complicated. For example, the fluoroscopy 3D imaging of the self-organized physical examination center. Without this technology, it is difficult for you to know how big the patient's original heart is. If you can't understand it accurately, the printed artificial heart, whether it is larger or smaller, may cause discomfort to the patient. After all, this thing is not like dentures. It can be made smaller if it is bigger. If this thing is bigger, the blood supply may increase greatly, and if the patient's blood vessel thickness is not matched, it may cause high blood pressure, or the problem of internal bleeding. If it is made small, it may cause insufficient blood supply. So this precise positioning of the heart shape and size, the first step is a very complicated process. The second is the next 3D printing technology, which is currently trying out stem cells and 3D technology to print artificial hearts. Neither the United States nor the land of Israel is a problem. But the hard part is how to make this artificial heart jump like a normal person. The key lies in the sarcoplasmic group inside the heart, this kind of connective tissue. They can't make it. The Chinese can solve this problem. Next are those hemostatic sprays and hemostatic gels used by He Fangzhou during the operation. There are also built-in adhesive blood vessels for connecting blood vessels. These things seem simple, but no matter which one comes out, it is a high-tech product that leads the era. This allowed Mark, who grew up in the United States and has absolute confidence in the medical technology of the United States, Benioff, for the first time give birth to such a serious sense of frustration. You must know that modern medicine, although it originated in Europe, later spread modern medicine in Britain, France and Germany. But it truly carried forward modern Western medicine, and brought it to today's palace status. But the Americans. There are now tens of thousands of medical operations in the medical field, but more than 70% or even 80% of them are available. The techniques written into the textbooks were created by the Americans, and now the Chinese have created the first technique, which is actually such a big technique. The entire operation, from the beginning to the end, from the instruments used to the drugs used. It can be said that all the rules and standards are all made by the Chinese. Although Mark feels very uncomfortable in his heart, he must admit that he wants to keep up with this trend. So now he must learn this technique as soon as possible, and bring it back to the past, and teach it to more American doctors. Then, On this basis, we are innovating. Otherwise, they will only be able to eat ashes behind the Chinese in the future. At present, this technology is only limited to the field of heart transplantation. Once the Chinese really expanded this technology to all organs, then the era of internal medicine revolution in the entire medical profession will come. At that time, all medical rules in internal medicine will be formulated by the Chinese. At that time, doctors will really become technicians on the assembly line. As long as there is a disease in that organ in the human body, treat minor illnesses, and change organs directly for major illnesses. At that time, a liver and kidney transplant operation might be as simple as an appendicitis operation now. By that time, all the rules in the field of organ transplantation will be determined by the Chinese. From what medical equipment to use, to what kind of medicine to use, what kind of surgical procedure to use in the operating room, and so on. At the thought of that, Mark felt gloomy. Looking at those on the internet, I can't accept the idiots who are already ahead of China. Now they are still full of foul language slandering Sunshine Hospital and Dr. He Fangzu. Mark just wanted to tear those people's mouths with annoyance, because he knew that the more fierce this group of people scolded, the more they would be oppressed by the Chinese in the future. Do you really think that Chinese people don't hold grudges? Will you really never get sick in the future? Wait until the day you really need an organ transplant, see who you can find to save you. Anyway, Mark knew that the blacklist system was already being built inside Sunshine Hospital. Those guys who scolded them the most now have been recorded by them in their small books. The bosses behind the anti-China media, the anti-China news operators, and the well-known Chinese haters on social media. Now they have been on their blacklists. Don't look at their joy now. There will be a day when they will be dumbfounded sooner or later. Even some netizens who danced on social media are now being targeted by the publicity department of Sunshine Hospital. Once these guys are on the blacklist, hey, just wait. At that time, Sunshine Hospital will send the blacklist to overseas hospitals. Those hospitals that receive technical and medical support from Sunshine Hospital. How many dared to disobey them and help these guys? Even if you have money, that may not work. So Mark has made up his mind, and now the Sunshine Hospital is a success. Acting against them at this time is not only an unwise behavior, even only mentally retarded can do that. And he was the first group of people who planned to catch a ride on Sunshine Hospital. He has passed the talks with the board of directors of the San Francisco UCSF hospital where he is working, and the board of directors also agreed that he should stay here to learn the latest heart transplant technology. And in the future, students will be photographed in succession to exchange and learn with Sunshine Hospital. Mark, many people now have doubts about Brady's recovery speed, because he only stayed in the ICU for one day and then moved to the general ward. Isn't this a bit too sloppy? The reporter asked the question that many people are most concerned about. The subtext is whether the Sunshine Hospital is too careless about life. How could such a critically ill patient get out of the ICU so soon? Don't take human life too seriously. Mark gave an explanation with a slight smile. Brady only stayed in the ICU for 24 hours, which was the result of discussions between him and the attending doctor. The reporter immediately opened his eyes. What? Brady woke up so soon? Ha! He actually woke up 2 hours after the operation. We have been closely following his recovery, and he has recovered very well. The reporter felt his brain exploded, which is too unreasonable. And Mark continued to explain to him. The reason Brady recovers so quickly is that the blood loss during the operation is very small, so the physical damage to Thomas is very small. Secondly, the operation time is short and the opening is not big. This is also a factor that is beneficial to Thomas' recovery. Thirdly, Sunshine Hospital used a lot of advanced drugs for him during his postoperative recovery. Mentalnovel.com. For example, he used a lot of artificial human albumin, and the 9th laboratory's rejuvenating capsules. The use of various advanced drugs, coupled with Brady's own physical fitness, is quite excellent. So he has been ventilated 24 hours after the operation, and the inflammation in the body has greatly subsided. Considering his later recovery, we transferred him to the general ward. The medicine used by Sunshine Hospital this time was very bold and went far beyond my expectations. They used a lot of drugs that I hadn't heard of or even understood before. But I have to say that the effect of their medication is really good. According to Dr. Ho's estimate, Brady will be able to go to the ground in 3 days. After a week, his wound has basically healed. In another week, he can basically return to normal and be discharged from the hospital. But considering that he is an athlete, he still needs a month of rehabilitation in the hospital. After about 3 months, he will be able to return to the arena. In the end, not only the reporters were silent, even Mark was shocked by the prospect he described. A man who had undergone a heart change operation. If this kind of surgery is performed in the United States, it basically means Thomas Brady, the American Golden Boy, can announce his retirement and bid farewell to the stadium. But when he had this heart-changing operation in China, he didn't even need 1 or 2 years of rehabilitation, or even 6 months. It only takes 3 months, and after 3 months, he can actually return to the game. Participate in the sport of American football, which is known as the strongest surface confrontation. If all this comes true in 3 months, then this can definitely be said to be a miracle of this century. Chapter 1064. This is nothing short of a slippery world. The spokesperson of the Securities Regulatory Commission, Mr. Jefferson, announced at the press conference today that the Securities Regulatory Commission has completed its investigation into the privatization of Vogelin. According to the investigation, Vogelin's privatization process is in full compliance with judicial procedures. Vogelin's parent company, Pennyvera Asset Management, has no flaws in the acquisition procedures and no illegal activities. Therefore, the Securities Regulatory Commission has unanimously approved the application for the privatization of Vogelin by Pennyvera Asset Management. This nation's second-largest drugstore chain will officially delist from the U.S. stock market from today. The Big Bear hostess on TV read the press release on Vogelin's privatization in less than 5 seconds. Then I switched to another screen, and didn't even give a single shot. Jason Lee, Jonathan and Stanley were all dumbfounded by this kind of spring and autumn brushwork. The few of them have been waiting for a long time after they stabbed out the Chinese capital background of Pennyvera Asset Management. In the beginning, the situation was exactly the same as they expected. People in the US heard about the acquisition of the second largest chain pharmacy in the US by Huago Capital. They were all excited. With their help, major television stations in the US are full of reports on the news of Huago Capital's acquisition of Vogelin. On the internet, people in the US are full of grievances. Even if the Chinese have robbed us of our jobs, now come to buy our pharmacy, control our lives. Many people even issue death threats on the internet. If the acquisition of Vogelin really is the capital of China, then they will want this century-old shop to completely disappear from the United States. The China Securities Regulatory Commission was also very compliant, and public opinion stopped Vogelin's privatization and delisting process. The Congress even dispatched an investigation team to investigate the capital behind Vogelin, who is sacred. And the pharmacists who were laid off by Vogelin were also provoked by the people they sent. Coupled with the agitation of the litigation stick who wanted to make money, the group was simmering in a lawsuit against Vogelin. In the eyes of them, it was this point that Vogelin and Xiao Feng were dead this time. Although they do so, it hurts others and disadvantages themselves. But it is indeed a breath of bad breath in their chests. As the saying goes, it will be destroyed if it is not obtained. What's more, they are still waiting in case Xiao Feng really can't stand it anymore, and when they retreat and escape, they can go and pick Vogelin back. But what happened next, they couldn't understand. Various TV media, and newspapers, questioned Vogelin and Pennyvera Asset Management, and it took less than a week. Then suddenly there was a sudden break. Almost overnight, The original reports on Voglin and Penny Vera Asset Management in various media disappeared. It even seems that the acquisition between these two companies has never happened. Then the most popular guys who jumped in the media suddenly disappeared. Many previous remarks against Voglin and Penny Vera Asset Management suddenly disappeared. Then they were sent to contact the pharmacists and prepare to sue Voglin's lawsuits. Suddenly sent back a message, they stopped picking up this job. You know, when they went before, they were all happy. All of them seemed to be fierce and evil, and they all said that if they didn't tear a piece of meat from Voglin, they would never hold their hands. But I didn't think that Voglin had suddenly launched a fierce attack on them. The pharmacists who took the lead in the worst troubles hadn't waited to take Voglin to court. Voglin took it to court first, saying that they had stolen company property during their work. Those litigation sticks naturally went to fight with joy. In their view, this was just malicious framing, and it was an expression of Voglin's guilty conscience. They even called in many media reporters to expose Voglin's bullying attitude in court. But I didn't expect that Voglin's lawyer had thrown out those guys in court during his work in the company. A video of stealing company drugs and selling them privately. This time these lawyers were dumbfounded, just as if they had eaten flies. People's video evidence has been taken out. How can this lawsuit be fought? Several of the most violent guys were severely sentenced in court. Then the media also changed their positions and began to question the character of these pharmacists. Some people even say that the reason why Voglin slipped from first to second has been losing smoothly year after year. It is precisely because of these worms that the company now wants to get rid of these worms in order to get rid of the dilemma of bankruptcy. As a result, they actually found a lawsuit. Soon, some people's attitudes changed. Moreover, the other pharmacists saw that the leaders were arrested, and the union did not support them. As the trouble continues, I don't know when it will be ahead. So they retreated one after another. After all, they couldn't afford it, and they had to feed the family. The clients are gone, so the lawsuit sticks are naturally unwilling to insist anymore. At this point in this case, it was already a typical thankless one, so they all withdrew. After Jason and the others scolded these lawsuit sticks for being stubborn, they didn't plan to just give up like that. At this point, Jonathan can no longer contact Pompeo. Even if the call is made, Pompeo's assistant answers, and told him that the first secretary was always busy and didn't have time to answer his calls. This made Jonathan faintly smell something wrong. He also tried to contact a few friends who worked in television and media, and even willing to pay for them to continue to publish a negative news about Voglin and Penny Vera. But without exception, they were all rejected. This allowed Jonathan and Jason to conclude that Voglin or Xiaofeng had already begun to counterattack. Although I don't know what methods they used, it is certain that the relationship they are looking for is very strong. But this didn't trouble Jonathan and the others. Although the mainstream media in the United States no longer paid attention to Voglin's affairs. But in the United States, there are still many extreme right-wing media and websites, such as the Bright website where Mr. Shannon worked. There is also the Fox station, the base camp of the far right in the United States. As long as they are given enough money, they are definitely willing to continue to hold on to this matter. But just when a few people were about to get on the line with these guys, suddenly the attention of the entire United States and even the whole world was taken by Thomas Brady's heart replacement surgery. Was fascinated. Even the far-right TV stations and websites they contacted did not care about their requests. According to others, although they are also willing to help them, they have to wait until the wave of Brady's heart exchange surgery has passed. After all, even these right-wing media are more concerned about this epoch-making medical revolution, because maybe in the future, they will also use this kind of technology to save lives. More importantly, the whole people's eyes are now paying attention to the heart exchange surgery of the golden boy of the United States. Who cares about Voglin and what Penny Vera Asset Management Company? Even if they are on the right, in steel, they can't get along with the ratings and banknotes. So a few people could only start to wait bitterly. But who would have thought that this wait would last more than a week? For more than a week, As long as you turn on the TV, every TV station, does not matter when, they are all reporting on Brady's surgery and the progress of the post-operative recovery. Otherwise it is the introduction of the heart-changing hand surgery, and the impact of this surgery on the medical community in the future. Various doctors and scientific researchers are taking turns to carry out popular science to the American people. The final conclusion is that the United States should introduce this technology as soon as possible to benefit the American people. Or that is, the United States should start research on this technology as soon as possible, so as not to allow the Chinese to occupy the commanding heights of the medical field in the future. Until today, CNN TV finally reported a piece of news about the privatization of Voglin. But the news actually lasted for less than 10 seconds, and didn't even give a picture. It was just a stroke of spring and autumn's brushwork. Seeing such a picture, Jason and the others couldn't help but tune in to scold their mother. This Neema's but a privatization merger worth $40 billion. Even in the United States, the world's largest financial industry, www.mentalnovel.com, this is also the largest M&A case that is second to none. The largest merger in the US before, that is, AT&T and AMPT in the US wanted to acquire German Mobile. It was an acquisition worth $39 billion. In the end, it was not successful because of the EU's opposition. And now an acquisition of more than $44 billion has been completed under the nose of the American people. But the media didn't even report it. This is so special. Jason angrily flipped other TV stations. What they saw as a result made them feel desperate. Regardless of whether it is finance or current affairs news on NBC, there is no report about Voglin's privatization being released by the Securities Regulatory Commission. A few of their brothers can see that this special NBC boss must be wearing a pair of pants with Xiao Feng. What other TV stations like ABC are even more exaggerated? There was no broadcast at all. But the news was broadcast on the rolling subtitles at the bottom of the screen. Neema, you are a fool who specializes in watching this kind of subtitles rolling news. A few people could only open the Fox station they were most concerned about, but what they didn't expect was Fox Channel also did not respond to this news. They are more concerned about the current oil price issue. It is reported that the Congress is discussing the issue of increasing taxes on crude oil from the Middle East. Jonathan slammed the remote control in his hand to the ground. Stanley's office fell into a weird silence again, and everyone felt that things had changed. Chapter 1065. This man with thick eyebrows and big eyes actually betrayed. And seeing the next program broadcast by Fox Channel made a few people even more angry. What Fox Channel will broadcast next is a talk show, and the interviewee of this show is actually the Benevera Asset Management Company, which was once hyped and scolded by various media in the United States. The protagonist who was interviewed at the appointment was Helen, the company's CEO. Ms. Hamilton, sitting in front of the camera. Helen is tall and plump, with fair skin, blonde hair and blue eyes. Just sitting there, she is full of grace. The image and temperament are not lost to the most popular first princess in the United States today. And this kind of woman is exactly the image of the American woman that the American media and people like most. Excuse me, Helen, is Peniwala Asset Management a Chinese company? That's nonsense. Because we were busy preparing for the company and acquiring Voglin, we didn't come out to clarify it in the first time. Now the company is on the right track. So I came to this talk show just to tell everyone. Benevera Asset Management is a pure-blooded American company. What Huago Capital is just nonsense. The previous rumors about our company are nothing but competitor and malicious slander on us. Here, I want to tell those who maliciously spread rumors, we reserve the right to pursue legal liabilities from you. Please rein in the precipice and stop actions that damage our company's name as soon as possible. Sitting in front of the camera, Helen was upright and talkative. The host of the show on the other side is more like a marionette based on the scriptures. Obviously, the questions raised by the Big Bear hostess are all carefully designed. This is still an interview, It is basically a disguised advertisement for Penny Vera Asset Management. By the way, a public relations show that helped Penny Vera Asset Management go limited clean up. Shameless. It's just staring and talking nonsense. This table word. I really can't figure out what is the charm of that Chinese man. How can this woman be fascinated like this? Ordinary people may believe this after reading this interview about Helen. After all, such a beautiful goddess-level white man, according to the normal understanding of Americans, how could he fall in love with a yellow-skinned Chinese? And this is the most famous right-wing television station in the United States, Fox Channel. This TV station is notoriously known as Huago Black. Once they encounter any topic about China, they will never hear any good words about China. As long as the news that touches on China, it must be the Black China. And now Helen can sit in the studio of this TV station generously to participate in this talk show. That means that Fox Channel must have done the background review before. Penny Vera Asset Management Company must be fine, and it won't have anything to do with Huago Capital. The common people in the United States thought so, but the three of Jason, Jonathan, and Stanley, who knew the truth, had already blown their lungs. They all knew that Helen was Xiao Feng's woman. She can become the president of Penny Vera Asset Management Company. That must be Xiao Feng's meaning. Xiao Feng pushed her to the front desk, hiding herself behind the scenes. But how do they know the truth? Now the channels through which they want to announce the truth have been blocked. On the internet, those enthusiastic Chinese haters, not to mention Vogelin, and Penny Vera Asset Management are okay. As long as the names of these two companies are mentioned, they will be deleted and banned immediately, which is very cruel. Those guys, now they don't dare to bubble up on this issue. If you go to a newspaper, it's a waste of nothing. First of all, the influence of paper media is not as good as before. Even if they find some paper media that is willing to report, who wants to watch it? Even if you read it, people are likely to treat the news in these newspapers as malicious framing. After all, even the rightmost TV station in the United States, Fox Channel, has come out to give Penny Vera Asset Management a platform. Isn't the adult Fox Channel more credible than your tabloids? So Jonathan and the others know that they now want to associate Penny Vera Asset Management with China Capital. I'm afraid this matter is not so easy. Besides, the China Securities Regulatory Commission has now approved the privatization of Vogelin. No matter what they are doing, they have no more eggs. Asshole, I didn't expect that even a man with big eyebrows and eyes like Fox Terrace would betray. That is, who would have thought that this redrouted extreme right media would actually give them a platform? Jonathan and Stanley looked at the TV screen and complained constantly. Now the situation is very clear. There is a Fox platform for Vogelin and Penny Vera Asset Management Company platform. This shows that Xiao Feng's background in the United States is very strong. Miss Helen, what plans do you have for Vogelin's future? Can you reveal it? The blonde Big Bear hostess smiled and handed it over. Ah, all right. Helen paused. The hostess was really sensible, and she gave her the bottle of red wine before it was in vain. I heard that she and the director of Fox Terrace also have a leg, and the major shareholder behind Fox Terrace has also benefited from the previous cooperation with Xinfeng Technical Service Company. So they naturally fell under Xiao Feng's silver bullet attack. That's why it cooperates like this. This interview show, on the one hand, is the fanciful whitewashing of Vogelin and Penny Vera Asset Management. On the other hand, it was to advertise to Vogelin. After all, they had signed a multi-million-dollar advertising contract with the Fox channel before. So it is natural to use resources reasonably at this time. Well, speaking of operating Vogelin, on the one hand we have to keep the current basic disk of Vogelin. On the other hand, we also need to expand as many new drug channels as possible. Everyone knows that the 9th laboratory of Huago has introduced several new health products, and the Click Serum capsule, which is a special medicine for heart disease. And these drugs have not yet been marketed in the United States. This is simply irresponsible to American consumers. Now we have sent a team to China to negotiate with the Ninth Laboratory Company. Our goal is to get the agency rights of these several items as soon as possible. Bring these drugs to the US to serve our American people. After all, we Americans are God's chosen people. If Americans can't enjoy such a good medicine, it would be an insult to our Americans. Having said that, Helen's face was full of righteous or shameless character. Seeing Helen's confusing right and wrong words, the few people sitting in Stanley's office were already furious. Nima, this woman is just running the train with her mouth full, saying that it has nothing to do with Huago Capital, and on the other hand, she said that she would go to Huago to negotiate with the Ninth Laboratory. I believe you a ghost. If it really has nothing to do with the Chinese, the Ninth Laboratory will kill you. To know how many American pharmacies did not know before them, they went to the Ninth Laboratory to negotiate. I want to bring the drugs they produce to the US for sale. But the result, without exception, they all ate behind closed doors. Don't talk about talking with others, and Benlian can't enter the door. CVS also took the business representative to talk in the past, but soon the representative came back, and repeatedly said that he had suffered a great humiliation. We must know that in the past, Americans went to other countries to negotiate. It was like the angels of the heavenly countries to negotiate. Both can get extremely courteous, and the other party's company is either the chairman of the board or the CEO of the entire meeting. But this time it's not bad. CVS's business representatives, when they arrive at the Ninth Laboratory, are treated a bit better than other American pharmacies. After being put into the company by the security guard, they also took pictures of a middle-level manager and took them for a few laps. Hixio-jun, the boss of his family, hasn't even seen him. As for talking about cooperation, he doesn't even care about food, and he's still talking about cooperation with you. Now in the US industry, www.mtlnovel.com. Who doesn't know that Lab 9 is a tough bone to chew? Although everyone gritted their teeth with hatred, they were helpless against him. But this woman said without shame that she wanted to talk, and seeing her posture, she was able to talk about it. You said you have nothing to do with Chinese people? I believe you a ghost. And look at these things you did. This is so obviously to be the leading party within the United States for the Ninth Laboratory. But what you are saying is righteous, as if the person you are talking about is subdued. While still slapping American consumers flattering, let alone, this woman is really clever. Surely those American hanging silks sitting in front of the TV, seeing what Miss Helen said, must have been grassy, right? That's right, there is such a good panacea in this world, how could it not be sold to us Americans who are God's chosen people? Besides, the Chinese people did not agree to export their 3D perspective imaging equipment to the United States. This is simply an insult to the United States. Contempt and trampling on human rights. Who do you look down on? Did we Americans give you that money? Is it great to build a machine? We Americans also need this kind of service. This time the team I sent to China was not just to go to the Ninth Laboratory to talk about the introduction of healthcare products and click serum capsules. There is also this kind of 3D fluoroscopy imaging equipment that can help US doctors and save our lives in the US. And we must also get the Chinese people to agree to sell it to us. There is also the technique of Dr. He Fang's heart exchange surgery. We will also send a team to discuss cooperation with them. This kind of the best and top-notch organ transplantation technology, we Americans must also enjoy it the first time. Chapter 1066. How can people be so shameless? As the world's most powerful country, our citizens must get the best medicine, the best medical equipment, and the best medical treatment. We Americans should all enjoy it at the first time. In the past, other US companies failed to bring these drugs, devices, and technologies back to the US. But it's different now. With Voglin here, we must bring all these back. ensure that we Americans can get the best care in the world. I have to say that Helen understands the psychology of Americans very well, and this set consists of cloning experts, the current head of Vogelin Chamberlain. A speech drafted by Stay after saying it in Helen's mouth. The effect is really extraordinary. Even the Americans in the directing room were heard high grass on the spot. The slogan USA, USA even soon sounded in the live broadcast room. Yes, the United States is number one, a slogan that has emerged since this year. The current US chief executive chanted this slogan at the very beginning when he was campaigning. But later, because of the feelings of the allies, it was replaced by MAGA. But in fact, all the voters who voted for him know that the number one in the United States is the real element of his success. And now the big boss behind Vogelin, although he didn't say these things in person, isn't that what they did? Look at the realization of Boss Vogelin, GT. Such a company is a good company in the US. If such an enterprise does not support it, who does it support? Countless people sitting in front of the TV, looking at the rednecks of the Fox station, even though they were already drunk at this time. But after listening to Helen's confusing remarks, plus the recordings and cameras in the live broadcast room, raising his fist and shouting, USA, USA, this group of rednecks, thousands of miles away, also followed the tall grass. Many people even immediately decided to drive out and find the nearest Vogelin pharmacy. We want to apply for a Vogelin membership card. Such a company does not support it. Who will support it? And Jonathan and the others, in Stanley's office, saw this picture. He couldn't control his emotions anymore. Even Jonathan, who had always been gentle and gentle, couldn't help but yell at him. How can people be so shameless? Made Fuick. The word should go to Hollywood to make a movie. She will definitely get the Oscar Queen. Yes, special. How could she be so shameless? Obviously, it is to be a leader of the beauty and traitors, and what it does is to bring Chinese goods to the United States for dumping. But from her mouth, how come it seems that the Chinese people are forced to supply those medicines? I don't believe it anymore. US consumers don't spend money when buying these drugs and services. A few people are almost going to explode in anger, and the most angry of them, of course, Stanley Balenkins. As the head of CVS, he was worried at this time. Before, he thought that Vogelin was nothing terrible even if he changed ownership. Helen is at the helm behind her. This woman has never been in this business before. What can she know? But now it seems that this woman is not simple. Since she took over Vogelin, she did not know where to find a few cold noodles. Within Vogelin, reforms were carried out drastically, and the negotiation between the CEO named Chamberlain and the pharmaceutical companies was also unprofitable. The pharmaceutical factory that was about to be pried by them in the end actually refused the CVS condition. He chose to continue to cooperate with Vogelin, and he didn't know what ecstasy that guy had poured into those pharmaceutical factories. Now it's all right. The woman still dazzled Vogelin's advertisement on TV. They actually want to bring the products of the 9th Laboratory from China to the United States. You know that the 9th Laboratory's Rejuvenation series of health products have long been the darlings on the American market, since this health product awakened the Car King from a vegetative state, and guaranteed the Car King's recovery. There are countless US pharmaceutical companies researching it, and everyone wants to see how this health product does it. But after the final study, everyone found that this healthcare product does not seem to be much different from other healthcare products. But the main material they use is indeed small molecule collagen that everyone has been unable to make. And this thing is also the main product in the cosmetics of the 9th Laboratory. Now they actually make this thing into food, and it can be easily absorbed by the body. What is even more frightening is that the absorption of this small molecule collagen can be different from traditional digestion and absorption. In traditional digestion and absorption, human gastric juice dissolves collagen and divides it into various amino acids, proteins and fats. Then, in human cells, after adding VC, it is resynthesized into collagen. This traditional process is very slow and inefficient. One of the main causes of human aging is that the body loses much more collagen every day than it is synthesized later. Especially for women, the loss of collagen in adult women is 10 times that of men. But this rejuvenation capsule from the 9th laboratory is different. Their small molecule collagen can actually escape the dissolution and decomposition of gastric juice. It enters directly into the blood and is then substituted into various organs and parts of the human body to continue collagen, such as skin, ligaments, blood vessels, and various connective tissues. With sufficient collagen supplementation, the aging of the human body will naturally slow down. After studying and understanding this principle, the pharmaceutical companies in the United States were stunned. They just want to break their heads but can't figure out how the 9th lab did it. This rejuvenation capsule is indeed an out-and-out magical anti-aging medicine. In many hospitals in the United States, some doctors have even recommended this health product as a prescription drug to patients. Generally, when encountering intractable diseases that cannot be solved, doctors recommend that patients try this healthcare product. What is unexpected is that if patients take a large amount of this healthcare product, they will really have a miraculous effect on their intractable diseases, because taking this capsule in large quantities for a long time can not only delay aging, but also effectively improve the body's immunity. After the body's immunity is automatically improved, the body's self-healing function begins to take effect. So some intractable diseases that made doctors helpless have actually healed on their own. This has also become the main reason why the rejuvenation capsules are selling wildly in the United States. And the popularity of this capsule has also driven the sales of other health products in their family. Although Huichun capsules have not been officially launched in the United States, countless consumers in the United States use the mode of online purchasing. A large number of such health products are purchased from China. There have been countless US consumers complaining about this situation long ago, because they have to spend twice the price of the Chinese to buy this kind of healthcare products. This is unfair to the Americans. Isn't the life of the Americans a fate? Many Americans and even the US Ministry of Commerce and the FDA have issued documents to the 9th laboratory. I hope that they can take into account the feelings of the American people, carry forward the humanitarian spirit, and get the rejuvenation series of healthcare products on the market in the United States as soon as possible. It's a pity that the 9th laboratory gave the same answer. Sorry, our current production capacity is insufficient, and now even the domestic market can't meet it. So before satisfying domestic consumers, we don't consider going overseas. At first glance, these words are perfunctory. Obviously, we Americans are not taken seriously. But what can it be? Is it possible that you can still go to China to bite others? Think about it. How did you Americans treat Chinese consumers back then? For example, Apple, the Jobs, is a guy who hates Chinese people extremely. The Apple products he bought are priced higher in China than in other parts of the world. And when something went wrong, consumers in other countries were also replaced with new machines. But Huago has not been covered by the warranty. Now, it is finally the turn of American consumers to taste the taste of Chinese consumers being discriminated against. And now the head of Voglin actually said that he would bring the best medicines, as well as the best equipment and technology to the United States. What do you think the American people would think? As the head of Voglin's direct competitor CVS, Stanley certainly feels Alexander. But Stanley's pressure www.mentalnovel.com Jason Lee and Jonathan may not feel deeply. After all, they are not in the pharmaceutical sales industry. But Jonathan had already smelled something wrong in this matter. Think about it again before Muggy Pompeo. It seems that he hasn't answered his phone for a long time. Now that Voglin has completely reversed the situation, what do you think they will do next? He had dealt with Xiao Feng several times before, and he knew who that guy was. If he does not retaliate, it must be impossible. Thinking of this, Jonathan felt that he could no longer sit still. He got up immediately and spoke to Jason and Stanley. Sorry, it suddenly occurred to me that there is still a business matter to be dealt with. I will leave first. Stanley, who was making trouble, had no intention of keeping him, and waved at him. And Jason also saw that Stanley was upset at this time. Of course he knew why. But he didn't know how to comfort him, so he could only choose to get up early and leave. After all, this matter still needs to be digested by him himself. Coming out of Stanley's office, Jason went downstairs and got into his car. He originally planned to go home, but after thinking about it, he suddenly said to the driver, after turning around, "Let's go to Flushing." He suddenly wanted to eat Chinese food. After eating Chinese food, he planned to go to New Jersey to enjoy it. "Then I went to Canada." Jonathan could detect that something was wrong, and Jason was not stupid. How could Xiao Feng not retaliate? "But I don't believe me. I hid in Edmonton. You can still go to the ice and snow to find me. Besides, that piece of land is now Lao Tzu." Chapter 1067. The yellow mud fell into the crotch, not but shit. Latest website. But when you think about Liu Jin, you can't do without the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. "How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous?" "Ha. Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money." Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. "You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart?" Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. "Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die?" This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. "Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from." This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. "Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here." Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At least in his opinion, it is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. "But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death." As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. "Of course I don't want to die. and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund account and path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tet's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, So Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion US. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself, so the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that the country of China has risen, and it is also the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Vertex. Chapter 1068 Kilauea latest website. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak Xinkai. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States. But after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business, and Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Jirardot port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Jirardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Lee Xing-kai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xing-kai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xing-kai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xing-kai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Li Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed. I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Li Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here, hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it. But it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Mentalnovel.com. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Vertex. Chapter 1069. There will never be a shortage of pink eye in this world. McGee also deliberately wanted to borrow a knife to kill people, so it can be said that there is no psychological pressure to betray his teammates. In addition, he did not harm the interests of the United States, so he did it without any guilt. To be honest, he has always been brooding about the Ithacan area where Shannon has been clutching the copper country. You have already left the White Room and the right center, so you can let go of it quickly. By the way, you are still lingering. Do you want to jump out and disgust yourself? and show your sense of existence. This made McGee hate Shannon. When he was the first brother in the CIA, he was not opposed to Shannon. But the first secretary at that time was Thyssen, a partner who had a very good relationship with Number One. But because this Shannon kept blowing and arching fire in no one's ear, he finally made Number One look at that more unpleasant. Finally, Thyssen was fired, and then he had his own upper position. To be honest, he should actually thank Shannon. But when he took the position of the first secretary, the situation immediately changed again. Taking into account the special system of the United States, the domestic Number One is the highest core, and there are no second-level figures. And the position of the first secretary is equivalent to the Number Two figure in the United States, even more important than the position of vice president. In the political circles of the United States, this position even has the reputation of the first minister, which shows the importance of this position. Putting it aside, in the country of China in the past, this is equivalent to the position of the prime minister, with one person below 10,000 people. So when McGee took over, his senses and attitude towards Shannon also changed. However, he was still relatively weak at that time, so he was better hidden, and he didn't attract Shannon's attention. But later, because of the donkey faction's media, some peachy scandals between Number One and Shannon were dug up in order to calm the situation. In the end, Shannon had to blow himself up, and started the frantic spray mode, attracting all the firepower of the media to him. This is how to ensure the safety of Number One, but the others are gone. But he left his legend in the White Room. But he has already left after all. So McGee hadn't paid much attention to these aspects before. In his opinion, the tea must be cold after a person has walked for a while. Unexpectedly, this guy would jump out from time to time to show his presence, which made McGee a bit unbearable. He endured it once or twice, but this time he actually jumped out, and also said something about Ithaca, which made McGee feel that it was time to do it. Because now McGee has been on the line with many big players in the oil and military complex. Now everyone's main energy is on how to make the Middle East tyrants and Russia cease the war, because if they continue to fight, they will cause great harm to these oil giants. But a representative of the military left by Shannon suddenly said that there has been a large number of Chinese forces in the Ithacan area recently. They intend to take some action there, and even have approved a plan. This made McGee very annoyed. To know this kind of plan, he had to go through and approve it. But the other party actually acted without authorization on the grounds of national security, and even brought it up when reporting. Although the commander, he doesn't care about this aspect, because at this time, the chief's attention is mainly on preparing for the next re-election campaign. Others put their focus on oil prices, the suppression of China's technology, and how to stimulate domestic economic recovery. As for South America, copper country, Ithaca, do you think the big guys really don't know? It's just that the big guys just took advantage of Xiao Feng on the front foot, and you have to get involved in the back foot. The big guys are a bit sad. What's more, the key to that technology is still in the hands of Xiao Feng, so the big guys are not willing to move Xiao Feng. Besides, even if he jumps high in South America, what can he do? One day, if you really want to turn your face, you just send a warship over to finish your life. Therefore, in the eyes of the big guys, it is completely a disease of mange in the Ithacan area. It is simply incomparable with the oil problem that we are currently facing, and the problem of revitalizing the economy. But you, Shannon, jumped out to sing the opposite. Don't you give me the first eye drop. To do things in the Ithacan area, this external action is definitely within the power of the first secretary. But without his approval, the people from the National Security Council had actually planned an action. How can you say this makes McGee not annoyed? So he tried to divide the plan that the group of people had planned, in front of Xiao Feng. So, they contacted some people from the copper country, and planned to do something on the Ithacan area. Yes, it is said that someone from the military wants to get involved. After all, you have made the Ithacan area boom, but you and the Chen family have swallowed all the benefits. It's inevitable that someone will feel uncomfortable in San Diego. McGee said over the phone, And Xiao Feng nodded here too. There is never a shortage of red-eye in this world. If you let them build up these guys, they won't be successful, but when it comes to picking peaches, these guys are better than two. Okay, I get it, thanks a lot. Welcome. I just did what I was supposed to do. McGee sells well, by the way. After hanging up the phone, Xiao Feng was not thinking about eating breakfast. Things on the US side are basically on track. Vogelin had already got it, and talked about it with banks and financial institutions. With cloning expert Chamberlain at the helm of Vogelin and assisting Helen in managing Penny Vera Asset Management, Xiao Feng has nothing to worry about. As for the MRE side, Xiao Feng left it to Pablo to deal with it. MRE must be divided into meat. He doesn't care how much he can divide. After all, this company is distributed to those big bosses. The main thing is to master the Xinfeng Technical Service Company, which is the key to their cooperation with the big guys. The situation in the United States has basically been sorted out, and he does not need to stay along again. At noon that day, he got on the Falcon 8X and went straight to the Copper Country Ithaca. When it was getting dark, he landed at Ithaca Airport. Ithaca now has a big change from when he came last time. When he came last time, the city was still a big construction site. Outside the city center, it is still intact. Other areas are either building roads or demolishing houses. Now here, a big city has already begun to take shape. More than 30 blocks that spread radiation from the city center to the distance have been repaired. The construction of the road pipe network has basically been completed, and a few more buildings have been built in the city center. The dilapidated tin houses and dirt roads that were originally established have disappeared. Many blocks have been replaced with high-rise buildings similar to Huago, and dirt roads have become asphalt roads. There are also a lot more cars running on the road, but what surprised Xiao Feng was that many of them were from Huago brands. The convoy that took the opportunity drove him directly to the Pennyvale Peninsula Hotel in the city center, which was his site. In the meeting room of the presidential suite on the top floor, Chen Yonglu and his sister Bella were already waiting for him. Seeing Xiao Feng pushing the door in, Chen Yonglu greeted him with a smile and gave him a warm hug. He was supported by Xiao Feng. During this time, Xiao Feng was absent and he had been in control of the Karapag Islands. The experience during this time has made him mature a lot. Brother Xiao, you are too busy here. I heard that you have come back several times before, but I didn't see you in any figure, so you left again. It's really too busy. The two chatted a few words. Soon he came to the restaurant. Before Xiao Feng boarded the plane, he called the two of them and asked them to come here to wait for him. Otherwise, Chen Yonglu must still be on the Karapag Islands at this time. Xiao Feng didn't eat well on the plane either. This was for people to bring the food up. Several people ate and chatted, and first learned about the development of Ithaca City and the Karapag Islands. In fact, he knew the general situation with his eyes. After all, the external changes of the city can be seen at a glance. But Xiao Feng is more concerned about population. Recently, our city of Ithaca and the Karapag Islands have accepted 150,000 immigrants. Novel.com Of these immigrants, more than 90% are from China. Bella and Xiao Feng reported the latest immigration data, and when they said 90%, she was also ambiguous. Xiao Feng naturally understood it, saying it was 90%, but in fact it was 100%. After all, Xiao Feng gave clear instructions before, and the immigrants of Ithaca and Karapag will mainly be in the mainland. With a larger population and more people of the same race, they naturally have roots here. 60% of them have a university degree or above. Xiao Feng nodded when he heard that. Almost most of these people were collected by Xiao Feng asking He Xiaojun in the country. Some are talents in computer, and some are talents in physical chemistry and medicine. They all passed the 9th laboratory assessment and then sent them over. The contract was signed in name, but I believe that after the contract ends, most of these people will choose to stay here. As for the other 40%, most of them are construction workers currently involved in the construction of Ithaca and Karapag. After working here for a while, I learned about the history and future development plans here. Confidence in the prospects of Ithaca and Karapag will naturally choose to stay while the immigration conditions are not high. Well, let's not talk about it yet. I came back this time mainly because I heard that someone now has a double heart for us. Ithaca. Yonglu, haven't you heard anything from San Diego? After Xiao Feng's style of painting changed, he entered the topic. Chen Yonglu couldn't help being stunned when he heard it. Obviously this news surprised him. On the contrary, his sister Bella didn't have any unexpected expressions. Chapter 1070. The courage to do big things is to be 1 point bigger. When Xiao Feng came to Copper Country for the first time before, Chen Yonglu drove to the capital Santiago to pick him up. He was living in the home of one of his uncles, and that uncle, Antonio, seemed to be a senior in the military. And now there are people planning in Copper Country, wanting to do something against them, but Chen Yonglu seems to have no idea at all. This made Xiao Feng feel a little surprised. Huh? What about this? During this time, I spent most of my time on the Karapag Island side. I have been following up the construction of the island and the progress of all aspects of construction. I really haven't paid much attention to San Diego. Why don't you call Uncle Antonio and ask? While speaking, Chen Yonglu turned to look at his sister Bella. But Bella rolled her eyes helplessly. You, I have told you how many times, and I often walk around in Ithaca. Hi. Actually, in San Diego, the question about Ithaca has become a hot topic recently. After all, we have made such a big movement here, and it's impossible not to know it over there. The state tax authorities have recently wanted to live in Ithaca and the Karapag Islands, but there has been a lot of controversy in the capital. The one we arranged, and the Garrido counselor, have also been helping us fight for our rights. It seemed that Bella was more familiar with the situation in San Diego, so she introduced it to Xiao Feng. It turns out that the Ithacan area is strictly an autonomous region in Copper Country. In fact, the Tongo people stayed in the north to guard against the Bolivians and a buffer zone for the Peruvians. After entering the 20th century, the border issues between the countries of the South American continent have basically stabilized. This is no longer the front line, but the original autonomous region is still retained. After all, at the beginning, he had sold his life and shed blood for the people of Tongo, so this autonomous region was not called in vain. Compared with other provinces and cities in Copper Country, they not only have a certain degree of autonomy, but the most important thing is in terms of taxation. They and the Copper Country adopted a tax package system, that is, regardless of the amount of production in the Ithacan area each year, a 5% tax package is always paid. In fact, this is also a kind of discount that they got when they sacrificed their lives to the Copper Country. Later, because the Ithacan area has been relatively barren, the production is not high, and the minerals are basically depleted. Therefore, the Copper government does not take the taxes in the Ithacan area too seriously. But until recently, this situation is different. Because of the massive injection of Chinese capital, the Ithacan area has suddenly undergone earth-shaking changes. Urban development is changing with each passing day, and various new business companies are springing up like bamboo shoots after a rain. This made some people in San Diego feel hot, especially the liberal Senator Garrido. This guy is now a star of the liberals and he is a lawyer. It is said to be a strong contender for the next president. Recently, these guys have been advocating that the taxation relationship between the Ithaca region and the central government should be re-established. He even said to cancel Ithaca's self-control privileges and nationalize the county. And his good friend in the military, Colonel Franco, has been promoting it in the media recently. People in the Ithacan area are betraying their national interests, and they have approved a large number of Chinese fishing boats to fish in the fishing grounds of Copper Country. In addition, they leased out several islands to companies in China, which is completely betraying the national interests of the Copper Country. Of course, the people of the Chen family in San Diego are not vegetarian. A counterattack was given to the speech situation of these two people. The representatives they arranged in Santiago, Juan and Gualado congressman, have been arguing with guys like Jurido and Franco, and because the Chen family came forward to suppress them, these news did not appear in a large number of news media in the Copper Country. If not, with the urinary nature of this group of South Americans, I am afraid that those indigenous people would have already turned the sky over. When the Ithacan area was poor before, they didn't pay too much attention to it. But now that the Ithacan area is suddenly rich, what kind of attitude do you think these guys will have? In the past, the upper-level rulers of these countries had a bad habit. That is, whenever the domestic economic situation is unstable, they will indulge the troubled people to beat, smash, and looting. The main targets of beating, smashing and looting were company stores opened by Chinese immigrants. This situation has long been common in Argentina, Brazil and even other South American countries. Chinese immigrants and their property, in the eyes of these rulers, are the people's punching bag. Once they encounter a contradiction that they cannot resolve, or an economic crisis, they will allow the people to make trouble. And every time the victims are basically Chinese merchants. The situation in Copper Country is slightly better, mainly because of the existence of the buffer zone of Ithaca. In addition, the ancestors of the Chen family in the early years were relatively shrewd and adopted the means of integrating into the local society early. For example, they converted to Catholicism and intermarried with locals in large numbers. This allows them to take root in the Copper Country and have such political resources. What's more, there are still celebrity chef groups and Southern Cross Bank in the local area, helping them. Today's famous chef manufacturing has spread all over the streets and alleys of Tongo. This kind of Chinese fast food is very popular in the local area, especially after a large number of restaurants suitable for local tastes have been added. The popularity of this famous chef has caught up with the Golden Arch, because they are all cooperating with local snakes. The celebrity chef group has a lot of influence in the country of Copper. Now that some people actually want to use Ithaca as an example, the celebrity chefs are naturally unhappy. And once they are unhappy, the local cooperating snakes will stand up and speak. After all, they only have a storefront and don't need to do anything. They can get dividends every month. Where can I find such a good thing? Now that some people find trouble with Chinese people, that is trouble finding them. So now many small and medium-sized business owners have also jumped out to criticize Jurido. This has made Jurido's motion very controversial in Congress recently. What's more, there is Southern Cross Bank, standing behind Ithaca. Now this bank has quietly become one of the most powerful banks in Copper Country. The scale of assets has swelled to more than tens of billions of dollars in just over a year. Many projects have been invested in Copper Country. The new subway project in the capital Santiago has a loan investment from this bank. There is also Copper National Petroleum, a new refinery in the Ithacan area, which also has investment from this bank. Moreover, they have invested in many agricultural projects in Copper Country, and even many old family mining companies have also taken loans from this bank. Now some people dare to talk about the Ithacan area, which makes Miss Jessie, the CEO of Southern Cross Bank, very unhappy. So many politicians also stood up and bombarded Jurido. I think his proposal is simply nonsense. We, Tongo people, speak credibility. How can we tear up the agreement we signed with others in the Ithacan area before? Besides, if you want to tear up the agreement, then you have to see what you paid for it before. More than 100 years ago, the country did not collect much tax from the Ithacan area. But the investment in this area is also not much. Now that people develop well, they have to reach out. What's the difference between this and robbers? Anyway, a group of political leaders jumped out and bombarded the Jurido with blood. At the beginning of his proposal, there was a lot of noise, but recently it has died down. But his staunch ally, Colonel Franco, insisted on sending the Navy to patrol near the Carapag Islands, and also to build a naval base near the Carapag Islands, where to defend homeland security and national interests. But this plan has never been passed by Congress. It can be said that Congressman Jurido, who had already died down on taxation, worked quietly behind this proposal. I want the Navy ships to come here soon, and I also want to paint Moa Island as their naval port. This is the news from San Diego that Bella Chen recently collected and sorted out. After hearing this, Chen Yonglu could no longer sit still, and he slammed the table. These bastards. Until novel.com shovel. When our Karapak Islands were not developing, they couldn't even take a look. Now that it has developed, they are going to pick peaches and set up military bases on our island. Really it? Chen Yonglu jumped angrily, while Xiao Feng was calmly analyzing the pros and cons. Where is your Uncle Antonio? He asked Bella. He is from the army, and he is getting older, and he will retire in a year. And so, before Bella finished speaking, Xiao Feng had already understood it, and it seemed that he was not able to speak well before leaving. He seems to be in his 50s. Isn't he about to retire so early? He doesn't want to retire either, but he can't go up even if he wants to go up in his grade. Continue to stay in the original position. There is not much future, so. Bella and Xiao Feng talked about Antonio's situation, and Xiao Feng nodded. The courage to do big things is to be bigger. In the magical continent of South America, anything can happen. If we send him to the Ministry of Defense, what do you think? Huh? This is really possible. The current minister Zamorano doesn't seem to be in good health. I have plans to retire recently. The president seems to be taking over his position for whom, and I feel a headache. Bea's eyes lit up suddenly, and sure enough, there must be a backbone. When Xiao Feng didn't mention it, they couldn't even think of such a thing. Yes, if Uncle Antonio sits in that position, won't our troubles be solved? Chen Yonglu also slapped abruptly at this moment and stood up. Chapter 1071. Don't you have a B number in your mind? In fact, Xiao Feng had been considering this issue before. The Ithacan area is well developed. What will it attract? First of all, the evil wolf is for sure. When Ithaca used to be a remote country, those guys might not look down on it. But once it has become a bustling big city, you are looking at it. Xiao Feng could hardly understand the behavior of the local snakes in South America. This is a magical continent, and everything can happen. After the Spaniards were driven away from here, many native white families were left here. It can be said that these native white families have always monopolized the main economic lifeline of this continent. In Brazil, Argentina, and copper countries, there is nothing better. Regardless of the many changes in the political circles outside, this kind of family-style inheritance is already deeply ingrained on this continent. These old-fashioned families hold the economic lifeline of each country, and when you develop, they look at your results, and if they don't jealous, then there is a ghost. So if they have a bad heart, what can they do? Just rely on the police in the Ithacan area? It must be unable to resist the ambition of these evil wolves. But what if the Waste Autonomous Region has its own army? This is also the key to Xiao Feng sending those from the Li family to clone instructors to raise them in Colombia. Now is the time to give them a proper name. But the premise is to send Antonio to the Ministry of Defense. Jurado Pacquiao is 44 years old and a star of the liberals. He is handsome and young, and he is favored by many people in the faction. Everyone thinks that he will become a strong contender for the next Copper Country one. But before that, he must first do a big thing to prove his ability. On the one hand, it must be shown to the people in the faction, and on the other hand, it must be shown to the Americans. His university was completed in the US, so he has many US friends. Although in recent years, the influence of the United States in South America has been much weaker than before. But after all, they have been operating in South America for hundreds of years, and there are many hidden piles and agents. So if he can get the support of Americans in future elections, then his election will be more certain. Not long ago, one of his classmates from American University just came to Copper Country from Colombia. When meeting with him, he offered to let him help and solve the Ithacan area. Because of this area that no one paid attention to before has entered Jurado's line of sight. Jurado, who originally wanted to do a big thing to prove his ability, after studying and understanding the Ithacan area, immediately felt like a treasure. I didn't expect that before. This small 18th tier city where birds didn't shit, now it has undergone earth-shaking changes. And I heard that Chinese people have participated in it. Hey, this is good. If you can control Ithaca and Karapag Islands, then it will be easy to deal with the Chinese people. Everyone knows that their sticks are very good. Oily water, that's not so much. Moreover, it has settled Ithaca, giving the big guys in the faction a point of profit sharing. Hey, when the time comes to recommend the #1 nomination, isn't it a pinch? So Gerudo went along with the flow and agreed to his classmate's condition. Anyway, he won't suffer from this deal anyway. Originally, he thought that as long as a new tax collection plan was developed, the Ithacan area would be incorporated into the country's normal tax payment area. Finally, it was simmered in a low heat, and the various homemade privileges in this area were gradually cancelled. There should be no objection. After all, everyone can benefit from this. What he didn't expect was that his proposal was met with fierce opposition only when it was put forward in Congress. Gerudo and Juan, the MPs on the NLD side, did not know what medicine they had taken wrong. As soon as he heard the motion, he opened fire violently. It is a betrayal to say that the country should not abandon the contract in the early years, and that the people paid so much for us in the early years. Anyway, all kinds of big hats were buckled, and he was directly misfired. In fact, ethnic issues have always been very sensitive in the Copper Country and even in the South American continent, because the most original natives here are Indians. The largest indigenous descendant in the Copper Country is the Araucans. Now the native whites in the upper strata of the country are actually descendants of Hispanics. Therefore, in order to ensure their legitimacy on this land, almost all South American countries are doing education and propaganda. The rhetoric of ethnic origin has been ignored and downplayed. Therefore, in the territory of Copper Country, if a certain ethnic group is specifically emphasized, it will often arouse the people's disgust. So Gerudo didn't dare to take the Chinese and Chinese ancestry in that area as an example. Looking at the meaning of opposing the Hospital Juan and Gerudo, that is, waiting for me to make a mistake and talk about blood. Then he couldn't be fooled, so he didn't feel embarrassed to say more that day. But what he didn't expect later was that he originally wanted to use the media to do something, especially to promote the Ithacan area being infiltrated by Chinese capital and the Chinese ancestry of the locals. If this is spread, it can bring a lot of room for association. Once it causes panic among other citizens, then he can do something. What he didn't expect was that he hadn't waited for him to start. On the next day, many small and medium-sized capital proprietors threw away vegetables and fruits at his door, telling him not to make trouble. At noon that day, he had an appointment with a few newspaper editors and so on, and he didn't even show up at all. Only then did he know that the Chinese forces in the Ithacan area had hidden and penetrated so deeply in the Copper Country, not only in politics, but also in the media. But he was not discouraged either. After all, what the Americans explained, if they can't do well, not only is it an issue that will offend Americans, it might even be hated by Americans. It's okay if they don't help you in the future, but the key is to be afraid that they will pull you back. So Gerudo intends to bite the bullet and finish this matter, although traditional media can't help. But now, since the media era, he plans to arrange manpower on social networking sites, expose the secrets of colluding with Huago Capital that he collected who believed to be the Ithacan area. Anyway, you can write the topic as unsightly, and as long as you throw those comments on the internet, it will definitely arouse people's anger. By then, his bill can be passed. Unexpectedly, it was just before he was ready to do it. He actually received a warning from the leader of the party, telling him not to mess things up. This disrupted Gerudo's rhythm. He originally wanted to use the Ithacan area to worship the sky and build a sign to make him famous. But I didn't think that this hadn't even started, and I was frustrated one after another. This made Gerudo feel unacceptable, but the boss in Pine had warned him. It is hard for him to continue to do things positively. After all, if he is hated by bigwigs, then his nomination may be ruined. So he took a turn and found his in the military. Colonel Franco. He was asked to come forward to speak, and as expected, when Franco came forward to speak, the big guys in pain were silent. However, the approval of the new military port has been stuck on the side of the Congress and it has not been passed. But Girardeau firmly believes that as long as he insists on making small moves, the Congress will not be stretched. After all, the Ithacan area is now the most coveted fat. There is too much space for maneuvering in this area. That night Girardeau finished the reunion with Franco and returned home. But as soon as he entered the house, he realized that something was wrong. The door of the house was open, and the 4 bully dogs he raised fell to the ground. And they were all killed with guns. And the door of the villa was also smashed from the outside. And his wife and 2 daughters have all disappeared. Seeing this, Girardeau's legs were weak at the time. Although Copper Country has just recovered from the turmoil at the front end, the domestic security situation is not very good. It can even be said that it has not been much better. As a large city with a population of 8 million, Santiago, the capital, has various cases such as kidnapping and murder almost every day. MTLnovel.com. Although it is not as famous as Mexico City, it has not become a famous kidnapping city. But basically every year there will be kidnapping cases. This is also a sequel left by Biota's administration. After Girardeau's bodyguard checked the situation at home, he immediately chose to call the police. The kidnapping of the family members of congressmen still attracted the attention of the police. In less than 20 minutes, the police car roared, and a large number of policemen pulled up a cordon at the door of Girardeau's house. At the same time, a large number of reporters also flocked. Soon the police judged that there was a group of people before Girardeau returned home based on the descriptions of nearby neighbors and surveillance video taken from nearby. He broke into his home and kidnapped his wife and daughters. And that night, Girardeau received a call from the robber. $1 million. We will let people go. The kidnapper's request was simple and straightforward, and Girardeau fell apart as soon as he heard it. Where am I going to find you $1 million? Less garlic. Your father hides in a secret account in Switzerland. Don't say 1 million, 10 million. Also, Barnes, your classmate who came from Colombia a month ago, didn't you give you 2 million for what I beg of you? Don't say you have no money. The kidnapper's words were heard clearly by the police officer in the room and Girardeau who answered the phone. The policemen were embarrassed, and Girardeau was flushed. He slammed the phone in his hand to the ground fiercely. Slander, you are Kiguoguo's slander. Who are you on earth? Ha ha, did we slander you? Don't you have a B number in your heart? Chapter 1071. Don't you have any points in your mind? In fact, Xiao Feng had been considering this issue before. The Ithacan area is well developed. What will it attract? First of all, the evil wolf is for sure. When Ithaca used to be a remote country, those guys might not look down on it. But once it has become a bustling big city, you are looking at it. Xiao Feng could hardly understand the behavior of the local snakes in South America. This is a magical continent, and everything can happen. After the Spaniards were driven away from here, many native white families were left here. It can be said that these native white families have always monopolized the main economic lifeline of this continent. In Brazil, Argentina, and copper countries, there is nothing better. Regardless of the many changes in the political circles outside, this kind of family-style inheritance is already deeply ingrained on this continent. These old-fashioned families hold the economic lifeline of each country, and when you develop, they look at your results, and if they don't jealous, then there is a ghost. So if they have a bad heart, what can they do? Just rely on the police in the Ithacan area? It must be unable to resist the ambition of these evil wolves. But what if the Waste Autonomous Region has its own army? This is also the key to Xiao Feng sending those from the Li family to clone instructors to raise them in Colombia. Now is the time to give them a proper name. But the premise is to send Antonio to the Ministry of Defense. Girardeau Pacquiao is 44 years old and a star of the Liberals. He is handsome and young, and he is favored by many people in the faction. Everyone thinks that he will become a strong contender for the next Copper Country one. But before that, he must first do a big thing to prove his ability. On the one hand, it must be shown to the people in the faction, and on the other hand, it must be shown to the Americans. His university was completed in the US, so he has many US friends. Although in recent years, the influence of the United States in South America has been much weaker than before. But after all, they have been operating in South America for hundreds of years, and there are many hidden piles and agents. So if he can get the support of Americans in future elections, then his election will be more certain. Not long ago, one of his classmates from American University just came to Copper Country from Columbia. When meeting with him, he offered to let him help and solve the Ithacan area. Because of this area that no one paid attention to before has entered Gerudo's line of sight. Gerudo, who originally wanted to do a big thing to prove his ability, after studying and understanding the Ithacan area, immediately felt like a treasure. I didn't expect that before. This small 18th tier city where birds didn't shit, now it has undergone earth-shaking changes. Oily water, that's not so much. Moreover, it has settled Ithaca, giving the big guys in the faction a point of profit sharing. Hey, when the time comes to recommend the #1 nomination, isn't it a pinch? So Gerudo went along with the flow and agreed to his classmate's condition. Anyway, he won't suffer from this deal anyway. Originally, he thought that as long as a new tax collection plan was developed, the Ithacan area would be incorporated into the country's normal tax payment area. Finally, it was simmered in a low heat, and the various homemade privileges in this area were gradually cancelled. There should be no objection. After all, everyone can benefit from this. What he didn't expect was that his proposal was met with fierce opposition only when it was put forward in Congress. Gerudo and Juan, the MPs on the NLD side, did not know what medicine they had taken wrong. As soon as he heard the motion, he opened fire violently. It is a betrayal to say that the country should not abandon the contract in the early years, and that the people paid so much for us in the early years. Anyway, all kinds of big hats were buckled, and he was directly misfired. In fact, ethnic issues have always been very sensitive in the Copper Country and even in the South American continent, because the most original natives here are Indians. The largest indigenous descendant in the Copper Country is the Araucans. Now the native whites in the upper strata of the country are actually descendants of Hispanics. Therefore, in order to ensure their legitimacy on this land, almost all South American countries are doing education and propaganda. The rhetoric of ethnic origin has been ignored and downplayed. Therefore, in the territory of Copper Country, if a certain ethnic group is specifically emphasized, it will often arouse the people's disgust. So Gerudo didn't dare to take the people and bloodlines of that area as an example. Looking at the meaning of opposing the Hospital Juan and Gerudo, that is, waiting for me to make a mistake and talk about blood. Then he couldn't be fooled, so he didn't feel embarrassed to say more that day. But what he didn't expect later was that he originally wanted to use the media to do something. If this is spread, it can bring a lot of room for association. Once it causes panic among other citizens, then he can do something. What he didn't expect was that he hadn't waited for him to start. On the next day, many small and medium-sized capital proprietors threw away vegetables and fruits at his door, telling him not to make trouble. At noon that day, he had an appointment with a few newspaper editors and so on, and he didn't even show up at all. Only then did he know that the forces in the Ithacan area had hidden and penetrated so deeply in the Copper Nation, not only in politics, but also in the media. But he was not discouraged either. After all, what the Americans explained, if they can't do well, not only is it an issue that will offend Americans, it might even be hated by Americans. It's okay if they don't help you in the future, but the key is to be afraid that they will pull you back. So Gerudo intends to bite the bullet and finish this matter, although traditional media can't help. But now, since the media era, he plans to arrange manpower on social networking sites. Anyway, you can write the topic as unsightly, and as long as you throw those comments on the internet, it will definitely arouse people's anger. By then, his bill can be passed. Unexpectedly, it was just before he was ready to do it. He actually received a warning from the leader of the party, telling him not to mess things up. This disrupted Gerudo's rhythm. He originally wanted to use the Ithacan area to worship the sky and build a sign to make him famous. But I didn't think that this hadn't even started, and I was frustrated one after another. This made Gerudo feel unacceptable, but the boss in Pine had warned him. It is hard for him to continue to do things positively. After all, if he is hated by bigwigs, then his nomination may be ruined. So he took a turn and found his in the military, Colonel Franco. He was asked to come forward to speak, and as expected, when Franco came forward to speak, the big guys in Pine were silent. However, the approval of the new military port has been stuck on the side of the Congress and it has not been passed. But Gerudo firmly believes that as long as he insists on making small moves, the Congress will not be stretched. After all, the Ithacan area is now the most coveted fat. There is too much space for maneuvering in this area. That night Gerudo finished the reunion with Franco and returned home. But as soon as he entered the house, he realized that something was wrong. The door of the house was open, and the 4 bully dogs he raised fell to the ground. And they were all killed with guns. And the door of the villa was also smashed from the outside. And his wife and 2 daughters have all disappeared. Seeing this, Gerudo's legs were weak at the time. Although Copper Country has just recovered from the turmoil at the front end, the domestic security situation is not very good. It can even be said that it has not been much better. Santiago, the capital, is a large city with a population of 8 million, and various cases such as kidnapping and murder occur almost every day. Although here is not like Mexico City, it has become a famous kidnapping city. But basically every year there will be kidnapping cases. This is also a sequel left by Pieta's administration. After Gerudo's bodyguard checked the situation at home, he immediately chose to call the police. The kidnapping of the family members of congressmen still attracted the attention of the police. In less than 20 minutes, the police car roared, and a large number of policemen pulled up a cordon at the door of Gerudo's house. At the same time, a large number of reporters also flocked. Soon the police judged that there was a group of people before Gerudo returned home based on the descriptions of nearby neighbors and surveillance video taken from nearby. He broke into his home and kidnapped his wife and daughters. And that night, Gerudo received a call from the robber. $1 million. We will let people go. The kidnapper's request was simple and straightforward, but Gerudo fell apart as soon as he heard it. Mentalnovel.com. Where can I get you $1 million? Les Garlic, your father hides in a secret account in Switzerland. Don't say 1 million, 10 million. Also, Barnes, your classmate who came from Colombia a month ago, didn't you give you 2 million for what I beg of you? Don't say you have no money. The kidnapper's words were heard clearly by the police officer in the room and Gerudo who answered the phone. The policemen were embarrassed, and Gerudo was flushed. He slammed the phone in his hand to the ground fiercely. Slander, you are Kaiguoguo slander. Who are you on earth? Ha ha, did we slander you? Don't you have a B number in your heart? Chapter 1072. Rogue League asshole, you are slandering me. The police officers who watched the phone call all looked at themselves with strange eyes. Gerudo felt like he was going to explode. How did those know these secrets? And there is that Warwick phone. How come the quality is so good? I've fallen to the ground, but I can still keep talking. I knew this a long time ago and I bought an Apple. Who made me choose such a Chinese brand in order to pretend to be close to the people? At that time, I thought that the price of this phone was much cheaper than that of Apple, and it seemed more affordable. How can you think that this phone is so resistant? Obviously the screen of the mobile phone is broken, the panel is bent, but he can still talk. You say it is annoying or not? Well, Senator Gerudo, I advise you to stop playing tricks. If you still want to see your wife and daughter, I advise you to prepare your money as soon as possible. We will give you an hour to prepare. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. The voice of the kidnapper was still stubbornly heard from the speaker of the phone. When Gerudo heard what the other party said, he was taken aback for a moment, and then asked suddenly, "Who are you guys anyway?" Ha ha ha, well, there is nothing embarrassing to say. We are the Rodriguez Front League. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Hearing the name of the other party, the policemen in the room were all stunned, and almost all of them gasped at the same time. When the police detective in charge of the case investigated Mora, his expression suddenly became gloomy. He stared at Girardeau fiercely, his eyes like a falcon began to move up and down Girardeau constantly. And Girardeau's legs suddenly weakened at this time. Rodriguez Front Alliance. Why did they come to the door? It turns out that this Rodriguez Front Alliance is definitely not a simple organization. As early as the 1970s and 1980s, this organization was a well-known anti-government militant in Copper Country. In that era when the guerrillas were popular, this organization was not only well-known in the Copper Country, they were also a well-known team in South America. And for those in power, these guys are rebels. However, in the eyes of the people of the Copper Country, this organization is more like a Knights Alliance, a team of sentiments and justice, because they never target civilians. Speaking of the rise of this organization, it is mainly related to a period of history of the Copper Country. In the 1970s, the economic development of the Copper Country can be said to be confused. After the end of World War II, the entire South America quickly passed the golden age of economic development. For Europe and the United States to regain their vitality, they have to blood all over the world, and their traditional colonial South America has become their paradise for cutting leaks. At the end of World War II that year, Argentina was once known as the world's third strongest country. Because of the financial opening policy, the Americans and Europeans have cut leaks several times. And because of the good foundation of natural agriculture, coupled with the fact that the locals were not enterprising, they did not start industrialization. So later Argentina actually regressed from the first world to a third world country. Including the Copper Country is the same. The economic development after World War II was frequent turbulence. And because of the opposition between the two camps, coupled with the rise of South American white noodle merchants, the advantages of the United States in this region have also begun to gradually fall apart. By the 1970s, there was a legendary president named Allende in this country, actually intending to completely falter the Soviet camp. This naturally attracted the dissatisfaction of the United States. Then there was the military madman, Pay's superiority, and the process of Pay's superiority was very bloody. It can be said that he stepped on his opponent's body all the way to the top, and after the top he also adopted high-handed rule in the country. For more than 20 years, Tongyiwaguang has no fewer than 100,000 missing persons. It is definitely a fight with Argentina, which was chaotic back then. In the 1980s, in order to fight against Peter's administration, the Rodriguez Front Alliance was born. And their main purpose is to oppose PIS. Anyone who supports PIS in the country will be severely punished by them. And one of their most famous things is that they bombed the embassy of Country C, just because of the time when PIS was visiting Country C. Country C gave Peter a warm reception. After the fall of Pietros, the former Soviet Union disintegrated, and the president of the national election of Copper also regained the throne. After PIS exile and the order of the Copper Country began to return to normal, this organization gradually faded out of people's vision. Although they are not as active as before, they are in fact always there. In recent years, they have produced one or two large-scale cases almost every year. The subjects of these cases were almost all the main subordinates or the family members of those people during the PIS rule. Because during PIS rule, he adopted a high-pressure policy towards the country. Anyone with left-wing ideas will be thrown into prison. At that time, the Argentine military government transported the opposition directly over the Atlantic by plane, and then dropped it into the sea. And what the Copper Country did when PIS came to power was not much better. At that time, Peter appointed his confidant, Contras, to form the largest intelligence organization in South America, the National Intelligence Agency DINA. This is a huge intelligence organization with 4,000 branches and more than 100,000 people. The role of this organization is equivalent to the Jin Yiwai in the Ming Dynasty, responsible for monitoring the reactions of the people in the country, and even the reactions of opposition groups who fled to other countries in South America. If someone dared to raise an objection, or incited trouble. So as long as you are on the South American continent, regardless of which country you are in, this organization will tie you back and deal with it. According to public records, in the first few years of Pitt's administration, more than 41,000 people were arrested in Copper Country, and nearly 10,000 of them were deported. More than 2,000 people have been sentenced, and more than 1,000 people are missing. And this was only the early days of his administration. Later, there was no way to count this data. A total of more than 200,000 people chose to leave the Copper Country and go to Europe and America because of the persecution. Afterwards, there has been no detailed data on how many people were missed. By 1990, following the disintegration of the former Soviet Union, the Americans breathed a sigh of relief, and the American people can't stand what Pitt's doing in the Copper Country. They used to support Pitt's superiority. It is because he is firmly opposed to the former Soviet Union. But now the former Soviet Union has disintegrated. Pitt was no longer needed, and Patricio was elected to the Palazzo Moneda. At that time, Bach hadn't completely lost power and still controlled the military. In order to avoid overstimulating Pitt, Patricio was preaching that the past was not discussed. At that time, he replaced Peter, in the name of the country, and apologized like the Tongo family who suffered persecution back then. But they have always refused, and the common people severely punish Pitt and his accomplices. Afterwards, Pitt collapsed completely and went into exile overseas. More than 10 years have passed, and the people's resentment towards Pitt is not as strong as before. Things gradually faded and eased down. But there is one organization that has not forgotten their original intention. This organization is the Rodriguez Front Alliance. Since Pitt stepped down, this organization has gradually become invisible behind the scenes. But every year, they will come out to do 1 or 2 cases, and the victims of the cases are almost all the main accomplices of Pitt's sect that year, because the Patricio government promised not to investigate the past. Therefore, the names of Pitt's accomplices were not announced. Therefore, many people who still bear grudges have nowhere to retaliate. The Rodriguez Front Alliance has never given up on the investigation. It is precisely because of their persistent actions of revenge that they have the title of Rogue Alliance among the people of the Copper Country. In general, the families they find almost all have a very deep connection with Pitt back then. This is also the time when the police heard that the people who were causing Jerido's troubles were actually Rodriguez's Front Alliance. The main reason for looking at Jerido's eyes was shocked. Although on the surface, the people's hatred of the Pitt group has faded. But this is not the case. Everyone just has nowhere to avenge. In fact, the common people hate the lackeys under Pitt Clark so much that they gnash their teeth, but unfortunately they have never known the identity of these people. At this time, the guy from the Rodriguez Front leaked www.mtnovel.com actually tied Jerido's wife and daughter, which can explain the problem, because they never take it lightly, and never wrong a good person. This Jerido Pacquiao was a lawyer at the beginning of his participation in politics. It was first said that their family was born in a plantation family, and later immigrated to Spain with their parents. Later, I went to university in the United States, and then returned to the Copper Country. But now it seems that his background is not simple. Considering the time their family went abroad that year, it seemed that it was just before the fall of the Peter regime. There seems to be a lot of knowledge in it. Although the phone had been hung up at this time, the atmosphere in the room was very dull. The eyes of those policemen looking at Jerido were very unfriendly. What's more, it was the Sheriff Chamorro who was in charge of the case. He stared at Jerido fiercely, as if he couldn't wait to eat him. At this time, Jerido dared not stay in this room anymore. He hurriedly left the room. Then he took out the phone and called his friend Franco. "Franco, listen to me." "Well, brother, I have heard about you. Please calm down first." He heard the voice of his iron buddy Franco, and after a while, Franco gradually calmed down. "Should I send someone over?" Franco asked on the other side of the phone, and Jerido shook his head after listening. "Still don't send someone over, lest the reporter will read it and talk nonsense." "But I need money, $1 million. "Okay, no problem. I'll let someone send it to you. Franco on the other end of the phone agreed very readily. Chapter 1073 Secret. After hanging up the phone, Gerudo sighed. He reached out and lit a cigarette for himself, and then took a hard breath. The thick smoke stimulated his throat to contract sharply, and a strong cough, and it took him a while to gradually calm down. Today is really a bad day. He just wants all this to pass as soon as possible. Looking back at the living room, the police seemed to have no intention of doing things at this time. Instead, they all sat there whispering about something. Gerudo knew what they were guessing. The police detective Mora, who was extremely enthusiastic before, came from the room to the garden with a gloomy face. He came to Gerudo's side, and then lit himself a cigarette. Mr. Senator, can I ask you a question? What is your original name? My surname is Pacquiao. Didn't you know it a long time ago? What about your parents? What did you do before immigrating to Spain? Gerudo was silent immediately. He looked up at Chamorro. The inspector's eyes were cold, like a poisonous snake. Gerudo knew that he could not be weak at this time, because once he missed his timidity, he would definitely not be able to hide it from the detective. Well, although I don't need to answer your question, I will tell you again in order to make you and your subordinates work at ease. Our hometown is in Mall District, and our family runs a farm in Talca. In addition, I hope that you can focus on your work, detective. If there is any accident to my wife and my children today, I will call your direct Eugens immediately. After speaking, Gerudo didn't care about Chamorro's reaction, and went straight back to the bedroom upstairs in the house. After returning to the bedroom, he lay down on the bed holding his head. Damn it, why did those guys find it? Wouldn't it be bad if they knew their true identity? The thought of this made Gerudo unavoidably confused. How could the other party know that his grandfather has money in the secret account of Swiss bank? Could it be that he knew the secrets of his family? Gerudo couldn't help but feel colder the more he thought about it, and the more he thought about it, the more worried. In fact, he is not surnamed Pacquiao. His original name is Gerudo Eagles Contreras. Yes, he was actually the grandson of Minister Contreras, who was the #1 confidant under Piss family, who was responsible for the formation of the National Intelligence Agency of the Copper Country. Contreras walked to the black along with Pietas back then, but he was also considered lucky. Before Piss' resignation, he retired due to physical reasons, and after Piss' exile, he has died of illness. That's why he was not liquidated, but the old man was also very savvy. He is well aware of the sins he has done back then, which can be said to be exhaustive. Once he hangs up, he will definitely not be able to frighten those enemies. So I let several of my children emigrate to sea for refuge early on, and those of his descendants have gone everywhere, and some have gone to the United States. Some went to Europe, but Gerudo's father went to Spain. After living in Spain for 10 years, he went to the United States again. By the time Gerudo was an adult, they saw that the limelight of the year had almost passed. So he simply returned from the United States to the country of copper, and Gerudo was still relying on the wealth accumulated by his family many years ago, as well as the personal connections left by his grandfather back then. He stepped into the political arena from a fresh start. But considering the previous reputation of their family, he chose to change his name and surname. Although decades have passed, the surname Contreras is still quite sensitive in the Copper Country. Originally, his path went smoothly, and he also thought that no one would know the unspeakable secrets of his family's past. But how can I think that it was turned out by the Rodriguez Front League guys now? Those guys are tough gummies. Once they are stuck, it's hard to shake them off. In case they broke the truth out, it would be miserable. Not to mention that my political career will come to an abrupt end. I am afraid that in the future, there will be no place for him in the Copper Country. Even if you want to escape overseas, I'm afraid it's just a dream. At the thought of such a scene, Gerudo felt a chill in his heart. No, it must be resolved as soon as possible. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but took out the phone and called his good friend Franco. Speaking of this Franco, the two were very close friends when they were studying in the United States. The most important thing is that Franco's family was the dark line left by his grandfather. So the two are actually having a small relationship. After listening to what Giroud said, Franco immediately became serious. This is not a trivial matter. Although Giroud is still not sure whether the other party knows his true identity. But Franco felt that this matter must not be taken lightly, because if the other party really knows the identity of Giroud, then he can definitely find out his identity. And speaking of the Conti family behind Franco, it is no cleaner than the Contras family, who has spent much. Even what they did was dirtier than the Contras family. Back then, his grandfather was the one who did dirty work under Grandpa Giroud. Like the famous Bianchi family in Argentina, it has nothing to do with the government in name. But in fact, it is a vicious dog raised by a secret organization affiliated to the government, who usually specializes in dirty work that is inconvenient for the government to come forward. Back then, the Conti family was such a role. Although the National Intelligence Agency under Paese is very powerful, there are some things to estimate the face of the Americans. After all, the slogan of the Americans is not empty. In the United States, there is also a group of people who specifically oppose the Paese regime, although after Paese rise to power, he was in order to please the United States. Also specially invited from the University of Chicago to the famous economics master Frederick to guide the economic development of the copper country. Let the Americans want to profit from the copper country, but many Americans do not sell their accounts at all. For example, there were a lot of independent reporters in the US, equivalent to today's self-media people, in order to expose the terror of the copper country, came to copper country alone to expose the truth. The most famous of these is that Charles Hamon. This man, every day he submits articles to several major newspapers in the United States, all of which are the fierce material of the explosion of the PIS regime. Many of their atrocities have been exposed, and naturally they are hated by the PIDE regime. But they did not dare to move him, even if the national intelligence situation is strong. But considering his identity as a US citizen, the PIS regime also took him helplessly, and at this time a family like Conti would come forward. Finally this Charles Hamon naturally disappeared without a trace, and never came out to add to the blockage of the PITA regime. And then, why did this man become famous all over the world? That's because of his story, which was made into the movie The Great Missing by the famous director Galafis. The film later not only won the Palme d'Or at the Cannes Film Festival, but also won 2 Oscar nominations that year. Later, the Paese regime fell and Paese exiled overseas, and Contras died of illness. The Conti family also went to the countryside to buy land and became a rich man. Fortunately, number one, who came to power that year, announced the theory of forgetting the past, and the Conti family basically did not keep alive when doing things. That's why their home was not picked up, and the fall was settled. After the younger generation of the two families grew up, the two families supported each other again. As a result, one of them was in politics and the other in the army. But how can I think that the secret that the two families are most afraid of revealing now seems to be known? You say Franco, is he flustered? So when Giroud made this call less than 20 minutes later, the man sent by Franco arrived. A man knocked on the door and came in and gave Giroud a suitcase of money, a total of $1 million. The detectives were not too surprised by Giroud's ability to raise money. Anyway, everyone knows that these politicians, few butts are clean. But at this moment, Giroud's phone also rang, and it happened that the robbers came over. The opponent was straightforward as soon as he came up. Money, have you raised it? Well, it's all already done. That's right, you take the money now, get in the car and go out to the left. The other party, just like in the movie u.mtlnovel.com, laid out a route for Giroud to send money. Giroud didn't talk nonsense, and got in the car as soon as he left. The detectives immediately arranged for the vehicle to follow, but they did not notice. Behind their convoy, two large black vans also started quietly, following behind their convoy. And those people are more efficient than them. The man in black who had given Jericho money before was sitting in the trunk of one of the vans. At this time, there were not only 7 or 8 special forces with live ammunition, armed to the teeth. There are also various electronic warfare equipment. One of the technicians followed the vehicle in front of him closely based on the signal from the tracker in Jericho's suitcase. Soon Jericho received another call from the robber. According to the other party's request, he drove around the city a few times, then turned his head all the way east and went straight to the foothills on the west side of San Diego. The police detectives and the special forces behind were also keeping up. But when they crossed a railway bridge, an accident happened. Jericho's car passed the railway bridge first, but just when they were about to follow it, suddenly, a large truck rushed out from the opposite side and got stuck on the railway bridge. When the police detective Moore saw this, he was stunned. He immediately got out of the car to let the driver, and quickly reversed to make way. But at this time, there was the rumbling of a truck from a distance, and a freight truck was slowly approaching from a distance. Seeing this, the detectives present were all stunned. At this time, everyone couldn't take care of Jericho, and Chamara immediately organized a manpower to call the truck to the police. In addition, other people were arranged to rush to the truck stuck on the railway. 1074, a disaster, if finally stopped in time. But when the truck exited the tracks, after the freight wagon whizzed past, the previous Jericho has long since disappeared. A policeman can't help but scold his mother, "Idiot, don't you know how to look at the rear mirror?" But they didn't know that, in fact, Jericho was anxious to get rid of these detectives, because at the beginning, he thought this was just a kidnapping case that the police could only handle. But when he later learned that the Rodriguez Front League was involved, he didn't think so. Especially after guessing that the other party might know his identity and background, he decided to join forces with his best friend Franco to get rid of those guys. So this time the truck blocked the road. They actually arranged it. The Thai team arranged by Frankie had already detoured from another intersection at this time. Following behind Jericho, with those special forces following, Jericho felt that he was more at ease than the police. These special forces are Franco's henchmen. Franco is now a squadron commander of the Copper State Navy, and his fleet is mainly stationed in the South China Sea. Speaking of the reason why the Copper Country can become a small hegemon on the South American continent, second only to Brazil and Argentina, it's their fleet that depends on it. If you tell the size of the fleet of the Copper Kingdom is ranked first. Although they are no longer ranked internationally, their fleet strength in South America is still quite strong. However, because the surrounding situation is relatively stable and there are no strong enemies, the navy of the Copper Kingdom has been shrinking in recent decades. After all, raising the fleet is too costly, and now that territorial boundaries between countries have basically stabilized, it is no longer as early as in 1890, when everyone was a national startup. For the sake of the site and the mining area, there will be wars. Therefore, in recent decades, the military forces of the countries in the South American continent have been shrinking. As a result, the Tonga Navy has long been inferior to before. At present, there are only 7 or 8 large ships on the surface of the Tonga Navy. 2 of them are still very old training ships, and the other 6 capital ships are also second-hand retired warships bought from the Netherlands and the United Kingdom. The largest of them is only more than 4,000 tons. As a young commander of the new generation of the Navy, Frankie has actually been dissatisfied with this situation for a long time. He has always wanted to restore the grandeur of the Copper Country's Navy back then, but unfortunately there has been no suitable excuse. After all, near Copper Country, there is really nothing that can threaten their maritime power. The Navy of Peru and Colombia is even smaller and pitiful compared to the Copper Country. As for the United States and Australia, people never come to them at all. Therefore, the Copper National Congress never meant to expand the size of the Navy, which irritated Franco. If the Navy does not expand its scale, How can he have oil and water to fish? Even if you don't expand the scale, you say you can change to 2 new ships. The Simska-class frigate under his was still a warship ordered by the Persian state from the Netherlands. But then there was a coup in Persia and anti-Western groups came to power. The purchase of these 2 warships was also stranded, and later the 2 frigates were retired after the Dutch used them for a period of time. The Copper Kingdom is the 2 broken ships bought from others, and it has been repairing them for 50 years. You said that even if Franco is a squadron commander, how can he be happy on a warship like this? He studied in the US. In fact, he has been infiltrated by Americans a long time ago. He discussed with a few friends in the United States. If he was buying a warship, he would buy American products. Those American friends promised him as long as things are done. Then, after he retires and enters politics, those people will support him. But don't underestimate the energy of these Americans. How did PiS take over? After Allende came to power that year, he confiscated a large number of companies established by Americans in Copper Country. As early as the 1950s and 1960s, these European and American multinational oligarchs, it can control almost all copper mines, saltpeter mines, and various other mineral resources in the Copper Country. They took away all kinds of minerals from the Copper Country at a price not even the cabbage, but left a devastated environment in the Copper Country. It is for this reason that ordinary people who are unwilling to be exploited by these foreign companies choose Allende. And Allende did not disappoint the common people. As soon as he came to power, he confiscated all the assets of the European and American companies that were lying on the Copper Country to blood. This angered the European and American countries, but they were afraid of the former Soviet Union. At that time, Europe and the United States did not dare to directly dance to the Copper Country. So they mobilized their agents in the Copper Country, their mouthpieces, and began to slander Allende wildly. Allende, who was widely loved by the people when he came to power, was slandered by them and turned into an image of an addict with extravagant life and poor health. In the end, Bach launched a fatal blow, directly knocking down the Allende government. Therefore, regardless of the power of the United States, on the surface, it hasn't appeared in the Copper Country very much, but in fact, they have a very strong influence in South American countries. This is why Franco and the Americans cooperated. And now he and Girardeau are facing a serious problem. That is, someone actually knows their old bottom. You may even want to break the news at any time. Once that material really bursts out, that Girardeau's future is ruined, and his fate is definitely not much better. Therefore, Franco is even more anxious than Girardeau to pick out the Rodriguez Front alliance, because his thing will be done soon. The person above has acquiesced to the application he submitted to the Ministry of Defense and the Navy Command. It has been agreed to build a new military port on Mo Island, and it is also still playing against the Congress, planning to purchase 2 new warships. This series of operations, Franco predicts that he can at least make tens of millions of dollars from it. So he will never allow any accidents in this plan. The special forces that Franco sent this time are all his confidants. These people are just like him, from his hometown in Osorno. Even after he became the squadron captain in the Navy, he specially recruited from his hometown. This special force is not so much a special force of the Navy as it is a private soldier of his. It's similar to the concept of private soldiers under generals in the Ming Dynasty army. Don't think this is an accident. In fact, this situation is not uncommon in the armies of South American countries. Leading the team is Franco's cousin, Bernard School. A squad of 24 people quickly followed Girardeau's car to a mountain col. Girardeau's car drove into the col, and Bernard asked them to park their car at the col. Seeing Girardeau get out of the car, he also let the team members get out of the car, and then quietly penetrated into the valley. Girardeau followed the others' phone instructions and threw the cash box in his hand to the river. Then the other party asked him to get in the car and go home and wait, which made Girardeau feel a dilemma. Not only did he come here to understand and save his family, he also had another purpose, which was to bring these guys out. Then let Franco's people kill them. But now these cunning kidnappers don't show up. then their previous plans were all wasted. But when Gerudo felt in a dilemma, suddenly there were dazzling fire chains on the other side of the river. Accompanied by a bang, the scarlet chain of fire swept across the river. He hit the bushes next to him, and there were waves of tree trunks swaying and breaking, accompanied by waves of screams and roars. Even if Gerudo had no experience, he knew that there was an ambush on the other side, and the one who got the move must have been the Special Forces team lurking behind him. At this time, his first reaction was to lie on the ground, because the firepower on the opposite side was too fierce. The crazy machine gun bullets quickly hit the place where he just stood. The car next to him was playing ping pong. Gerudo was lying on the ground holding his head, and he could see the carotene red light hitting the car. Immediately rammed a big hole in the car door, with sparks splashing everywhere. Even if Gerudo is stupid.untilnovel.com, he knows that this time is miserable. This time, the sneak attack was not successful and he was scorned. In the bushes around him, that is, at the very beginning, some counterattack bullets shot out. But it did not pose the slightest threat to the ambush on the other side, but instead attracted more fierce firepower from the other side. The exchange of fire ended in less than 10 minutes. Gerudo has been lying on the ground. His pants are soaked at this time. Don't look at the other side is no longer shooting. But he still didn't dare to move half a minute, until more than 10 minutes passed. He heard a murmur of voice behind him, and looked back. I just saw more than 20 dark shadows, coming out of the bushes across the river, crossing the river here. Soon a pair of leather boots appeared in front of him, and then gently gave him a few feet. Gerudo sat up in Richmondon, and then it was like a chicken caught by an eagle. He was carried by the collar, dragged to the other side of the river, and stuffed into a car. He was wearing a black hood and earplugs in his ears. I don't know how long the car has been driving, and finally stopped. He was dragged off the car, and then taken to a room. When his headgear was removed and his earplugs were removed, he realized that he was in a country house. After a while, there was a sound of footsteps behind him. When the door was pushed open, Gerudo suddenly turned his head in shock, just in time to see a thick middle-aged man coming in. He has short black hair, a red face, and looks weather-worthy. He has a sturdy body and a strong Kong-Wu. Just looking at it, Gerudo felt a little dazed, because he felt very familiar with this person. Chapter 1075 Come Back to Life. He seemed to have seen this person somewhere, but he couldn't remember the specific name and first name and where he had seen him. Hello, Gerudo? Senator Pacquiao, or Gerudo Contreras. The other party's greeting made Gerudo's heart sink into the valley at once. What he was really afraid of. It turns out that the secret him most worried about is still known by the other party. You are? I'm Antonio Sanchez. We met at a meeting of the Ministry of Defense before. Ah, I remember. You are Antonio, Chief of Staff. Gerudo remembered the general of the army when he patted his forehead. One of the few major generals in the Copper Country. He also made outstanding contributions in his early years. It was precisely because of Peter's abdication that he had made a lot of credit for maintaining the stability of the country. Later, I became the leader of the regiment, and after that I used to fight bandits in the local area and worked for a long time. After that, he was transferred to the upper staff in the previous few years. That's right, it is necessary to suppress bandits in the Copper Country, because of the geographical location and the relationship between the South American continent. In the past, when the two camps were opposed, there were dozens of various types of organizations in the Copper Country. Later, after Pei's ascendancy, he launched fierce suppression of these organizations. But these organizations are not stupid. When the army comes, they hide in the mountains and forests, even wandering to Colombia, Bolivia and Peru, drilling deep in the mountains and old forests. You don't even want to catch them. When the situation subsides, they will come out again. Later, when Pei's downfall, all kinds of monsters and ghosts came out again. During that time, The domestic security of Copper Country was very bad. Later, it was the emergence of soldiers of Antonio and his generation who vigorously surrendered those guys to maintain the stability of the Copper Country. So Antonio and the others were quite famous in the Copper Country. But in recent years, they all suddenly disappeared. To be honest, if it weren't for seeing Antonio today, Gerudo would really not remember that there is such a figure in the military. Ha, you finally remembered it. It seems that you are really forgetting things. Gerudo naturally heard the ridicule in Antonio's words. He also blushed. As for Antonio and his group, why did they suddenly decline? Naturally, it is also because of Gerudo and his gang of politicians. After the downfall of Pittsburgh that year, the descendants of some politicians who were killed by Pittsburgh that year have enjoyed the dividends left by their ancestors. Relying on the names of their ancestors, they took turns in power. But the ruling effect was not very good, especially after 2,000 years. Some politicians in the Copper Country simply invited back the European and American capital that had been driven out that year. And this time, those capitals have intensified even more. They almost quietly infiltrated and controlled more than 60% of the various people's livelihood economies in the Copper Country. And these foreign capitals also support agents in Copper Countries in large numbers. Think Gerudo, Franco, these are their favorite objects. And the older generations of Antonio are naturally the ones most actively opposed to this situation. Because they are afraid there will be another pioneer in charge. But after all, the arm can't twist the thigh, so although Antonio and the others have made a lot of feats, but now they are still marginalized. It's like Antonio, although he is only in his 50s, he is actually forced to retire. In fact, with his qualifications, he can go to politics after he retires. But Antonio, who was discouraged, had planned to quit. Fortunately, Xiao Feng gave him a second chance. At this moment he smiled and looked at Gerudo, as if looking at a prey. General Antonio, what do you want? Say it. I think $1 million is not a lot of money for you. If you want more, please speak up. Gerudo quickly calmed down. Since the other party didn't kill himself, he brought himself here, and came out to meet him in person. This shows that there are talks about this matter, and the other party must have asked for it. As a politician, Gerudo is familiar with various negotiation skills, so he decided to try it out first. Unexpectedly, Antonio smiled. You bastards, always think that others are just like you. They only like money. Don't you have any feelings of family and country in your heart? Do you like being the running dogs of the Americans so much? Your grandfather killed so many people, but he died on the hospital bed. This is really unfair. Also, his children and grandchildren can change their names and continue to return to the Copper Country to work in politics. This is really a big joke. Gerudo, you said if I publish these news, what will be the result? Gerudo's face changed, and then suddenly eased. No, you won't explode. If you want to explode, you would have exploded a long time ago, so you don't have to be so troublesome at all. Forget it. Antonio should stop going in circles. Let's talk. What do you want from me? Gerudo had completely calmed down, and he looked at Antonio on the opposite side. Although he had no bottom in his heart, he had to bite the bullet and take a gamble. Antonio looked at Gerudo, but he didn't expect this little white face to have a bit of courage. He pondered for a while, then smiled and said to Gerudo, well, Minister Zamorano's body does not allow him to continue sitting in the position of Secretary of Defense. And Andacoyo is your key training object. Antonio was half of what he said, but Gerudo already understood what he meant. Do you want the position of Secretary of Defense? Although Franco was his good friend, Gerudo knew that Franco was still too young. He still needs several years of tempering, such as first becoming the commander of the Navy and then the Secretary of Defense. Then, it depends on his good fortune. But now, they are the focus of liberal training. Although on the surface there are sayings that soldiers are not allowed to participate in politics and that all factions are not allowed to intervene in the army. But in fact, the military has to stand in line as well. If you stand in the wrong line, the consequences will be quite serious. For example, this Andakoyo is a person who is very optimistic about the liberals at present. He is the Commander-in-Chief of the Air Force of the Copper Country. He is currently the most promising successor to the position of Secretary of Defense. Before the liberals could arrange a lot of people, on the first, and the current Secretary of Defense whispered, once Zamarino really abdicated, then in all likelihood, the position of Secretary of Defense will belong to Andakoyo. And now Antonio suddenly jumped out and said he wanted this position. This is not so easy. But it doesn't matter. Who made his current father-in-law just happen to be the chairman of the Liberal Party. The Liberals are currently the biggest opposition in the Copper Country, so his father-in-law's influence can be great in the political circle. It is up to his old husband to come forward and persuade others, and an agreement should be reached soon. It shouldn't be a big problem to put Antonio on the top. Well, I will try to help you when I go back, but I can't guarantee that I will succeed. No. You must guarantee that I will succeed in the position, because I can help you keep secrets. Antonio said with a smile, although his face was smiling. But Jurado felt chills in his heart, because the meaning of Antonio's words could not be understood. If you want to continue mixing in Copper Country, you must help him solve this problem. Army Special Forces make another strange contribution. The terrorist organization was hit hard and 18 people were killed. Congressman's family was successfully rescued. Hero Antonio, another miracle. Early the next morning, various news made the headlines of various news media in Copper Country. These news are all in a unified caliber, and all the reports are from yesterday's Army Special Forces. Under the command of the former heroic General Antonio, a surprise attack was completed. They followed Congressman Jurado to pay their ransom and fought fiercely with the kidnappers. A total of 18 kidnappers were killed, and the wife and daughter of Congressman Jurado were successfully rescued from the kidnappers. And this group of kidnappers are notorious members of the Democratic League who came from nearby neighboring countries. This group of guys usually smuggle fans and kidnap people, but they do all things www.mentalnovel.com before. They did several major cases in neighboring countries, which has aroused local people's anger. But the local police were helpless. But this time in Copper Nation, they were captured by the military, which greatly increased the reputation of Copper Nation. Let the Copper Country go up and down, whether it is the ordinary people or the parliamentarians, they all feel light on their faces. Congressman Jurado, whose family was rescued by the military, even gave a speech in front of the hospital like reporters. I am very grateful that the military rescued my family in this operation. I am very grateful for everything they have done for our Copper Country. I am proud of them and I want to say thank you. In addition, a commander like General Antonio shouldn't be buried just like that. If he can, I hope he can become the new defense minister of our Copper Country. Because of the presence of such people, the national defense construction of our Copper Country can be better. Jurado's remarks can be said to have caused an uproar in the political arena of the Copper Country. If you know that their liberal support was Andakoyo before, who would have thought that this guy suddenly changed the direction of the wind? And soon the entire liberals changed their winds. The liberal MPs interviewed all expressed their trust in Antonio. It seemed that everyone changed their tone overnight. The number one in the Palace of Moneda is also very satisfied with Antonio. After all, the people of their establishment were not very interested in Andakoyo, who was pushed by the liberals. And this Antonio is a centrist, so he can accept it a lot. No one thought that Antonio, who had been forced to retire, would come back to life like this. Chapter 1076 Special Zones in South America. Out of security considerations in the Ithacan area, the Ministry of National Defense has decided to set up a new military base in the Ithacan area. The new 33rd Brigade will be stationed here. In addition, on the North Island of the Carapag Islands, a new naval ship base will be established. The Navy will have warships stationed. As soon as Antonio took office, there was a new official who took office with 3 fires. A new military base was established directly in the northeastern region of Ithaca, close to the Peruvian border, and gave a new 33 Brigade number. As for this unit, it is natural that the Ithacan area has to pay for it by itself. It is the National Defense Forces of the Copper Nation in name, but in fact, it's a local armed, under the command of Ithaca City Council. The number of knitting staff is 3,000. And it can be seen that Antonio's benefits are not small. As for military expenditure, the state contributes 30%, and the rest must be financed by the Ithaca Autonomous Region. This is not a trivial matter, but the key is that it can increase military power without the country spending money. Therefore, neither Congress nor the Department of Defense has come forward to oppose it. In fact, some people must be dissatisfied. But at this time, the new minister is in full swing, and everyone is definitely willing to jump out and get the bad news. So the draft was passed smoothly. As for the other plan, it is actually to set up a military port on the north side of the Karapag Islands. This plan also surpassed everyone's expectations. In addition, a few more new warships will be sent in the past. This plan is very intriguing. To know the area before, there is basically nothing worth protecting. Outside of fishery resources, there is really nothing else worth fighting for. However, for so many years, copper countries and Peru have never had any conflicts over fishery resources. After all, both countries have big fish farms, and the populations and markets of the two countries are so big that they can't finish fishing in their fish farms, even issuing licenses to foreign fishery companies for them to fish. So there is nothing to earn. But now the new minister said that to protect the fishery resources of the copper country, a naval base should be set up on the north side of the Karapag Islands. It is very intriguing to send warships there. There are only a few decent warships of the Tonga Navy, all of which are 30 years old. Who do you say to send? Do you want to buy a new ship? But in the current situation of the national economy, who will pay for this new ship? Regarding these, the minister did not say anything in his speech. But everyone understands that the minister is clearly promising to Ithaca. But everyone also understands that it's really bad if you don't give benefits. Just talk about the current economy of the copper country. It is really not good. In the past, the economic structure of copper countries was very simple, mainly relying on the export of mineral resources and agricultural resources. Moreover, regardless of the rich domestic mineral resources of copper countries, in fact, the government and ordinary people of copper countries do not enjoy the dividends brought by any mineral resources, because the copper mines and saltpeter mines in the copper country are actually resource oligarchs in Europe and America behind them. Most of the profits were made by them, and the copper country also relied on absentees to make some hard money. Why was Allende able to get the support of the people back then? It is because before he came to power, he told the people that as long as he was elected, he would take back all the mining companies controlled by Europeans and Americans. And he really did that. Of course, the result was miserable. After being discredited by the media controlled by Europe and the United States for more than 2 years, he then mobilized Peter to take the upper hand, and finally the idealistic president. In the hands of the Paz rebels, he paid the price of his life. Later, after Peter took the position, the first thing to do was to bring back the big European and American companies. But this time he went too far, buying those mining resources even harder. Therefore, almost 90% of the domestic mining resources in copper countries are now in the hands of European and American mining companies, and those native whites of Spanish descent back then. As for the common people, it would be nice to have some soup. Later, with the rise of China, the copper country followed to sell some cherries to China, and fish and meat could make a little bit more. But after all, the road is too far away, the freight cost is too high, and agriculture has a strong seasonality. Therefore, this emerging trade with China cannot completely pull the copper countries out of the quagmire. Affected by the economic crisis that broke out in Brazil and Argentina before, the copper country has also been turbulent for a period of time. Fortunately, international oil prices soon dropped again due to the war between the local tyrants in the Middle East and Russia. This also eased the contradictions within the copper country to a certain extent, but it has not been able to completely resolve it. However, The recent sudden emergence of economic development in the Ithaca region has immediately become the latest economic growth point for the Copper Country. Large-scale urban construction in the Ithacan area, large-scale development of the Karapag Islands, and development and construction of maritime urban agglomerations, as well as the island aquaculture industry developed in the Karapag Islands region. There is also a large-scale fishery development nearby. These have greatly stimulated the economic development of copper countries. Even if these companies hire workers, the first choice is to choose from the Ithacan area. But these workers, after all, have relatives in other provinces, and when they are on vacation, they also return to the capital or their hometown to spend. These have greatly stimulated the recovery and development of the Copper Country's economy. And with the large-scale development of the Ithacan area, not only Chen Yonglu but the others are quietly immigrating from China to the local area. There are also a large number of people from other parts of the Copper Country who flock to the Ithacan area to find work and make a living. This allowed the Ithacan area to be deeply developed. In fact, the environment in Ithaca has always been good before, although there are many desert areas nearby. But in fact, the area facing the Pacific Ocean and backed by the Andes is not lacking in rainfall and fresh water. Only because of the failure of water conservancy in the past, agriculture did not develop. But now that there is a large influx of people, there is a demand for agriculture. In addition, Xiao Feng is vigorously developing local agriculture and animal husbandry, and the products he produces are sent back to China in large quantities. This forms a virtuous circle. Recently, Jesse's Southern Cross Bank acquired a large amount of wasteland near the Ithacan area and began to build water conservancy projects. Prepare to engage in large-scale agricultural production, and these investments have greatly stimulated the increase of the local population and consumption. According to the latest statistics, the current permanent population of Ithaca has exceeded 1.5 million. More than a year ago, there were only 1 million people here. It was the large-scale development of the Ithacan area that brought prosperity and a larger population to the city. Although the government of Copper Country also collects 5% tax from this autonomous region every year. But the upper layers of the Copper Country are not short-sighted. Everyone knows what benefits it will bring to the Copper Country if the Ithacan area develops. Now many rich people in San Diego have come to Ithaca to investigate and plan to invest in projects here. Because this is an autonomous region, there are many unique local policies here. In terms of taxation, there are more preferential treatments than copper countries, so many rich people in copper countries want to invest here. There are also many European and American companies that have discovered the development potential of Ithaca that have the same plan. Even neighboring Peru and Bolivia have many local tycoons who have dragged their families to settle in Ithaca. For nothing else, the public security situation in Ithaca is 10,000 times better than their hometown. Public security in Ithaca is notoriously good now. In the past year, the police here have been very strong and have solved many major cases. Let the local public security environment greatly improve, coupled with a healthy business and ecological environment. Now it has the taste of the most suitable city in South America. So as long as Ithaca can develop and bring benefits to the Copper Country, it will naturally be immeasurable. In the past, the Copper government hadn't paid much attention to Ithaca, but now it has seen the benefits of Ithaca development. They immediately took it seriously. Naturally, they did not object to the Ministry of National Defense's arrangement of garrisons in this city. Although many people also know, there must be some tricks in it. But as long as this place belongs to the Copper Country and the army is under orders from the Copper Country's Ministry of National Defense, that's okay. Some people with bad intentions also wanted to oppose it, but after thinking about it, they decided not to speak up. Gerudo, who used to be strongly hostile to Ithaca, suddenly changed his emphasis from sing the opposite tune everywhere before, and now sing hymns everywhere. This can explain the problem very much. Untilnovel.com. If anyone still doesn't understand, that's a fool. And now there are not many people in the high levels of Copper Nation who have been infiltrated by the Ithacan area. At this time, if you are jumping out to do something, it is easy to be used as a target. That would be too unwise. So even if many people feel that this is wrong in their hearts, they dare not stand up and sing the opposite in public at this time. Xiao Feng stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling windows of the revolving restaurant at the Benevera Peninsula Hotel in downtown Ithaca. Looking at the city that is gradually taking shape below, I am full of emotion. At the beginning, he drew a circle in this humble corner of copper country, but now he has finally undergone a qualitative change. The scale of the city is already in its infancy, but this is far from the end. The right to manage the city is already there, and the gun is in place. And the next step is naturally his ideal free trade zone. In his thoughts, the future status of Ithaca must be a special zone of the copper country. On the larger side, this is not only the special zone of the copper country, it should even be regarded as the special zone of the entire South America. In the future, this place will be the South American continent and the gateway and bridge for East Asia. But this free port is not so easy to do. First, we must vigorously cultivate cronies in the government of the copper country, such as Girardeau and his like. The second thing is that in the military, you must have your own people, such as Antonio and Franco, who has also been controlled by them. The next step is to deal with external threats, such as the Eagle Source in the north and the upper-class profiteers in copper country. These talents are the biggest obstacle to Ithaca future development. Chapter 1077. What are you afraid of? But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe? It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund account and path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tet's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000 US. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion US. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. www.mtnovel.com. He doesn't have to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1078. Coincidence? I believe you a ghost. Isn't it just that the 33rd Brigade is to be established in the Ithacan area? Let's put the focus of this purchase on the US side. Xiao Feng thought for a while, then said to Antonio. But Antonio frowned after listening. Xiao, this matter is not that simple. It also starts with the military construction of Copper Nation. Then Antonio began to introduce to Xiao Feng the national defense construction of Copper Country. It turned out that the Copper Country is known as the small bully of the South American continent, but in fact, their national defense construction is comparable to that of the dwarfs around them. Their army is indeed quite capable of fighting, but when it comes to military construction, it is really a mess. Almost all the equipment used by the military has been procured from abroad. The planes purchased from the United States and the warships purchased were second-hand goods used in the United Kingdom and the Netherlands. Even armored vehicles and tanks were bought second-hand. The tanks are second-hand German Leopard 2. And the armored vehicles are second-hand Injalsa bought from Brazil. The sources of rifles used by infantry are even more extensive. At the earliest, the act given by the former Soviet Union was used. It was used until PIS came to power, and then it was used for more than 10 years. Later, that batch of looting finally couldn't stand it. So I planned to start large-scale procurement of new guns. At first I wanted to purchase American products. So I chose the Skal made by Belgian Herstal, where the Americans are the majority shareholder. The United States also wanted to introduce this rifle back then, and later it was equipped with a batch of it for the Marine Corps. But later, because the price was too expensive, Mi-Jun didn't have a large-scale dressing. The Scala assembled by Tongo is actually an improved model with a very cool appearance. but the actual effect is not satisfactory. Especially in the northern desert zone, the problem of jamming caused by wind and sand often occurs. Later, they chose Israel's Galileas rifle as the main weapon of the army. Therefore, Xiao Feng wanted to hand over the gun purchase order for the 33 Brigade to the Americans. This is really unrealistic at first sight. After all, the Copper Country has introduced a production license from Israel, and they can produce Galil rifles at home. If you forcibly draw progressive guns from the United States, it will definitely incur some unnecessary troubles. What should I do? Actually, I think our 33rd Brigade can go in the direction of an integrated Marine Brigade and can purchase a batch of weapons such as helicopters. Antonio tentatively said to Xiao Feng. Xiao Feng heard what he said, and immediately understood what he meant. Antonio wants him to turn the 33rd Brigade into an elite like the 101st Division in the United States. To put it bluntly, it is a mixed service of Navy, land and air. The 1st Division of the U.S. Army and the elite such as the 101st Airborne Division fit this setting. This kind of army is indeed very powerful and easy to use, but one thing is that it is very expensive. The 33rd Brigade is a local force in the Ithacan area, and because of previous special regulations, this military nation is only responsible for 30% of military expenditures, and all the rest must be raised by the Kasaka region. So how much you pay depends on the wishes of the Ithacan area. And the various weapons and equipment needed for this army to become an army will involve all forces. Anyway, you have to satisfy all appetites. And if you can turn the 33rd Brigade into a mixed army, then Ithaca is going to pay a lot of money, and buying a few planes is not too much. A Black Hawk helicopter costs more than $10 million US. Coupled with various configurations, a few aircraft can cost hundreds of millions. Such a contract should be able to stop the mouths of Americans. Xiao Feng thought for a while and agreed to Antonio's request. This matter really required him to nod his head. Otherwise Antonio would not dare to make a decision. The rest is left to Antonio to come forward to do it, and it will be inconvenient for him to show up. Along with Antonio, there is also his appointed new commander of the 33rd Brigade, Ricardo Martinez. This is a Latino clone, but his original body is a veteran from the Ithacan area. He is of Chinese descent and once served in the Bronze Army. After retiring, he joined the Blue Bonnet Security Company established by Xiao Feng in Ithaca. In an operation not long ago, he was killed in an accident. He has no relatives and no reason, so it happens that Xiao Feng thinks the most suitable clone. Then let the scientists of the Karapag Islands make a clone based on him. On the surface he is still Ricardo, the image of Martinez, but in his bones he is a star warrior. This time Xiao Feng asked Antonio to re-enter the army and appointed him as the brigade commander of the 33rd Brigade. At the same time, he must also participate in the procurement of weapons built by the troops. Xiao Feng still intends to let this Ricardo show up in the military to gain some prestige. In this way, even if Antonio leaves the Ministry of Defense in the future, he will have his own manpower in the military. The next day Xiao Feng walked through Ithaca again under the leadership of Bela. The city of Ithaca now is completely different from when he came before. When he came last time, it was still a big construction site, outside the well-preserved area in the city center. Other places are digging trenches and building roads, building buildings and communities. Many places outside the city center have now been completed. There are many more glass-walled buildings in the city center, which looks like a metropolis. Even compared to Santiago, the capital of the Copper Country, it is not much better than that. Most of the urban areas that extend from the city center have adopted Huaguo's design concepts. In order to save land, many places have been built into tall buildings. However, unlike China, the floors of these buildings are not as high as 20 or more than 30 times. The highest is a dozen or so floors, which not only saves land resources, but also meets the living needs of urban residents. The city looks much more organized, and people's lives are gradually returning to normal. Many supermarkets have opened a lot of shops along the street. Pedestrians and vehicles on the road have their place. and they seem to be in order. Many companies have recently opened in those buildings in the city center. Some were run by local businessmen, and many dignitaries from other places in the copper country. There are even many companies in European and American countries that rent sites here to start companies. And the most, of course, are companies set up by various companies from China. With the beginning of Huayang Petroleum, many domestic companies now know that there is such a land of our Chinese in the South American continent. Although it belongs to the copper country in name, the people here speak Chinese and eat Chinese food, and they look like Chinese. The most important thing is the local government's attitude towards China, which is still very friendly. This makes Ithaca a very attractive place. Although geographically speaking, they are certainly not as good as Colombia. But the attitude towards the Chinese is friendly and safe. In the past, many state-owned enterprises that went overseas have attracted the attention of the Americans at every turn, or they have to be sanctioned by them. This makes those companies worry. How to develop and grow has always been a problem. In the eyes of those companies, the South American continent is not weaker than a cornucopia in Africa. In the past, this place was forbidden by the Americans, and the Americans here are asking for what they want. Once the economy develops poorly, you don't even need to use the army. As long as you use financial weapons, you can shear wool here. Before, Huago had always wanted to try the water, but unfortunately the progress has not been very great. The geographical disadvantage is too obvious, the distance is too far, it is really beyond reach. But now with Ithaca, what was impossible before has become possible. It is not only those companies that open the door to South America, but also an important transit point. Beef and cowhide purchased from Argentina, cherries from copper country, salmon, red wine and other agricultural products. There are also various mineral resources purchased from other South American countries, which can be concentrated here. Number the box, and then load it on the ship, or on the plane, and transport it back to the country. And taking the route of the Pacific Ocean here is much more convenient than taking the Atlantic Ocean, bypassing the Cape of Good Hope, or crossing the Suez Canal. Therefore, a large number of vest companies of state-owned enterprises have appeared in Ithaca, renting or even buying office space here to start operations. The arrival of these foreign-funded enterprises has greatly stimulated the local economic development of Ithaca. Recently we have just established a university in Ithaca, which specializes in cultivating various talents. For this we have specially invited many scholars from China. Bella and Xiao Feng introduced the development of Ithaca.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng nodded. Kalapag can't fall down there. In fact, the university on Ithaca is just a cover, the real core area of scientific research. He is located on the Karapag Island side. Now with the increasing shipments, our port needs to be further expanded. We have signed the second phase expansion project of Ithaca Port with 20 construction. They contract labor and materials and design, and we account for 51% of the port. Xiao Feng is very satisfied with Bayer's approach. The airport has been built 7 or 8. The port also has it, and the railway Ithaca also has it. The highway is now being widened, and they are even investigating the environment of the inland river. See if we can make an inland canal connecting Peru, Bolivia, Paraguay, and Argentina. Once this inland canal network can be completed, the development prospects of the port of Ithaca will be even more impressive. After shopping in Ithaca City for a day, Xiao Feng finally returned to the hotel in the evening. Originally planned to take a good night's rest, and went to see the Karapag Islands the next day. But when he entered the hall, he saw President Qin of Huayang Petroleum who was waiting. "Oh, Mr. Xiao, is a coincidence. It's been a long time since I saw you." President Qin greeted him with a smile. Xiao Feng said with a smile, "Yes." While talking, shaking hands with him, but I couldn't help but complain in my heart. Coincidence? I believe you a ghost. This should never be avoided. President Qin must have been waiting here for a long time, and he came to find his own purpose. Ha, it was just bought from the army. Chapter 1079. Who on earth ate the gall of the bear, hart and leopard? It's this time, haven't you finished your meal yet? Why don't you go upstairs to eat together? Xiao Feng pretended to look at his watch, then smiled and sent out an invitation to Qin Xiaoshan. Oh, that's great. I just finished my work nearby, and I didn't have time to eat dinner, so I was a little hungry. Qin Xiaoshan immediately caught the handle of Xiao Feng's message, and then turned around and waved. Two people, a man and a woman, followed immediately. Xiao Feng probably glanced at them. These two women were probably in their 30s, with graceful looks. The man is skinny, about the age of 40. I happen to have two friends here. Mr. Xiao doesn't mind being together? Qin Xiaoshan asked Xiao Feng with a smile, and Xiao Feng nodded. Okay, let's go together. Xiao Fengzi took a few glances and knew that today's highlight should be these two. The group of them went upstairs all the way, and Xiao Feng took them directly into the suite. There is a restaurant in the suite, and soon there will be a hotel staff to deliver the food to the suite. Hey, Mr. Xiao, your technology is really good. At present, the first phase of the refinery we are building on the North Ring Island has been put into operation. The daily output is really nothing to say. Now, the freight will be saved. A lot of. President Qin forcefully came up to find the topic as soon as the banquet opened, but he could be seen that he was really happy. The North Ring Island is the small island that Xiao Feng leased to Huayang Petroleum to build an oil depot, and Huayang Petroleum also planned several phases of refining and chemical projects there. The first phase is a small experimental refinery, so it can produce output so quickly. Looking at Mr. Qin like this, he is very satisfied with the production of this factory. At the very least, all the fuel needed by their tankers can be solved, which greatly reduces their costs. And the next step is naturally to expand production capacity, and the second and third phases will be launched successively. And after their verification, many domestic refineries can boldly launch new refining technologies. Then congratulations. Xiao Feng smiled and said to President Qin, and soon passed the 3 rounds. Then President Qin also found an opportunity to introduce the two people who came with him to Xiao Feng. These two people are interesting, the male and Jiang He, and the female is Chen Lan, both from the North Agricultural Machinery Company, but in fact, Xiao Feng knew which company these two belonged to. This Northern Agricultural Corporation must be the best of Norinco overseas. Halfway through the banquet, President Qin answered the phone and left first. Jiang He and Chen Lan didn't mean to leave. Xiao Feng understood at a glance. The two also exchanged glances, and then they said directly, Mr. Xiao, you must know the parent company behind us. We came to you this time to see if we have a chance to cooperate. You are so polite. However, I am an ordinary businessman. Hey, Mr. Xiao, you are so polite. Who doesn't know your current influence in Copper Country? Before Xiao Feng could finish speaking, Chen Lan smiled and took the stubbornly. Xiao Feng smiled slightly and did not answer. The two looked at each other again, and then Chen Lan gave a dry cough. Mr. Xiao, we are straight to the point. We heard that a new 33 brigade will be built in the Ithacan area recently and a lot of equipment will be purchased. I don't know. Do we have a chance for Norinco? You may have to go to the Ministry of National Defense for this. I don't count it. Hey, Mr. Xiao, you are really too modest. Who doesn't know that you and Defense Secretary Antonio are good friends? We heard that the Copper Nation Army wants to replace the original Ingelsu armored vehicle. I don't know. Do we have a chance to get this order? Jiang He and Chen Lan sang and said to Xiao Feng. Speaking of the replacement of the Tongo armored vehicles, Antonio and Xiao Feng also mentioned it before when they discussed it. However, this matter is more controversial, and there has been no conclusion within the military. At present, Copper Country is equipped with more than 800 armored vehicles, of which more than 500 are purchased from Brazil. There are more than 300 second-hand Baijer and 2 armored vehicles purchased from Europe. These armored vehicles are all 6x6 models, and they have a history of almost 30 to 40 years. And they are all classic cars. Although they have been modified and upgraded before, These tanks have obviously not been able to meet the needs of the military. So as early as 10 years ago, the military had formulated an equipment renewal plan. That is to replace the Injalsa armored vehicles with Paijuran 3. Unfortunately, in the end, this plan has not been able to take shape due to the issue of military spending. And because Copper Country has been very close to Britain before, the attitude of the Copper Country's military to China has not been very friendly. So far, Copper Country is the only country without any Chinese equipment among the defense forces on the South American continent. Therefore, companies in the north of China and Poly and other companies have long wanted to open a breakthrough in the Copper Country. Think of Peru before. Argentina has been conquered by Chinese companies one after another, but there is only one Copper Country that can't win. It's a shame to go back this time. Now the Copper Country suddenly appeared Xiao Feng and a new defense minister, and many people were moved. Antonio had talked to Xiao Feng before about changing the infantry vehicle, but this matter has not been able to take shape. The main reason is that there are more disputes within the military. In fact, several large factories in China have also contacted them in the past. Some people in the Copper Country military are very tempted. After all, infantry fighting vehicles are not high-tech equipment. Huaguos is very easy to use, and the price is not expensive. And according to the quotation of Huaguo Military Industry Enterprises, the price of buying Huaguo's brand new infantry fighting vehicles, it is enough to sell second-hand tanks produced by Mauag in Switzerland. So in terms of cost-effective, Huaguo chariot super high. But buying equipment does not mean cost-effective. There are also many political factors in it, so it's about which country's tank to buy. This issue has been entangled within the military. It is no wonder that Jiang He and Chen Lan will find Xiao Feng on the head this time. Xiao Feng groaned, and Antonio was the one who supported him with one hand. But now I have to ask Antonio directly to make a decision to buy the Huaguo chariot, which is probably too much. After all, this issue has been debated for 10 years before. If Antonio is allowed to act arbitrarily, will it seem too overbearing? Moreover, buying Huaguo equipment is very likely to tell those who are hostile. Therefore, Xiao Feng had to weigh carefully at this time. Mr. Xiao, if you can help this time, then we are willing to provide 10 tanks to Ithaca 33 Brigade for free. In addition, if you need it, we can also provide you with some drones. After listening to these words of Jiang He and Chen Lan, Xiao Feng immediately couldn't sit still. In fact, China's export-oriented infantry fighting vehicle VN-1 has a very good reputation in South America. Although it started with BMP tanks that imitated bears, after more than 2 decades of rapid development, the tanks of China are now unique. The first Chinese infantry fighting vehicle in South America was purchased by Venezuela, and it was also purchased by Petroleum. A number of VN-1 amphibious tanks were purchased from China, and this tank performed very well in Venezuela. Later, Argentina also bought 110 VN-1 tanks from China. The 8x8 tank, even if 2 wheels are damaged, still does not affect his travel. It is also very suitable for hilly and densely forested terrain in South America. Therefore, the reputation of VN-1 is actually very good in South America. As far as Xiao Feng knows, Peru next door has an idea and wants to purchase a batch of these tanks from China. What Jiang He and Chen Lan meant was that if they could persuade Antonio to purchase these tanks from China, they will give themselves 10 cars for nothing. Although not a lot, it seems that the size of the 33 Brigade of 3,000 people is enough. But here, Jiang He and Chen Lan, seeing that Xiao Feng hadn't immediately agreed, they exchanged another look. In addition, Mr. Xiao, we still want to talk to you. Recently, there are so many people who seem to be plotting against you. Oh? Xiao Feng suddenly raised his eyebrows. There are still people making their own ideas. Really damn. He wants to see www.mentalnovel.com, which is the one who ate the courage of the bear heart and leopard. In fact, it's mainly because Ithaca has developed too fast in South America recently, and they are also very interested in the industry behind you. So they just want to. Having said that, which Jiang He suddenly paused, Xiao Feng opened his eyes suddenly and glanced at him. What do they want? Seeing Xiao Feng's eyes that looked like lightning, Zhang He was also shocked. There is a murderous spirit. This President Xiao is not easy. It seems that he must be the kind of ruthless person who has seen blood under his hand. They are like tying you over to see if they can pry something from you. Even if you can't pry out anything, if it can make you disappear like that, that will definitely affect the future development of the Ithacan area, as well as the development of your technology companies. It can also disrupt the speed of China's future technological breakthroughs. So another purpose of our coming this time is to remind you that you must pay attention to safety. Recently, when talking about this, Zhang He was full of seriousness, and Xiao Feng gradually sat up straight at this time. Oh, is it so serious? Xiao Feng asked with a smile. He thought Zhang He was a bit alarmist. But Zhang He's face became more solemn at this time. Mr. Xiao, you have to understand that some people can do everything in order to achieve their goals, especially Americans. Chen Lan added another sentence next to him at this time, and when he heard this, the smile on Xiao Feng's face immediately disappeared. He may not believe in others, but when it comes to Americans, this group of grandsons with no bottom line can really do it. Chapter 1080 pressed the gourd and lifted the scoop. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, The Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business, and Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Jirado port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Jirado family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xingkai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xingkai with a smile, and Lee Xingkai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor that they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Lee Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with Leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with Leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here. Hungry.mtlnovel.com. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it. But it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the round worm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1081. Don't install it, it's a showdown. I don't know him either, but he was recommended by a former colleague of mine. It should have something to do with the US official. Xiao Feng hadn't spoken much yet, and Jesse whispered a few words in his ear. Xiao Feng's basic psychology has been counted. He smiled and greeted this Anderson. Hello Mr. Anderson, it's not easy to talk here. Let's find a place to have a cup of coffee. Okay. Mr. Xiao, your Juice King coffee, I like it very much. Anderson's words made Xiao Feng's expression abruptly, but it was just a flash. How could Xiao Feng fail to hear the threatening meaning in Anderson's words? He took this Anderson directly to the presidential suite where he lived upstairs, and then had coffee served to them. Okay, stop going around, Mr. Anderson. Who do you work for? I'm an independent businessman, but I heard that there might be an arms project here recently, so I came to sell it myself. Xiao Feng is straight to the point, but this Anderson is still covering up, which makes Xiao Feng uncomfortable. Come to sell by yourself? Who are you fooling? Seeing Xiao Feng's face suddenly changed again, Anderson, who was opposite, quickly drank the coffee in his cup, put down the coffee cup, then smiled and said to Xiao Feng, in fact, it is like this. After Mr. Xiao went back yesterday, I heard my friends say that you are planning to buy 6 Black Hawk helicopters, so I will come over today to take a look. Anderson's face was full of smiles, and Xiao Feng knew the back of the other party as soon as he heard this. Before that, Franco caught the American line and thought he had found a backer. So I promised a lot of benefits to the Americans, and the Americans promised to give him money and support him. That is also conditional, and the Americans offered Franco the conditions. It is to support Gerudo and join forces with Gerudo to engage in Ithaca and the Karapag Islands. And in accordance with their requirements, lay out and bury nails in these two areas. But unfortunately, Gerudo's mission failed, and the man was still subdued by Antonio. The Americans were not good at starting Gerudo, so they threatened Franco. And Franco found Antonio, and Antonio wanted to balance these Americans. I only came to Xiao Feng yesterday to discuss the purchase of the 33 Brigade in the future and give a sum of money to the Americans to buy a peace. In fact, Xiao Feng didn't want to spend the money, but considering that he is still fledgling now, he was missed by the Americans. So at this time, it's right to spend some money on things. So he agreed to Antonio's opinion and planned to buy 6 Black Hawk helicopters from the Americans. But he didn't think of Antonio before leaving. In the evening, he met Zhang He and Chen Lan brought by Qin Xiaoshan. And I got news from Zhang He that there are Americans who want to do it on themselves. And the other party is in Columbia. And the main envoy behind the scenes is the Mr. Shannon who has left the White Room. In the United States before, Pompeo had told himself that it was Mr. Shannon who had arranged manpower in the country of Copper to prepare for himself. So now it seems that this Anderson should be Franco's upline, or Mr. Shannon's person. I just don't know if he and the group of Colombians are in the same group. He smiled and looked at Anderson. But Anderson on the opposite side didn't know why, and felt cold all over. This feeling is the same as when he was caught by a lion when he was hunting on the African savannah a few years ago. It made him feel really creepy. Xiao Feng stared at him for a while, then smiled. That's right, Mr. Anderson, we are planning to buy 6 Black Hawk helicopters. But I think you should talk to Antonio about this matter. Ha, he informed us. But we feel that it is better to come to you directly than to talk to him. The meaning in Anderson's words is also very clear. We know that you are the real boss. Well, what are you going to talk about then? First, I want to confirm with you the configuration of these helicopters. Second, we heard that there seems to be a naval base to be built on the Karapag Islands. We want to participate in the construction of this naval base. Before Anderson finished speaking, Xiao Feng raised his hand to interrupt him. Well, you don't need to find me. You go to participate in the project bidding for the Karapag Islands. Anderson was not talking, his blue eyes gurgled non-stop, and after a few laps, he suddenly said again, then let's not talk about it. I heard that near the Karapag Islands, the Copper State Navy intends to form a new fleet. We have a lot of warships that are good. If you really want to buy warships here, I hope you can give priority to our warships. What? Hearing this, Xiao Feng finally understood. The sentiment guy came to the door because they were not satisfied with the previous quotation. Yesterday Xiao Feng felt that the offer of 6 helicopters to them should satisfy them. At any rate, it is an order of more than 100 million yuan. But now it seems that they are not satisfied with the offer. Today, Anderson came here to build a military port and buy warships. On the surface, I came to discuss with you, but in fact I came to buy and sell. And he is also a kind of temptation. If he agrees to him, it can be regarded as showing an attitude to them. It is that I have no intention of being an enemy of the United States and are willing to accept the position of the US as the hegemon in this area. This seems to be nothing, but in fact, for Ithaca and the Karapag Islands, there is no benefit at all. First of all, it is China, not the United States, that supports the prosperity here. If you let the US people help build a naval port, buy US warships, what do you think of those Chinese companies? I still have a big business in China. When the time comes, if the upper class in China is annoyed, then can I still do business in China? Say it again. These Ithaca and Karapag Islands, but I regard them as forbidden. This American came here to get a kick. What's the matter? If you agree to them today, they will have even more demanding demands tomorrow. Anyway, the Americans have no bottom line, And you think they are really as simple as building a military port? Xiao Feng dared to guarantee that if he promised them to let more of them come to build a military port, after the guarantee is completed, they will stay here and not leave. And do you think that buying a US warship is as simple as paying for a ship? When the time comes, they will send someone over to help you with training, and that's the kind that can't be driven away. By then, do you say that this warship is your own? Or is it American? It seems that Mr. Shannon's abacus is very precise. Xiao Feng didn't plan to open this hole for him. Well, Mr. Anderson, your US warships are indeed very good, but what I want to say is that the price is too expensive. Our Ithacan area is developed in the spirit of peaceful development. We can't afford your warships. And you also know that the ones we bought in the past have always been second-hand warships. Xiao Feng's remarks are not false. They sold this second-hand warship in the United Kingdom and the Netherlands, and each one was sold for a few million. But a US warship, even a destroyer of 3,000 or 4,000 tons, the price can easily exceed 100 million, and the ones sold overseas are often second-hand ships, which have been used for more than 10 or 2 decades. Then we can give you a few warships that are about to retire for free. Before Xiao Feng finished speaking, Anderson took over. But Xiao Feng smiled at this moment. I don't want it anymore. We really don't have that much money. The US second-hand warships are not only not cheap, but the later repairs and maintenance can kill you. These are not the most terrifying. The most terrifying is that they will install backdoors on the ship. In the future, if it conflicts with them or their allies and brothers, then this ship is basically scrap copper and iron. So Xiao Feng didn't plan to buy a ship from the United States at all. And as soon as he said this, Anderson's face turned gloomy. Mr. Xiao, I came here this time with great sincerity. But you do not agree that we can help you build the military port, and you do not agree to buy our warships. Are you going to fight us? Do you know where this is? As soon as this, Anderson saw that Xiao Feng didn't eat soft or hard. Novel.com. He simply tore off the disguise, and the showdown. Xiao Feng also changed into a cold smile at this time. Confrontation? This is not what I said. Besides, do you know where this is? This is Ithaca, Lao Tzu's land. Believe it or not, a word of mine can make you disappear without a trace. Anderson's face flushed with anger. Mr. Xiao, you may not know what will happen if you offend the CIA. The CIA? Do you think I didn't know anyone in the United States? Don't think that I don't know where you come from. Go back and take me to say hello to Mr. Shannon. He can't even stay in the White House. How does he represent the CIA? Anderson's face was blue and purple. He didn't expect Xiao Feng to figure out his details long ago. It is true that he pretended to be the official representative of the United States, but he was not. He is just a dog under Shannon, Washington's political broker. And their action this time was actually just a small group of right-wing forces represented by Shannon. When it comes to the CIA, they can only be regarded as scratching the edges, but they can't even count as their branch. Anderson stood up abruptly, opened the door without talking nonsense, and went straight to the elevator. At this time, Jessie came to Xiao Feng's side and asked worriedly, "What do they really plan to do with you?" "I'm just waiting here." They dare to reach out, so I chopped off their paws first. Then I went back to the US and copied their nest. This Shannon's threat-done provocation has already turned Xiao Feng out of the real fire. Chapter 1082. It's not that the concubines don't want to, but they really can't do it. Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the 2 ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States. But after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal, and it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business, and Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Girardot Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles. Otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Colombia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Li Xingkai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Li Xingkai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Li Xingkai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Li Xingkai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Li Xingkai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Li Xingkai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Li Xingkai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Li Xingkai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Li Xingkai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Until novel.com many people have no jobs. Now it is not that easy to go fishing in the sea. So many people are hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months, this will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it, but it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the round worm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Although he didn't say anything, Lee Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials, don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Lee Xingkai, while Lee Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company, and you didn't ask me what I want. Huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1083 The Wages of Avarice is Death. Luke and Alan expressed strong dissatisfaction with Abrun's plan, because in their view, this is simply asking them to die. But Abrun did not abandon this plan because of their opposition. Gentlemen, I think you should know the background of Branson. And this plan was approved by Washington. Luke and Alan exchanged glances. Of course they knew the background of Branson security. But you said that this plan was approved by Washington. Do you think we don't know that you are taking a chicken feather as an arrow? When we were in the CIA, we did a lot of tasks like this. Yes, there are many people in Washington waiting to receive the credit. But once it fails, Washington will immediately throw the pot away and deny the whole plan. Even we will be expelled from the United States. Where is this class dinner Yuan so good? It's really a trick to pin your head on your waistband. Of course you can also refuse to participate in this operation. If so, you can pack and go back to the United States. Abrun's next words have a clear meaning. If he wants to keep earning more than $100,000 in salary for a year, then you must obey the order honestly. If you don't obey the order, then you can return to your country. Luke and Alan looked at each other and returned home. What can they do when they return home? They have been in the army for more than 10 years, and what they learned isn't how to be a soldier. After leaving the military system, they are nothing. After returning to China, their ending can be imagined. In the end, it is definitely not going to be reduced to the streets, or become a criminal, or may become a B society. This is also the experience of many of their old folks while staying at Branson. Excluding various benefits each year, the salary alone can leave hundreds of thousands. And when there is action, wages and allowances will be even more. If the action is successful, there may be a large bonus. So even though Abrun's attitude made them very upset, the two of them could only bear it in the end. Abrun's blue eyes whispered around the two of them, and then he continued. Of course, this operation is not just for you to participate. In Venezuela, we also contacted some people who were dissatisfied with the authorities, including several members of the military. Hearing Abrun's words, the eyes of Alan and Luke lit up. There is an internal response. You said it earlier. With internal response, the certainty of this matter is much greater. Who is it? How many people are there? Abrun saw that the attitudes of Alan and Luke immediately changed, and a smile appeared on his face at this time. The opponent, whose name is Sabalos, is the city defense commander of Caracas. He has a regiment in his hand, and he is also a secret supporter of Guasito. Our plan for this time is to set off from Colombia by boat and land in the town of Macuto, 34 kilometers north of Caracas, where we will take a day off, and wait till night. We will set off in the car and go straight to Caracas. Once we enter Caracas, we will go straight to the presidential palace, and Sabalos' army will cooperate with us at that time. The main goal of our trip is this President Ma. Remember, we can't hurt him, we have to live. We have to bring him back to the United States and accept legal sanctions. Just like the disobedient Panamanian president back then, with him as an example. Other South American countries will be more honest. Abrun's words made Luke and Alan excited. This is the credit of Fenglong Juxu. I think that the United States quickly wiped out Panama that year, and Noriega directly sentenced Noriega to capture the United States for an indefinite period. Such actions back then, don't you say that the Americans are overbearing? A country was destroyed overnight. Although many people say that there is no axiom in doing so, What about it? Axiom. Hee. Can Axiom be a meal? Although many people hated the United States because of that invasion, they also had nothing to do with the United States. Since then, many South American countries that were still eye-catching with the former Soviet Union have slumped a lot. For example, in the anti-drug matter, the half-hearted Colombian authorities have been quite honest about the demands of the Americans. Putting away a lot of small actions, it is with their obedient cooperation that the Americans can successfully complete the clearing of several major drug cartels. And this time they intend to invade Venezuela, although no country has come forward. But if it is done, it will obviously be no different from the results of the Panama War. However, the difficulty of this invasion of Venezuela is obviously much higher than that of the invasion of Panama, because first, the US originally had a military base in Panama, and the US mainland is also very close to Panama, can provide adequate support for the invasion. In addition, Panama's military power was also very weak, compared with the United States. That is when a strong man meets a thin bamboo pole, which is not of equal magnitude at all. The Venezuela that invaded this time is different, although it has been sanctioned by the United States for many years. But their military strength has not suffered much damage, with a standing army of hundreds of thousands. And they didn't have the military to provide them with strong backup support this time, so although there were internal responses, the difficulty of this operation was still relatively large. Therefore, at this time, Alan and Luke still had more serious faces, and they were not much happy because they learned that Venezuela should respond. Brun, seeing the state of these two men, felt that he needed to stimulate them. Gentlemen, I must tell you, the contract for this operation is worth $220 million. In the initial stage, 100 million yuan has been paid to the company's account. The company has purchased a large amount of weapons and equipment to ensure the success of this operation. The two of you are the main persons in charge of this operation. If the operation is successful, none of you will be upgraded one level in the company, the annual salary will be doubled, and if this action is successful, you will all be able to get generous bonuses. Luke and Alan's eyes lit up when they heard that the contract was worth $220 million. People pin their heads to their waistbands. And why do you want to live in such a dangerous foreign country? Isn't it for money? This contract is worth $220 million. And after it's done, there must be more benefits. But those are the boss. They don't pay attention. They only pay attention to how much bonus they can get this time. Then if this operation is successful, how much can each of us get? Luke asked directly, and Bren smiled slightly. 1 million. Dried grass. Alan slammed the table, and the prize money alone was $1 million. This deal is definitely worth doing. Despite the fact that US contractors are active all over the world, how many of them can actually earn 1 million per vote? Those brothers who guarded the CIA substation in Libya in those days earned only tens of thousands of dollars with all their hard work. Don't think that the lives of Americans are very valuable. In fact, that's how it is. Alan and Luke, who were originally a little lacking in confidence, had already mobilized their emotions at this time. As the saying goes, people die for money and birds die for food. The money is there. If you are still afraid of wolves and tigers, then there is no need to get involved in this business. As for the cannon fodder outside, each person gives 10,000 yuan, and after the completion of the matter, another lump sum will be enough for them to sacrifice their lives for you. No way. In South America, human lives are worth the price. In the next few days, the Spartan training camp began to get busy. In the past, only Alan was responsible for the training. This time Luke also participated. The two gathered several grassroots officers below and held meetings for them many times. The training content was arranged, although the difficulty of this mission was much greater than that of the previous invasion of Ithaca. But the support provided by the company is much greater than before. In recent years, the company has arranged 8 speedboats to one of their training camps by the sea. And all kinds of guns and ammunition have also been sent over. Although most of them are relatively low price tags, they are also hung with guide rails, so you can pretend to be some pendants. For example, night vision goggles and scopes. After adding these two items, the combat power that can erupt from www.metalnovel.com is much higher than before. There are also various protective equipment, such as body armor, helmets, military boots, jungle camouflage and other equipment in place. The morale has also been greatly improved, and the soldiers know that they are about to start operations recently. Although these things are not very old, they can still provide soldiers with a sense of security. In recent years, both Luke and Alan have arranged manpower to take advantage of the night. Boarding and landing training are continuously carried out in the offshore area. Although Abraham also told them, "Don't be nervous about landing in the town of Makuto." Araujo had sent someone to meet them there, and they could even rest in the town of Makuto for a whole night after they landed. But Luke and Alan still feel that training in advance can be prepared. Who knows if there will be any accidents that day? As a veteran of infiltration behind enemy lines, they all think it is better to make a few backup plans. After training for more than a week, they finally set off at Abrun's urging. That night, the wind and waves on the sea were relatively calm, and there was a big moon in the sky. Such a night is very conducive to their actions. Alan and Luke took more than 100 people and boarded 8 speedboats. What made them even more happy was that when they left, they were not alone in their 8 speedboats. Abrun actually didn't know what kind of relationship he used to get an inland gunboat from the Colombian military. The sea conditions are so good. The speed of the speedboat is naturally not slow. In less than an hour, they reached the sea off the town of Makuto. Luke and Alan took the infrared telescopes and observed them for a while, and then commanded their men to start landing. Chapter 1084 Ambush. The first speedboat quickly rushed to the shore, and then a dozen soldiers jumped off the speedboat. These soldiers are very skillful in forming a formation on the beach. Luke, who was observing in the back, was very satisfied with this team. The team led the coach Mariano. He used to serve in the Colombian National Defense Forces before, and was later retired because of entanglements with flower dealers. It is precisely because of his previous experience in the army that his basic skills are very solid, and he was promoted to the captain of this team by Luke. This action, according to the above requirements, was personally led by him and Alan. Abrun, who gave them instructions, sits in the back and provides them with real-time intelligence support. Although Abrun had said that Araujo would arrange for someone to pick them up. However, after Luke and Alan discussed, he still felt that he had sailed carefully. It's better to be more cautious. So after they came to the open sea of Makuto, they didn't have a brain to land on the beach. Instead, they first sent Mariano, their most trusted team, to lead a small team to take a look on the shore. In the back they saw Mariano and their speedboat, and successfully rushed to the beach. Then some soldiers quickly jumped out of the speedboat, and then formed a formation. In the end, he was alternately covering, and rushed to a coconut grove far behind the beach. Luke and Alan's hearts have been hanging, for fear that there will be an unexpected sound at this time. What made them feel happy was that the gunfire they had been worried about did not sound. But there was a rustle of electricity from the intercom that I had been looking forward to. Green light, I repeat, green light. Roger that. Luke fisted hard in the air for a while. The green light is the signal they agreed on before, which means that everything is normal. Luke and Alan contacted several other speedboats through the intercom. At this time, everyone adjusted their course and quickly rushed towards the beach. The reason why I chose to land in the town of Makuto is that it is relatively close to Caracas, the capital of Venezuela. And here is the site of Guasito, which is relatively safe. There is another reason, because the beaches here are all white sand beaches. Because there are no rocks under the sea, the speedboat can rush to places very close to the coastline. He even rushed directly to the beach and put the soldiers down. This greatly reduces the difficulty of their landing. 10 minutes later, Luke and Alan led a team of troops and landed on the beach. The speedboats also retreated into the sea one after another, returning to the same way. Luke and Alan did not lower their vigilance. The commander proceeded. according to the tactical formation, and touched the coconut grove in front. Luke led the team to the front, while Alan led the two teams and pressed behind. He even took out his binoculars and looked at the coconut grove in the distance for a while. You can clearly see the situation behind the coconut grove from the infrared telescope, and there is a road just behind the coconut grove. At this time, 8 large trucks covered with cloth were parked on the highway. At this time, their leading team was standing near several vehicles. There are even some big-hearted people who are talking and laughing with the drivers in the car, smoking cigarettes. Everything seemed normal, but at this moment, Alan noticed something wrong. He took the binoculars, scanned the cars back and forth several times, and even increased the scanning of the cars. But this look was not right, because he saw patches of red influence in the trunks of those trucks. There was clearly an ambush in that carriage. It's not good, it's hit. As a veteran, Alan responded very quickly. After discovering the accident, his first reaction was to immediately notify Luke in front of him. But after Luke heard his alarm, he stopped. Those ambushes in the coconut grove on the opposite side have already discovered their abnormality. The driver, who was still sitting in the car with their men, smoking and farting, immediately stretched out his hand from the car. The pistol in his hand is just one shot from the soldier who made them. Hidden in the carriage ambush, they also lifted the masks on the top one after another, holding their submachine guns at the soldiers closest to them and sweeping them randomly. The first team led by Mariano belched in the blink of an eye. They didn't even have time to fight back. Luke, who was walking in front, also immediately noticed the anomaly in front of him, and the experienced him immediately lay on the ground. Then they greeted loudly, and the soldiers around them all got down. Although these soldiers have been trained in the Spartan training camp for several months, there are still too few people with actual combat experience. Even more than half of the people stepped onto the battlefield for the first time when they heard the gunshots suddenly sounded in front of them. Many people are already scared and stupid. Didn't they say that there is no danger in the first day's actions? Didn't you say that someone would answer them? Could it be that that's how those guys responded to them? But before they could figure it out, a chain of fire swept across the coconut grove in the distance. Alan, who was in the back hall, was holding his binoculars at this time, looking at the situation in front of him. This sudden change, even a veteran like him, was frightened. Those enemies who are in ambush in the car are not to mention. There are actually many people who are in ambush in the dense forest on the other side of the convoy. After the enemies in the convoy acted, they immediately got out from under the short woman behind the highway. These guys have hundreds of numbers, plus the ambushers who jumped out of the car, and the enemy in front of them is at least more than 200 people. And he can see from the infrared telescope that these people are also very well equipped. The soldiers wore body armor, helmets, and military boots, and they also had uniforms on their bodies. You don't need to look at it to know that these are regular soldiers, not the local armed forces of the rabble. And they are not AK in their hands, or 95 style rifles, depending on the posture and rhythm of their shooting. They are clearly well-trained veterans, not new recruits at all. The more I saw this situation, the cooler I was at Alan. As a battle-tested soldier, he knew that this crisis was at a critical juncture. The more he can't be chaotic, because he now needs to understand the enemy's military allocation, and then make the next plan. Choose to retreat, resist, or counter-encircle to annihilate the enemy on the opposite side. If the opponent is a mob, Alan will definitely choose the latter option. After all, the soldiers who came out of their Spartan training camp did not meet the SEAL standards. However, it is still possible to reach the standards of ordinary American elite soldiers. With the weapons they are equipped with, it is not difficult to deal with each other, or even to encircle and annihilate each other. But the premise is that the opponent is a local armed and mob. But now that the opponent is dressed as an elite soldier, and the quality is obviously extraordinary, and on their right side, there was a faint roar of motors, and Alan knew that things were not that simple. This group is clearly the regular army of Venezuela, and their infiltration plan must have gone wrong at some point. He immediately took out the satellite phone and began to contact Abrun in the back. Abrun, something has gone wrong here. We are surrounded. There have been very serious casualties. We need to retreat. Okay, I will send those speedboats back to pick you up. Alan hung up the phone and immediately contacted Luke on the walkie-talkie. Let him quickly take the people back and wait on the beach for the speedboat to come back to pick them up. At this time, Luke had already caught fire with the enemy in front. The sound of machine guns had already begun on the side of Coconut Grove, but fortunately, Luke and the others were not badly equipped. In order to complete this beheading plan, Branson has allocated powerful firepower to them. Not to mention the AK in everyone's hand, there are also a large number of light machine guns and bazookas, even behind Alan and the others. They were also equipped with mortars. The ambushes that appeared suddenly, although they were caught off guard. But under the command of the experienced Luke, the soldiers quickly stabilized their positions. Several months of hard training also played a role at this time, and they began to dig out their guns and shoot at the enemy on the opposite side. Because the firepower is relatively strong, they didn't even lose the wind. Luke even held a sniper rifle, and kept naming the opposing machine gunner. In a moment, the machine guns on the opposite side www.mentalnovel.com were domed by him 5 or 6 times. Alan at the back also took out the mortar and started firing shells at the Coconut Grove in the distance to provide support to Luke and the others. Luke and the others retreated soon, but there were still a dozen soldiers who were killed by the opponent. After all, the other party is not vegetarian anymore, and withdrew back to the beach line. Luke immediately asked his soldiers to start digging foxholes. After all, it may take some time for the speedboat to come back to pick them up. During this time, they have to resist. In order to save their lives, the soldiers also exploded with amazing potential. Although they did not have engineer shovel, but with only some simple tools, they dug shallow pits in front of them one after another. At this moment, there were waves of motors behind him. Alan looked back and saw that there were several speedboats on the sea not far away, arguing for them to rush forward at high speed. Hold it up, brothers, our ship is coming soon. Luke's blood was on his head, and the sound of the motor from a distance finally came into place. Alan and the soldiers felt that their feet were soft, and the other side actually drove the tank. Fortunately, they also brought the AT-4, and Luke immediately arranged for someone to send a shot towards the tank. The effect was very good. A tank was ignited, and the other party obviously did not expect that they would carry a big killer like an anti-tank missile. However, the opponent was obviously irritated, and the tanks behind did not move forward at all. Hidden directly behind the destroyed tank and fired at them. Hold it up. After holding on for 5 minutes, our speedboat is here. Seeing the soldiers who were about to collapse, Luke had no choice but to try his best to comfort them. Chapter 1085. Fly into a rage. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed. and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and he felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, why not be cooler? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe. It's too cold over there, and you know the Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry. Many people don't want me to go back, so where else can I go? I can only stay. It's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It is more muscle than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me. Just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Exchange, London Stock Exchange, Tokyo Stock Exchange, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all the money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This leaks sink eye. How could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The two ports of Altado and Girardot. The straight line distance between the two ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American that's so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TEUs across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. At present, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal every year, with almost $20 billion. This shows how much cost will this increase the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum. Novel.com and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Altado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1086 Faker News. The chief executive was furious in front of him, and McGee Pompeo was sitting on the sofa in a distress. On the surface, his face is full of anxiety, but in fact, his heart is full of joy. Stephen Shannon, you bastard. Do you have today? Xiao Feng's knife is really easy to use, and the stabbing of this knife is ruthless and accurate. To be honest, when he leaked Stephen's news to Xiao Feng before, he never thought that Xiao Feng would use such a method to solve him. Until last night, Xiao Feng called him and said to give him a gift. Then he was called by someone from the military and attended an emergency handling meeting. After that, he was called by the chief executive to come to a meeting. Well, it was Gary Orwell, the third operation team leader of the National Security Council, who planned this operation. The one responsible for the operation is the Branson Security Company based in Miami. But obviously they messed up this time. McGee Pompeo knew the main planners of this operation as early as the military briefing. To be honest, the military was also furious at this time. In their view, the methods of these guys are simply weak. In the end it failed, and the pot was still buckled on the head of the US military, which was simply thrown into the face of the military. Therefore, in less than an hour, the military has already checked the specific planner and execution party of this operation. They don't even use them to investigate, because in the news, the reporters have explained the whole operation clearly and plainly. Obviously, Luke and Dalen, who were arrested, were not beaten up by the Venezuelans, and they recruited all the details they knew. Asshole, who gave them the right to make this plan? At this time, the general manager was so angry that the blue veins on his neck jumped out. No one had mentioned this action to him before, because it was unnecessary. This is also the advantage of being the world's largest country. After all, Venezuela is a small country in their eyes. Launching a coup d'état and subverting the rule of this country is, in their view, a pediatric game. A few military officers, intelligence officers, and a special operations team can do it without the president's approval. They have done many things like this before. But obviously they underestimated Venezuela this time, especially when Russians and Chinese intervened. The reason why Washington has been slow to deal with Venezuela before is because of the existence of Russians and Chinese. These two countries are Venezuela's biggest creditors, and they naturally cannot watch Venezuela being overthrown by the Americans. If the Americans do what they want, then their debts will not be returned. When Venezuela had the worst troubles before, the United States was almost about to take action against Venezuela. But at that time Mao Zedong was also domineering enough, so he sent a plane there and brought a lot of special forces with him. It directly took over General Ma's security and protection, and also strengthened Ma's control of Venezuela's army. At first glance, this is not easy for the United States, and if it is rash, it will inevitably increase the resentment of other Latin American countries towards the United States. Coupled with the confrontation between the United States and Russia, in essence, there is no way to start in Venezuela. But they can come to the disgusting bear country in Europe and the Middle East. So I played around and rescued Zhao, planning to increase investment in the Middle East, and Xanga withdrew its troops. Unexpectedly, the forces they support in the Middle East are too unbelievable. In the end, they were beaten by the Mao Zedong nation, but they had no choice but to promise a lot of benefits to the native chicken nation. Let the country of native chickens continue to tease. Anyway, the US people will never make a head in resistance. The failure of this operation made people see the weakness of the United States and at the same time slapped the Americans in the face severely. This Gary Orwell was the one Stephen stayed in the National Security Council. McGee naturally wanted to seize this opportunity and stabbed Stephen severely. The has already left Washington, and he wants to stir up the wind and the rain here. Do you really think that the first secretary, does not exist? Sure enough, as he expected, when the chief executive heard the name Stephen, his face suddenly changed. It's like suddenly experiencing constipation, obviously angry, but at this moment there is nowhere to vent. McGee, give me some space. Okay, sir. McGee Pompeo said that he got up and left the round office. He walked to the door, and then asked for a cigarette from the security guard guarding the door. Keep the office well. Don't let anyone in. Don't go in when you hear any sound. He patted Secret Service on the shoulder, then turned and walked through a side door, and went to the garden outside. But as soon as he walked with his front foot, he heard the sound of ping-pong things coming from the office behind. He could even hear the voice of the chief executive yelling at the other on the phone. Hey, no matter how good the relationship between these two people is, even if they once had the 4 major relationships. But after this incident, McGee believes that Stephen will also be removed from the general manager's list of friends in the future. Because of his action this time, the damage caused to the chief executive is simply indescribable. At a time when the re-election campaign for such a big manager is so delicate, you happen to have such a slap in the face. Not only did it discredit the government and the military, but it also made the people feel that the chief executive was incompetent. Competitors of the chief executive will treat this as a heavy weapon, and take it out at the last minute to make the chief executive embarrassed. You said the chief executive can't be angry? This Shannon, he doesn't want to set foot in Washington in the future. Thinking of that vulgar, greasy old bastard, McGee Pompeo was afire. It's not a good thing to stretch your hand too long, and that always relied on his special relationship with the chief executive to bluff and deceive everywhere. To be honest, McGee had seen him upset for a long time. This time, this guy can finally get rid of the remaining power in Washington. As soon as McGee finished smoking a cigarette, a special agent came to him and said that the chief executive wanted to see him. He squeezed out the cigarette in his hand, and then returned to the round office again. The floor in the office was in a mess, scattered with various papers and ornaments. Obviously, the chief executive had a fierce quarrel with that Mr. Shannon before, and he didn't control his temper. At this time, the chief executive, holding his head, is sitting behind the office desk. Seeing him come in, he immediately beckoned. Sit down, McGee. What should we do now? The general manager's expression was very depressed at this time, and the recent series of changes made him exhausted physically and mentally. He has been in power for more than 3 years, and it has been smooth. How can he think of such a big change in the last year? A group of bigwigs on Wall Street are warning him not to issue suspension orders casually. This will shut down the United States. He certainly knows the consequences of the suspension order, but the question is if it does not stop. The spread of the epidemic in the United States is even more severe, and more people will die in the end. And the economic impact on the United States will only get worse, because if you don't stop working, the number of infected people will increase sharply. Other countries will only close their borders to you, and then the United States will be alone. Originally, they were full of propaganda about boosting the economy, fighting the epidemic, and re-election campaigns. But it's better now. Suddenly my most trusted comrade in arms has come up with this again. While this made the chief executive speechless, he was also confused for a while. Of course we can't admit it. We have to disassociate ourselves from things that damage the image of the United States. Then it is to turn everyone's attention to the epidemic and to boost the economy. McGee proposed the general direction for solving the problem, and the chief executive sat up straight and nodded. Indeed, McGee's thinking is still very clear. This matter can never be admitted. As for why McGee did not mention his re-election campaign, it was because he was the first secretary. The campaign team is not the chief executive, so let the chief executive's first brain tank, his son-in-law, deal with this campaign matter. As for what the chief executive would use, McGee could guess it with his toes. It's nothing more than throwing the pot to Whago. Anyway, this routine is now tried and tested in the United States. Untilnovel.com. Whenever there is an unsolvable problem in China, they have to find someone abroad that can transfer the domestic people, a scapegoat for attention. It used to be the former Soviet Union, then Russia, and then some small scum in the Middle East. Now, it's Whago. McGee said goodbye and left the round office of the general manager. The chief executive took out his mobile phone and published today's first tweet on his Twitter. Fake news. This chief executive is really different from other former chief executives in the United States. The previous chief executives all attached great importance to good relations with the media. After all, everyone knows that if you don't urinate in the same pot with the media, you must be hacked to death by those media. But this chief executive was different. He was originally a businessman. Moreover, his reputation in the business world is not very good. He was first engaged in real estate development. Later, I went to Las Vegas to run a casino. But who would have thought that this business genius actually failed to run a casino and almost went bankrupt? In the end, he played a game of escape the golden cicada. Although he avoided bankruptcy, he pitted other investors into a mess. Then back to New York, he actually invested in the production of a workplace reality show. At first he was not like an investment, but later found that the show was very profitable. So he immediately invested and participated in it. In the end, it was even more popular because of the sentence, "You're fired." Thus, it evolved from the original merchant attribute to the first generation of internet celebrities, precisely because of the attributes of internet celebrities. Let him have a great influence in the field of self-media, and let him become a maverick generation manager without fear of those traditional media. Chapter 1087 Watch the fire from across the bank. It is precisely because of his attributes of internet celebrities that he has an extraordinary influence in the field of self-media. It also gave this chief executive the courage to face the traditional media. And now fake news. These two words have become his label. Many American rednecks are because if he has seemingly white supremacy, he is even more respectful of his words. If the media dared to openly challenge the chief executive, these redneck groups would take the initiative to attack these media newspapers. Even during the time when the chief executive took office, the US economy seemed to be prosperous on the surface. But in fact, the internal division is getting worse. The chief executive was busy tweeting and chatting with the media, and Mike Pompeo was very happy to watch the fire from the shore. After leaving the round office, he immediately dialed Xiao Feng's number. "Ha, Xiao, thank you so much, your gift is really amazing." Think about Stephen being expelled in Washington today, and how Pompeo feels happy. How could he be unhappy when a thorn in his eyes was removed? And more importantly, he didn't spend half of his energy at all. "Ha, you just want to be happy." Xiao Feng on the other end of the phone simply replied, "By the way, when can you return to the United States?" Pompeo immediately changed the subject. He also knew that Xiao Feng was in Ithaca, South America, and was dealing with his territory affairs. Yes, without that old Shannon, Ithaca has officially become Xiao Feng's territory. To be honest, he envied Xiao Feng very much, but he was even more envious of the mysterious organization behind Xiao Feng. During this period of time, although he and Xiao Feng formed an alliance on the surface, in fact, he was also secretly investigating Xiao Feng's origin. Although Xiao Feng is very low-key, he has grown bigger and bigger with his celebrity chef group and the Ninth Laboratory. Now he has become an out-and-out businessman in China. Although he never attends any business forums and conferences. I don't make friends with any big businessmen, but almost everyone in China doesn't know the existence of Xiao Feng. Of course, for the group's positive publicity, the celebrity chef group still developed an appropriate publicity routine for him. This is only for ordinary people. But for business leaders and power organizations with resources, Xiao Feng and his company have no secrets in front of these people. For example, Xiao Feng has never publicly disclosed his relationship with the Ninth Laboratory, but almost all the authorities know that this is the company under his name. And everyone knows that he was able to make the famous chef group and the Ninth Laboratory together. It is entirely because he is overseas and has a super laboratory. Considering his Chinese identity and the attributes of the two Chinese enterprises he founded. Therefore, in the analysis of the Americans, behind Xiao Feng, there is probably a super laboratory composed of Chinese scientists. And now, he is vigorously developing the Ithacan area, so everyone estimates that his laboratory is likely to be in the Ithacan area. To be honest, After making such an analysis and judgment, the Americans immediately became concerned about this laboratory because their results they broke out are really amazing. After seeing the intelligence and analysis report sent to him by the investigator, McGee was even more determined to deal with Xiao Feng's relationship. After dividing the MRE last time, the big guys felt very happy, and everyone got the benefits they wanted. But McGee saw more potential from Xiao Feng, such as Vogelin, who he has now earned under his command. This chain of pharmacies was merged into the name of Pennyvera Asset Management. In just 1 month, there has been a momentum of turning losses into profits. They also became the first U.S. drugstore chain to cooperate with the Ninth Laboratory. The cosmetics produced by the Ninth Laboratory, and the Rejuvenation series of health products, as well as Click Serum, and human albumin and other medicines. Actually, they are the first to start selling in this pharmacy. With the greetings of those insurance companies, the FDA's approval of these drugs and cosmetics was almost a green light. These medicines were spread on Vogelin's shelves almost as quickly as possible. As soon as the news spread, Vogelin's door was crowded with people coming to buy medicine the next day. The effects of these products in the Ninth Laboratory have long been passed down in the world. It is a pity that before, it has not been sold in the United States. People in the US want to buy only through the mode of purchasing agents from China, which can cost US consumers a lot of money. And this time these products are finally on the market in the United States, which can be regarded as alleviating the needs of the people in the United States. Although the price is twice as expensive as the price sold in China, people have also said that at this time, various tariffs, freight, and labor costs are considered. Therefore, it is impossible for ordinary Americans to have any complaints. Anyway, you Americans do not do anything less like this. So let's not talk about the eldest brother. The reason why McGee clicked on when Xiao Feng would come back was because he had other things to discuss with Xiao Feng. Well, I might stay in Ithaca for a few more days recently. Why? Is there anything going on in the US? Xiao, you must have heard of it when you watched TV. Now there is a sudden outbreak in the United States. Now the number of people infected is very large, and the chief executive and the government are also discussing countermeasures. We all know that the Ninth Laboratory has very strong scientific research capabilities. So I want to ask you, do you have any good means for this epidemic? McGee asked Xiao Feng whether you have the ability to develop a vaccine against the epidemic. In fact, he can think of Xiao Feng completely because he values the Chinese scientists behind Xiao Feng more. If they can really come up with a decent vaccine, wouldn't he McGee have another prestige? With such a political foundation, he can stand up and participate in the next election. So he is actually planning the future for himself. As for Xiao Feng, if he could really take out the vaccine, he wouldn't mind lifting Vogelin at all. Oh, this. At present, we are hurrying to study countermeasures. After all, the spread of the epidemic is still quite powerful. But I don't dare to call you a ticket. Xiao Feng returned on the phone. Well, I understand. What I want to say is, if there is any latest result from the Ninth Laboratory, please contact us as soon as possible. Don't worry, I know. The two exchanged a few simple words, and then hung up the phone. Xiao Feng shook his head. This McGee is really a chicken thief. I actually want the Ninth Laboratory to help him develop a vaccine. In fact, even if he didn't say anything, Xiao Feng had already let the people in the Ninth Laboratory do it. The epidemic this time was very fierce, and it broke out from a US warship. Before the outbreak, the United States was very noisy due to the approaching elections. Frequently dispatched warship islands in the South China Sea area of China to patrol and provocation. Unexpectedly, it was only this time that the warship was replaced during the shift, and as a result, the outbreak began on board. Afterwards, the epidemic began to spread in Yokosuka port, and the epidemic was not under control. As a result, an accident occurred in Yokosuka port. There was a big explosion. This is all right, because of the disaster relief and people did not know much about the epidemic before. As a result, the epidemic spread. And the first to be unlucky is China, which has a large population. Because it is close to Japan, there are more tourists to Japan, and as a result, the virus is brought back to the country. There was an outbreak in a city in China, and because of its previous experience in fighting the epidemic, the Chinese government was very decisive and immediately adopted the most stringent measures, and mobilized the power of the whole country to rescue the affected areas. Soon the epidemic was under control, and within a month, the order in China gradually returned to normal, and because of the lack of attention before, coupled with patronizing and gloating, when the US and all of his younger brothers discovered that the epidemic in China was over, it was their turn to start one after another in the country, all dumbfounded. I want to learn from Huago, but I can't save face. Don't learn. The spread of the domestic epidemic can be said to be rapid. So now the whole world is in chaos. Until novel.com. Europe and North America are the hardest hit areas of the epidemic. Xiao Feng also asked the 9th laboratory to start research on this virus at the beginning of the outbreak. But this time the virus is very cunning. It is not that simple to conquer and create a vaccine. This time Xiao Feng came to the Ithacan area, but with two purposes. In addition to having more claws of Stephen Shannon, there is another purpose, which is to let the cloning experts of the Kalapag Islands start the development of a virus vaccine for the people of the Earth. A new type of virus that is difficult to control is for these cloning experts who have experienced the star-level outbreak era. That doesn't matter at all. It's just that after a few days of work, they have already worked out the vaccine. Clinical trials are currently underway. But even if this vaccine is successful, Xiao Feng dare not take it out directly. The reason is simple, that is, the epidemic came too suddenly. The source of the virus is very strange, and the virus is also very powerful, even disguised as a variant, unlike any virus that people have come into contact with in the past. Even scientists who study viruses say that this virus was made. As for who made it, although everyone dare not say, everyone knows well. And the United States is throwing the pot around on this issue. So Xiao Feng doesn't want to stand up so early. His first choice is to watch the fire from the shore and wait and see for a while. With the world's medical research strength, a vaccine is successfully developed, and it will take 6 months to 1.5 years at the fastest. And he came up with a vaccine in less than a month. What do you think other people would think? Chapter 1088 Murder with a Knife based on the urine of the people on the stage in the United States. If you get a vaccine so soon, haha, Xiao Feng believes that it won't take long for these grandsons to throw the pot over him. When that happens, we will launch an investigation and come to the Ithacan area to turn the sky upside down. Let's see if you caused this virus. Thinking about their practices and virtues in recent years, they would do this. Xiao Feng is not surprised at all. What's more, the epidemic has come very strange. Now the Americans are looking for suitable people. Before, they wanted to throw the pot to Huago, but they didn't expect to be exposed by their own people. It is said that the epidemic that originally broke out on a US warship was caused by other people, China. There are also reports that the epidemic was caused by the accidental leakage of biological and chemical weapons on board. And this biochemical weapon came from a certain laboratory in the United States. Because last year, a certain military virus laboratory in the United States was suddenly closed. After that, a strange disease began to spread in the United States. Thousands of people have died, but what the United States notified the United Nations was a new generation of influenza virus. But in fact, many people died because of this epidemic. But it was wrongly diagnosed as that kind of flu. Although this is only a rumor at present, Xiao Feng feels that the credibility of this incident is definitely 5 to 5 levels. Because people who don't know the United States may still think this is nonsense. But if you are someone who knows the United States, you will know that this is very possible. Because people in this country can really do a lot of things. Powell held a small bottle of washing powder and shook it at the conference, and then they passed the decision to start a war against Iraq. He didn't even care about the opposition of the United Nations and went straight to it. What is the difference between this and a robber? Now the virus has spread everywhere in Europe and the United States, and they have no effective control methods. In Xiao Feng's view, it is really possible that this virus was artificial, and you look at their coping strategies. It doesn't explain how to deal with it, or even let people wear masks. Where is this anti-epidemic? This is clearly helping the spread of the virus, and doing so is clearly on the path of herd immunity. In the process of herd immunity, the first unlucky ones are the elderly and the blacks from the poor. And these people, in the upper echelons of the United States, are the garbage that should be eliminated the most. Of course, there are certainly smart people in the United States who will see through this. At this time, the United States needs a dumping target. Huago, the current plan seems to be very unsuccessful. So if Ithaca took out the vaccine at this time, what would you say they would do? Everyone is not guilty, but he is guilty of his crime. This is a vaccine for hundreds of millions of people. According to normal people's thinking, this epidemic is full-scale and in a humanitarian spirit. These vaccines should be given to people for free. Even if there is a charge, it should be within a reasonable range that everyone can afford. But will the Americans agree? Just look at how they treated the German company before. Previously, a German company developed a drug, although it did not make people completely immune to the virus, but also has obvious effects in the process of fighting the virus in the human body, and it is very hopeful that a vaccine can be developed based on this medicine. As a result, the Americans actually gave this company a condition for them to come to the US to set up a company. Then after the vaccine is successfully developed, they will sell these vaccines to the world at high prices. Even for countries that are not on the right track with them, these vaccines will be used as weapons by them. This is the philosophy of this US leader. In Xiao Feng's view, this is simply creepy. So even now, the laboratory on Ithaca has produced a vaccine against the virus. Xiao Feng doesn't plan to immediately put out the vaccines on the market, because once these vaccines are put out prematurely, unequal security will be concocted by the Americans and will throw you dirty water on your body. And maybe at that time, he will be jealous of the benefits that the vaccine can bring, and directly send troops to grab it. Don't think it's impossible. When the benefits are large enough, these Americans can do anything. What's more, the vaccine is only in clinical trials. He has instructed Helmer to slow down the speed of clinical trials and not to prepare the vaccine too early. As for the anti-epidemic aspect, Helmer and the others have already made suggestions to Xiao Feng. That is their rejuvenating capsule, which has a significant effect on fighting the virus. The principle of this rejuvenating capsule is to improve the body's immunity and increase the body's metabolic rate. This can greatly stimulate the activity of human cells and allow the body's own immune system to fight the virus. This principle is somewhat similar to the principle of food tonic in Chinese medicine. At present, Xiao Feng has already let people start experiments in China. At the same time, his other job now is to take over an oil field in Venezuela. This time Branson's action against Venezuela failed, and Xiao Feng made a great contribution. We must know that the task recently received by this company is really to infiltrate the Ithacan area. A kidnapping plan was launched against Xiao Feng or Xiao Feng's family. But why? They suddenly changed their plans, and prepared to invade Venezuela. Of course, it must start with a run. It originally came from the day when Zhang He and Xiao Feng mentioned that the guy in the Spartan training camp in Colombia planned to do something against Xiao Feng and Ithaca. Xiao Feng missed this training camp. Later, he also dispatched human cloning experts to track and secretly investigate the training camp. After a period of cultivation, it is now in the Ithacan area, except for the Bluebonnet Security Company. There is another mysterious organization that has been established. This organization was named SHIELD Bureau by Xiao Feng very wickedly, and this SHIELD Bureau is all composed of various cloned security experts and spies. Although there are only more than 100 people, when it comes to operational capabilities, these people can definitely crush the CIA, which is currently the most powerful intelligence organization on the planet. This time Xiao Feng sent SHIELD personnel to investigate the Spartan training camp in Columbia. The clones, with advanced equipment and the ability to make money, quickly found out the ins and outs of this training camp, and following the vines, they directly found their home in Miami, Branson Company, and also controlled the boss of this company, Jordan, one step ahead of time, Halsey. Then he inserted a Browning. Therefore, the entire plan of the Spartan training camp to invade Venezuela was actually Xiao Feng's plan to kill people. To do this is to chop off Stephen Shannon's paws left in South America. And he can also draw the dark chess he left in Washington. In this way, even if this Stephen Shannon is dangerous, there is no danger. The poisonous snake without its fangs is only worth keeping in a glass box as a plaything for people to watch. Of course, from the beginning of the arrangement of this operation, to the later planning, Xiao Feng arranged manpower to monitor the entire process. Then he sent all these videos to Liu Jin. You know that Liu Jin is no longer hiding in the country now. With Russia's strong recovery, especially in recent years, it has faced head-to-head with the United States on many occasions in the international arena, and has not fallen behind. Russian mercenaries have spread all over the hotspots all over the world. Liu Jin is no longer caring about Americans as before, mainly because he has the endorsement of FSB this time. Some time ago, riots broke out in Venezuela, and President Ma's situation was precarious. The United States was ready to take action against Venezuela several times, but in the end Mao Zedong made a decisive decision. A special force flew directly from the country to take over Mr. Ma's security. At the same time, many expert consultants were dispatched to take over and planted in Venezuela's army, helped Mr. Ma to stabilize the situation. And Liu Jin came to the United States after that time. Now with their help, President Ma has stabilized the domestic situation. Until novel.com. But in fact, there is still an undercurrent surging in Venezuela, and there is a danger of outbreak at any time. Russia also desperately needs a foothold in South America. In the past, they could still rely on Cuba, but after all, the United States still has a Guantanamo base in Cuba, and it is also very close to the US mainland, so Russia has been looking for a second point of support. The emergence of the Ithacan area immediately attracted Russia's attention. Recently, many Russian companies have come to invest in the Ithacan area. Some of these companies are trading, but most of them are of a security nature. Xiao Feng and the others also turned a blind eye to this. And now the importance of the Ithacan area has gradually revealed its rudiment. And this time Xiao Feng reported to Liu Jin like Liu Jin, which can be said to have done a great job. Not only did Venezuela succeed in destroying a threatening force planted by the United States in South America, more successfully led the dirty water to the head of Mr. Ma's opposition, Guacito. This guy is also a puppet supported by the United States, and he has been relying on a slick mouth in recent years. With the banknotes secretly given by the Americans, Mr. Ma hated him even though he was making trouble in Venezuela. But he hasn't been able to catch his handle, so he can do nothing. But this time, because there were confessions from 2 US troops, plus video evidence provided by Xiao Feng. After these things were exposed, Guacito's status in Venezuela plummeted, and he was finished in one fell swoop. The people of Venezuela may hate Mr. Ma, but they hate Americans even more, because the Americans' squeeze in Venezuela was too much. But everyone in Venezuela knows how Americans plundered Venezuela in those years. Chapter 1089 on meritorious deeds. U.S. oil companies started in the 1960s. It colluded with the Venezuelan authorities at the time and entered Venezuela to extract oil. In the United States, they have very strict environmental protection requirements for oil extraction. In Venezuela, what they implemented was a one-off, devastating and violent exploitation model. Outdated drilling equipment shipped from the United States was used to drill for oil. After the oil is extracted, it is shipped directly as a for the crude oil leak during the mining process. they are directly discharged into the river. It is this violent and destructive mode of exploitation that makes Venezuela the easiest and most valuable light oil resource. In just 30 years, it was excavated, and the pollution they created is even more exhausting. Someone once investigated the pollution caused by the US oil companies in Venezuela. At least thousands of people have suffered terminal illnesses and died miserably in an environment lacking medical care and medicine. As for the other species destroyed by them, they are countless. What's even more exaggerated is that they are extracting a lot of oil in Venezuela. But Venezuelan people have not lost the slightest benefit. Percent is the profit, all of which are earned by the US oil companies and the upper-level politicians in Venezuela. Because of this, Venezuelan people can be said to hate Americans deeply and grit their teeth with hatred. This is also the reason that after Zaki came to power, all the US oil companies were driven away. After all the oil companies were nationalized, the support rate of the Venezuelan people for the strongman once rose to 100%. And it was from that time that Russia and China began to have good relations with Venezuela. After Z's death, Mr. Ma succeeded to the throne. He originally wanted to follow Z's policy before. It's a pity that he was out of luck. As soon as he took office, he caught up with the stage when the world oil prices began to drop frequently. When President Cha was in power, the international oil price once soared to more than $120 a barrel. Afterwards, even after the correction, it has remained stable at around $70 or 80 per barrel. However, after President Ma came to power, the world economy was down and the demand for international crude oil was weak. Several other major oil-producing countries in the world have begun to lower their prices and engage in price wars. This can bring the troublesome diarrhea of Venezuela. You must know that Venezuela now only produces heavy oil. After this type of heavy oil is produced, if the cost of refining and transportation is added, it will not have the slightest advantage compared with the oil produced by other countries. In addition to the United States, Venezuela is far away from other major consumer markets in the world. This caused Venezuela's economic downturn, and coupled with the sanctions imposed by the United States, there was a series of chaos that followed. The information Xiao Feng sent to Liu Jin and President Ma this time is definitely not an exaggeration. Based on the information provided by Xiao Feng, they not only pulled out a nail set by the Americans. By the way, Mr. Ma's biggest competitor in the country was also eliminated. You know, this Guasito, with the support of the United States, was once very popular in Venezuela. And when President Ma and the others released the video of the collusion between Guasito's subordinate Araro and the Americans this time, Guasito's reputation in Venezuela can be said to have plummeted. Although he has come forward to deny 3 companies one by one, he doesn't know, don't know, but the people of Venezuela are not fools. Although President Ma is not good at ruling the country, he is still rotten in the pot. But what are you doing this way? Isn't this to lure wolves into the room? The talents of the United States have been driven away for less than 20 years. Are you bringing the Americans back again, and have to pay people $220 million? Excuse me. What do you pay to others? Doesn't it mean that we have to mortgage our Venetian oil mines to the American company? We must know that the reason why Venezuela is still stable is because domestic oil prices are still very stable. The price of oil is cheaper than that of water, and a liter of gasoline is only a few cents. But if the US company comes, the price of this oil will surely rise on a rocket. When the time comes, the people of this country can't even use oil. Think about the evil that the US company made in Venezuela. So far, let alone compensation, there is not even an apology. So go to your grandma. So that Guasito, although he has not escaped yet, he is completely cold in Venezuela. As Guasito was so cold, Mr. Nama was in Venezuela, but there was no opponent who could challenge him. President Ma once again stabilized his position in the copper country, and it was naturally time to discuss merits and rewards. And as Xiao Feng, who contributed the most in this operation, naturally received a generous return. This is the West Udanito oil field in Lake Maracaibo in the northwest of Venezuela. It was previously invested by British BP, and the basic construction has been completed. But later, due to high refining costs and political factors, Venezuela imposed restrictions on oil production. BP abandoned the oil field here last year. This time Mr. Ma meant to transfer this oil field to you. Liu Jin is making a video connection with Xiao Feng. At this moment, he was in the West Udanite oil field, and he said he was turning his cell phone. Let Xiao Feng be able to see the picture behind, looking at the rows of Kowtow machines and the petroleum refinery in the distance. Xiao Feng couldn't help but sigh. This President Ma really knows how to be a man. In fact, Venezuela is not as closed as everyone thinks. In the early years, Zaza came to power and drove away the US company and nationalized all the oil field vessels. Later, a retender was started again, and he took out the oil fields that were nationalized again, attracting Venezuelan oil companies to invest. But this time is different from the previous time. In the past, these oil fields were only owned by European and American oil companies, and there was no need to comply with any environmental protection laws. But this time is different. This time Venezuela uses oil fields as its capital to operate joint ventures with European and American oil companies. European and American oil companies provide technology and capital, accounting for 40% of the shares, and Venezuela's national oil company, with oil fields as a share, accounted for 60%. Later, the Wago oil fields almost all operated in this way. Moreover, the environmental protection bill formulated by Venezuela must be strictly enforced. This has greatly increased the costs of those European and American oil companies. But do you think that they will refuse Charles Ong's invitation? Do not. You are wrong. You can't imagine the shamelessness of these capitals. On the one hand, they colluded with the media in their home country and described Zongs as a tyrant. On the other hand, it obeyed the law of truth and obediently cooperated with the requirements of the Venezuelan government. It has formed a joint venture with Venezuela's national oil company to exploit and operate these oil fields. The reason is very simple, because even if the total cost of a series of actions has increased a lot, it still makes them profitable. For example, the US oil giant Chevron, who was driven away by President Shah, later changed a vest and returned to cooperate with Venezuelan Petroleum and BP, Shell. Total is not the case. The oil field that President Ma gave to Xiao Feng this time was previously held by BP. Last year, when the United States sanctioned the country, Britain's was relatively crooked. Even to a certain extent, the act of holding fear on the side annoyed Mr. Ma. Some tricks were made on this oil field controlled by BP, making it impossible for BP to operate. In the end, he had no choice but to give up this oil field, and now President Ma gave this oil field as a reward to Xiao Feng. Furthermore, you own 100% of this oil field, so you don't need to share shares with Venezuela. But there is a condition, that is, you have to provide Venezuela with new petroleum refining technology. Liu Jin said with a smile on the other end of the phone. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. No problem. It seems that this secret can't be kept from a caring person. It didn't take long for him to come up with the latest petroleum refining technology. The Russians already know, and this technology is definitely a big surprise for Venezuelans. With this technology, they can reduce their oil refining costs on a large scale. As a result, the competitiveness of their oil produced in the world is greatly improved. And this technology is also very important to Maoxung. You must know that Maoxung is the second largest oil exporting country in the world. MTLnovel.com, and their mining mode is very crude. There are many oil fields. After the easy to exploit crude oil above is extracted, the oil sands below are simply discarded. Although they have arrogant capital, it is undoubtedly a huge waste to do so. But if they have this technology provided by Xiao Feng, they can also greatly improve the efficiency of crude oil extraction. So they are also very concerned about this technology, and Xiao Feng is always willing to come. In fact, it is not difficult to improve the efficiency of oil refining. Rare are the catalysts and stabilizers to be used in the entire refining process. This is the key to the core of this technology. So the technology can be handed over to you, but in the end, you still have to buy stabilizers and catalysts from me. As for this oil field, he naturally accepted it with laughter. He plans to put this oil field under the umbrella of Southern Cross Asset Management. Prepare to arrange for Pablo to take over the oil field tomorrow. According to Liu Jin, the quality of this oil field is actually good, with a daily production capacity of 10,000 barrels. This is still under the condition of restricting production capacity. If it is released, at least 33,000 barrels per day can be produced, and between 50,000 barrels per day. Netting hundreds of millions of dollars a year is all about sprinkling water. Xiao Feng is still very satisfied with this oil field. With an oil field, he is a real oil player. Even if it does not enter the international oil market, it can help stabilize oil prices in the Ithacan area. To know the recent period, because of the large-scale development of the Ithacan area, coupled with the influx of a large number of foreign population, the demand for energy in the Ithacan area is increasing day by day. With this oil field, the future of Ithaca Energy will be guaranteed. Chapter 1090 The Magic Medicine of No One Before and After. Recently, Chinese researchers have discovered that in the fight against the new virus, the 9th laboratory's appearance of the rejuvenation capsule has a clear antivirus effect. Huago medical staff conducted experiments on this capsule and selected 500 patients, half of whom were young people with strong physical fitness and no life-threatening. Half of them are elderly people who are frail. They had given them rejuvenating capsules. In the later observations, it was found that the autoimmune function of the sick elderly has been significantly improved after the Fuzhong Huichun capsule. Moreover, the recovery speed in the later period is significantly faster than that of young people who have not taken capsules. Next we ask Professor Franklin to analyze and explain this situation. Xiao Feng originally wanted to stay in Ithaca for a few days, but originally wanted to visit the Karapag Islands. Unexpectedly, he was bombarded by telephone calls from Helen and McGee that night, and finally had to get on a plane back to the United States. The reason Helen and McGee were so anxious was that Vogelin was on fire, and the rejuvenation capsules in the 9th laboratory were on fire. It turned out that the rejuvenation capsule rescued King Che from a vegetative state at the earliest, and it was already hot for a while. Obviously it is a healthcare product, but it is also regarded as a life-saving prescription drug by many European and American doctors and prescribed to all kinds of critically ill patients. And this healthcare product has indeed played a miraculous effect in the rescue of many critically ill patients. And the specific curative effect varies from person to person, and it really saved a lot of people. The status of this Huichun capsule is immediately higher for all ages, even in the eyes of many Western doctors. Just like the early ginseng, the effect in Chinese medicine is the same, mysterious but powerful. Therefore, many people who were rich and cared about their bodies used Huago Daiga to buy this kind of healthcare products from China. Previously, the 9th laboratory did not export rejuvenation capsules to foreign countries because of insufficient production capacity. After the acquisition of Vogelin, in order to regain its glory, Vogelin regained its position as the #1 pharmacy chain in the US market. Xiao Feng asked Vogelin to pretend to negotiate with the 9th laboratory, and finally obtained the exclusive agency rights for the rejuvenation series of health products in the United States. This is indeed too high for Vogelin's position in the US pharmaceutical market. Even just more than a month of events, Vogelin quickly turned losses into profits, and started a crazy profit model. What is even more unexpected to everyone is that the arrival of this epidemic has actually become an opportunity for the rejuvenation capsule to take off for the second time. After this takeoff, Xiao Feng estimated that Huichun's healthcare products will establish a godly status in the medical industry in one fell swoop. As a healthcare product, it can be used as a prescription medicine by doctors, and it is probably no one. There is no one before, and it is estimated that there will be no more comers in the future. And the reason for all this is because Xiao Feng asked Xiaojun to contact Sunshine Hospital before and experimented with Huichun capsules on the patients who received it. An epidemic broke out in China before, and benching, where the ninth laboratory is located, is not the hard east area, but they have a branch in Jiangqing, the eruption area in the hard east area. Tens of thousands of people in Jiangqing were admitted to the hospital because of the virus infection. The country has also spent a lot of effort to control the epidemic, and even mobilized most of the country's doctors. The Jiangqing branch of Sunshine Hospital was not called up because of its private nature. But Guan Zhenhai, the dean of Sunshine Hospital, communicated with the doctors of the hospital and asked them to decide whether to participate in the war voluntarily. As a result, the doctors all voluntarily asked to join this anti-epidemic operation. So Sunshine Hospital has become a patient reception point. But because the virus is fierce, and the virus this time is completely different from the previous ones, the hospital has no special medicine for how to treat the virus. It can be said that apart from rescue, the patient can only be forced to resist by his own will. Young and middle-aged people with better physical fitness can survive. But how can those old people and children be able to carry it? So in the early days, many people left because of the epidemic every day. Later, because of Xiao Feng's proposal, He Xiaojun sent many rejuvenating capsules to Sunshine Hospital. Guan Zhenhai can't take care of that much. Anyway, the whole country is looking for an effective anti-epidemic method, although this rejuvenating capsule is a healthcare product, but it does have the effect of significantly increasing human immunity. So I asked the Jiangqing branch of Sunshine Hospital to do an experiment. It's okay if I didn't do it. This work only discovered that the effect of this rejuvenation capsule is amazing. Many elderly people who were already fighting hard, after taking rejuvenating capsules, their bodies improved significantly the next day. Especially its own immunity has been greatly improved. And after a certain number of comparisons, this effect came out. Although this capsule cannot directly kill the virus, it is equivalent to an ammunition depot, which can continuously provide nourishment to the human body. The immunity of the human body is greatly improved, so that the human body can defeat the virus by itself. This is simply an aid to herd immunity. With this discovery, the country can be said to be full of jubilation. The higher-level government immediately came forward and placed a huge order for the ninth laboratory. The ninth laboratory has also ensured that the rejuvenation capsules are supplied to the epidemic areas and hospitals across the country at a fair price. Of course, it is impossible to say that it is free, because first, the cost of the capsule is very expensive, and if you are free this time, or the price is reduced, if you want to recover in the future, you will definitely face the accusations of countless keyboard guys. Therefore, the ninth laboratory simply announced that it will be supplying at a fair price, and it is donating 1 billion yuan in materials. As soon as this move was announced, it immediately won the praise of people from all walks of life across the country. This is our Huago enterprise. The major media across the country, as well as all kinds of online media, have all launched an overwhelming propaganda on the ninth laboratory. And such propaganda, naturally, can't hide the foreign media. As a result, many countries in Europe and the United States also know that after doing this, it turns out that rejuvenation capsules still have this effect. Feelings, this healthcare product is really a magical medicine. You must know that long before this, there were actually so many miraculous medicines in the European and American medical circles that could cure all diseases. The first was penicillin, the famous penicillin. Later, it was aspirin, which could not only treat heart disease, but also prevent and treat some other diseases. And now there is a rejuvenating capsule. Although this is a healthcare product, it can target various viruses. But he has an advantage. That is, it can improve your own immunity. Eating when you are sick can quickly restore your health. Eating when you are not ill can keep you from being poisonous. And knowing that this capsule has such an effect, how can ordinary people sit still? Even if the common people can sit still, those rich and powerful people in Europe and the United States cannot sit still. After all, no one wants to die. No one wants to get sick. What's more, The current epidemic virus has begun to spread in large areas in European and American countries. So soon the rejuvenating capsules that had just been put on the shelves in Vogelin's pharmacy were sold out. The Americans who grabbed the red eye did not only snap up the rejuvenating capsules. Even with the entire rejuvenation series of health products launched by the Ninth Laboratory, they all snapped up. Anyway, the Rejuvenation series has already brought its own star halo in the psychology of European and American consumers, forming a brand name effect. Even if you can't grab the Rejuvenation capsules, you can also prevent the virus if you grab other health supplements in the Rejuvenation series. It doesn't matter what vitamin C or vitamin B is. Anyway, taking some Rejuvenation series can improve immunity and prevent viruses. The Ministry of Health of the world has also placed orders for the Ninth Laboratory. Everyone's goal is to be able to buy the most rejuvenating health products from the Ninth Laboratory to ensure the health of their citizens. So now the production line of the Ninth Laboratory was overwhelmed by orders. Fortunately, when Xiao Feng returned from another world before, he brought back enough raw material liquid. Otherwise, this small molecule collagen is simply not enough. But even so, the instructions given by Xiao Feng are the first to meet the needs of domestic patients. After meeting the domestic demand, he will consider exporting the Rejuvenation series abroad. Moreover, for domestic, the Rejuvenation series can be supplied at a fair price, but for foreign countries, I'm sorry. Do you want to sell it? I am sorry. We have increased the price. Want to buy www.mtlnovel.com? Just take the money and line up, or don't delay us making money. The governments of various countries are of course very angry about the practice of the Ninth Laboratory. You must know that this rejuvenation capsule was not cheap before, but at this time you still increase the price. But what can I do if I am angry? After all, for some things, they have to accept that others can do the 15th after they have done the first year. Think about how they stuck Huaguo's neck in the past. When China buys oil, the price of oil will be increased by them. When it buys iron ore, the price of iron ore will be increased by them. Buying machinery and equipment, a small rubber gasket, dare to ask you millions. Anyway, China is slaughtered as a fat pig. Such things, now they are doing the same. Take the lithography machine. For example, they blocked Chinese companies around the world. A lithography machine that has fallen behind by 2 generations has to be sold to China for a sky-high price. And now, we have a life-saving medicine, why can't we raise the price for you? Anyway, if you want, then you take the money and line up. If it's crooked, then go away. We have no time to ink with you. During this period, several small countries in Northern Europe raised some questions about the price of medicines. The result was immediately removed from the export list by the Ninth Laboratory. I'm sorry, even if you have money, you won't sell it to you. Anyway, it is enough for your people to have Pluto and freedom. You just carry it on. But this time Helen was so anxious to call Xiao Feng back because she found a huge business opportunity. That is now the opportunity for Vogelin's expansion in European and American countries suddenly appeared. She wanted to take this opportunity to start Vogelin all over the Five Eyes Alliance. Chapter 1091 Blast their country. Xiao Feng just got off the plane and was picked up by Helen. Back at Helen's mansion in San Francisco, she just took a hot shower. I saw Helen, the CEO of Vogelin, the clone Chamberlain, already waiting for him in the living room. I want to expand with the trend. At present, we have completed the layout in the UK. We also have branches in Canada. This time I mainly want to increase the number of stores in Australia and New Zealand. It may be stimulated by Jess's son. At this time, Helen is also like giving her future children, seeking more family business. Therefore, I am very concerned about the operation of Pennyvera Asset Management. Although the company is now mainly managed by the clone Chamberlain arranged by Xiao Feng, both Chamberlain and Helen think this is a good time. That's why I strongly suggested to Xiao Feng that we should not miss this good opportunity for expansion. Xiao Feng did not interrupt Helen, but first brought himself a glass of iced Dynasty kumquat wine. After each long-distance flight, It is a rare treat to soak in a hot bath and have a glass of iced kumquat wine. While enjoying the wine, Xiao Feng signaled Helen and Chamberlain to continue reporting. This bit of wine still doesn't affect his judgment. The reason why Vogelin was able to defeat CVS and become the #1 pharmacy chain in the United States 3 years ago was because they acquired the United Kingdom's joint venture capital, become the first American chain pharmacy in Europe. Helen talked about a deal a few years ago, and to be honest, that deal was indeed far-sighted. But the process in the meantime was indeed extremely difficult. In fact, in the Five Eyes Alliance, there is no need to talk about countries like Canada. Adjacent to the United States is the backyard of the United States. Vogelin and CVS have already opened branches in Canada. Vogelin has opened almost 300 branches in Canada. The reason why it is worth opening so many is also because of the limited size of Canada. The country has a population of more than 20 million, with a large area and sparsely populated area, plus CVS and some Canadian pharmacies. Therefore, the Canadian market is basically saturated, and Vogelin has no need to continue to expand its business in Canada. In the United States, Chamberlain became the head of Vogelin. The US branches have undergone drastic reforms. Originally, Vogelin opened more than 7,900 branches in the United States. Compared with the distance of more than 12,000 branches of CVS, there is still a gap. But after Chamberlain took over, he abruptly cut down more than 400. At present, the number of branches in Vogelin in the United States is controlled at about 500. And the reason for this is because Chamberlain predicted that the recent epidemic may lead to a financial crisis. Rather than waiting for the crisis to come, it is better to start taking precautions now. In addition, the labor force in the United States is indeed high, so Vogelin also laid off many employees through various names during this period. And the previous cooperation with Juice King Coffee was a magic trick. Not only let Juice King Coffee, but also successfully expand on a large scale in the United States. By the way, it also brought a lot of popularity to Vogelin. That's why Chamberlain took over Vogelin for a month, and Vogelin has begun to show a strong trend of recovery. When Vogelin became the exclusive agent pharmacy of the 9th laboratory in North America, Vogelin was in a crowded situation. In just over a month, Vogelin has shown a strong trend of turning losses into profits. Before that, they paid off loans from unfriendly banks and financial institutions, and the scale of foreign debt was 18 billion, reduced to about $8 billion US, which also greatly reduced the company's financial pressure. Now that the epidemic has suddenly erupted, both Chamberlain and Helen have seen opportunities for company expansion. But this time their main target market is not in the United States, but in Europe, Oceania and East Asia. About 5 years ago, Vogelin had already begun to deploy globally, and their first large-scale acquisition was the United Kingdom's joint venture capital. This is a British drugstore chain with more than 370 branches. However, the acquisition process was not very smooth this time. It was a transaction that could be completed in 1 year. As a result, it took 3 years for the British to complete the transfer of all the shares in 3 stages. This also made Vogelin stubbornly take a lot of debts. In fact, this is because the British are wary of American capital. Regardless of the recent years, the United Kingdom has completely existed as an echo bug of the United States internationally. But in fact, the domestic market in the UK, even if Americans want to enter, is not so easy. The market capacity of the UK is much larger than that of countries such as Canada and Australia. After all, it is also one of the 5 permanent members, with a population of tens of millions. So Vogelin still values this joint venture capital very much. Even in the past 2 years, due to poor management, the company has been under great financial pressure. But Vogelin also had no plans to make a joint venture, because it can be seen from the most recent report that even the state-owned pharmacies in the US are losing money. But their pharmacies in the UK are also profitable. What's more, the UK is an important springboard for landing on the European continent. Even if Britain has already left the European Union, US capital wants to enter the European market. I still like to be the first to land from the UK. After all, The same text and the same system are the same, so it is more convenient to start from here. And Chamberlain and Helen's opinion is that at this time, they want to open 30 more stores in the UK, expand the number of stores in the UK to 400 in Australia and New Zealand. They also plan to open 200 more stores, especially Australia, this country, relying on abundant natural resources, coupled with a ride on the development of China. In the past 2 decades, the country's development has gone smoothly. Even if economic crises broke out in Europe and America several times, this country can escape the crisis in Europe and America by relying on the profits made by trade with China. There were even reverse blood transfusions to the United States and the United Kingdom on many occasions. Speaking of the wealth of the country, these 2 countries are really no better than the United States and the United Kingdom. In the past, Vogelin also opened stores in Australia and New Zealand, but it was not taken seriously. In addition, these 2 countries also have some local pharmacies, so Vogelin has branches in these 2 countries. There are no more than 100 companies together. This time, because of the epidemic, Vogelin became the exclusive agency company of the 9th laboratory in the Five Eyes Alliance countries. In this way, some local tenants in the Five Eyes Alliance cannot compete with them. After all, the only drugs known in the world that can fight the epidemic are the rejuvenating capsules from the 9th laboratory. At present, in the Western world, the only one that can get this healthcare product from China is the Vogelin chain pharmacy. Therefore, Helen and Chamberlain, naturally, do not intend to miss this good opportunity. They plan to use the rejuvenation capsules as a cannon to open the doors of the markets in these countries. After Xiao Feng listened to their plan, he was very welcome. In fact, he had thought about selling the products of the 9th laboratory to these countries before. However, after examining the access systems of these countries, he gave up. First of all, the Five Eyes Alliance countries, which are dominated by Anglo-Saxons, have an arrogant attitude towards China. The self-confidence of honey is reflected in them vividly and vividly. The health products of the 9th laboratory are obviously good things, but take the United States as an example. He hadn't acquired Vogelin before, and didn't have a relationship with the upper echelons of the United States like Pompeo. It has been stuck in the FDA for a long time and has not been able to get a pass to enter the market. The reason is simple. These grandsons either took money from the competitors in the United States and deliberately stuck their necks. Either they are unkind, let them publish the formula, or go to the US to apply for a patent. The least willing to do medicine is to publish the formula and apply for a patent. Especially when applying for a patent, it is almost all the secrets of how a drug is developed. Some people will say that all the new drugs developed by the Americans can publish the formula, why can't you? But the Americans made it public because they were not afraid of plagiarism. Because they have accumulated decades of technology. Even if the formula is published, you can't buy pharmaceutical equipment. You can't buy the process.untilnovel.com, so you can't imitate it at all. As for Huaguo's medicines, if you open up the formula, try it. With their technical prowess, it really won't take long for you to replicate it. Although Xiao Feng has small molecule collagen, a big killer from another world, he is not afraid of imitation by the Americans. But he just didn't want to publish the formula, and he didn't want to apply for a patent. Wow, I just don't want to let you take a look. You Americans will buy if you like to buy, and get out if you don't want to buy. Whatever you did to us back then, we will give you back. It is precisely because of this that several products of his 9th laboratory have not been approved by any country in the Five Eyes Alliance so far. In the European market, the situation is similar. But now it's different with Vogelin. Although some people know that the big boss behind Vogelin is him, more people don't know. Most people only know that Vogelin is a US company and the first chain pharmacy in the US. So he wants to enter the market of the Five Eyes Alliance. It is simply a flat trip. In the past, the 9th laboratory wanted to enter the Five Eyes Alliance market alone, but it would definitely be stuck in various ways. But if Vogelin put the products of the 9th laboratory on their shelves in the Five Eye Alliance pharmacies in several countries, The regulatory agencies of these countries must not even dare to let go. Moreover, with the current trend of the epidemic, I am afraid that they would like Vogelin to put the products of the ninth laboratory on their country's shelves soon. The era when the foreign devils could blast open the gate of China with a cannon is over. The era of Chinese warships blasting their country gates is here. Chapter 1092 Crunchy Xiao Feng really didn't expect this leak sink eye. He really guessed his own thoughts. In fact, the Rico family was destroyed before and so many assets were robbed, which didn't make him feel too happy. What really made him happy was that he accepted the Hernandez family, the two ports, the wharf, and the warehouse. Previously, the Hernandez family controlled these terminals, which were naturally used for trafficking flour like the United States, but after Xiao Feng took over, he no longer planned to do that kind of business. At first his idea was to build at Wuxing Railway, but that was just an idea. But when he later learned that the Panama Canal was a toll standard, his idea of building a railway here became even stronger. The toll for a ship can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. Is this Nemu unclear? Of course, if there is no American backing, the Panamanian government would not dare to be so dark. Regardless of the fact that the United States claims to have exchanged the Panama Canal to the Panamanian government, who does not know that the Panamanian government is actually a puppet of the United States. The Panama Canal is still under the control of the Canal Management Committee. The Panama Canal was first built by the legendary American banking tycoon J.P. Morgan, who raised $40 million and hired 80,000 workers. In that era, $40 million was almost equivalent to $40 billion today. Of course, the United States also grabbed enough benefits on this canal, from 1914 when the canal was built to 65 years in 1974 in the last century. This canal has always been in the hands of the Americans, and it was transferred to the Cloud Management Committee jointly established by the United States and Panama in 1974. But in fact, it was mainly the Americans who had the final say. Later, in 1983, Nori added to Taiwan. After this old man came to power, his attitude towards the United States has not been very friendly. He once encouraged the domestic people to take back the Panama Canal. This touched the American people's rebellion. As a result, in 1989, the local government of the United States imposed a drug trafficking charge on the president and directly launched an invasion, arrested the president, and overturned the Panamanian regime. In this way, the Americans once again firmly controlled the Panama Canal. And it was not until 1999 that they signed an agreement with the Panamanian government to transfer the management of the canal back to Panama. But in fact, behind Panama's existing canal management company, the majority shareholder is still American. Otherwise, do you think that the courage of the Panama Canal dare to charge hundreds of thousands of dollars in a one-time toll? A standard 10,000 container cargo ship basically costs $780,000 for a pass through the canal, while in the Suez Canal, the price is at least $100,000 cheaper than the Panama Canal. This is the main reason why, when many domestic cargo ships return to South America from the Atlantic Ocean, they would rather go around the Suez Canal than the Panama Canal. Moreover, the Panama Canal is still controlled by the Americans, and it is very susceptible to political factors. It is too troublesome to board the ship for inspection and arrest. Especially what Xiao Feng intends to do in the future is Venezuela's oil business. And Venezuela is still on the sanctions list of the United States. It is estimated that the ships of the Bear Country would dare to swagger to transport oil through the Panama Canal, and the Panamanians would not dare to make things difficult. If it's your own ship, it's probably the Americans who will inevitably do it. Finally, after thinking about it, it is the most cost-effective to build a railway. However, Xiao Feng only has a preliminary idea for the railway construction plan from Apaltado to Dorado Port. If this plan is really implemented, there are still many joints that need to be opened up. These two ports are located in the provinces of Córdoba and Choco in Colombia. If you want to build a railway with these two ports, you must have the consent of the local political circles, otherwise the plan will be difficult to start. The other is the Columbia Western Railway Company, which is the only railway company in Colombia, and the country's railways are very unique. It has been hundreds of years since the founding of the country, but the railway mileage is pitiful, from the ports of the Caribbean Sea, extending inland like Medellin, Bogota and other cities. The entire country's railway network is just a long and thin oval shape, and there is not much thinking about radiation from other parts of the country. This railway company was first state-owned, and it fell into the hands of the Girardot family until the privatization of the country in the 1970s. But later it changed hands several times and became a stock company with many shareholders. In the past 10 years, the company's operating conditions have been in good condition. Now Lee Xing-kai has acquired the company and has become a major shareholder of the company. And I know the legislators of those two provinces. From this point of view, this guy is really good at it. Xiao Feng looked at Lee Xing-kai with a smile, and Lee Xing-kai looked at Xiao Feng with a smile. I have to admit that you are really a talent. Well, let me talk about it first. How did you know that I wanted to build a railway between these two ports? On this point, Xiao Feng is very curious. Lee Xing-kai pointed to his head. Of course it's observation. I have been collecting information about you before, but from the information collected, you are a businessman doing legitimate business. Until you were helping the Chen family in Tongo, there were suddenly many Russians around you. And now in South America, that country has the most Russians? Of course it is Venezuela. I have to say that this guy's analysis of things is really clear. I hate to understand the situation on the Venezuelan side. They are so poor they can't open the pot anymore. What are they going to pay to the people of Maugsan? There is only oil, but their oil quality is not high, and Maugsan is not a country lacking oil. So even if Maugsan gets the oil, he will definitely find a way to deal with it. Considering the principle of proximity, the only friend who can help them deal with the oil is you. Xiao Feng listened to Lee Xing-kai's analysis and nodded frequently. Since you have already guessed this, why don't you report it like a US citizen? The Americans are very powerful in South America. They are now sanctioning Venezuela. If Lee Xing-kai reports like them, Xiao Feng is quietly doing Venezuelan oil business, then it will definitely attract sanctions from the United States. Even if Xiao Feng is not directly doing business with Venezuelans, that will not work. The long-arm jurisdiction of the US people is so overbearing. But after hearing this, Lee Xing-kai shook his head. Who am I? I was originally on the blacklist of Americans. Besides, why should I denounce like Americans? I wish more people would dig the corners of Americans. Oh, listening to your tone, you seem to be very dissatisfied with the Americans. Ha ha, indeed, I have not been dissatisfied with them for a day or two. If you have a mother who died in the hands of a US policeman, and the last policeman was only sentenced to a light sentence, you will be dissatisfied. If you are on when you were in middle school, you were always the target of bullying, and you would be dissatisfied with the United States. Looking at Lee Xing-kai's slightly distorted face, Xiao Feng knew that this must have touched some unbearable memories of this guy. I originally thought that this guy grew up in the United States and would have an overwhelming affection for the United States. I did not expect that he would have such an unbearable past in the United States. This can also explain why he didn't report on himself like those organizations in the United States. Then I ask one more question. I think you seem to be not opposed to cooperating with me. I really want to know why. Why? If I don't cooperate with you, will you let me go? Xiao Feng smiled and shook his head, and Lee Xing-kai shrugged. That's all right. Besides, I really don't like those guys with leaf, because since I was a kid, there have been no less than their brothers. At the end, Lee Xing-kai's face became serious again. It seems that even if they are cousins with leaf, they are not right. Well, if you were to be responsible for the construction of this railway, what would you do? First of all, I will let someone arrange for the people of these two places to go to the parade. Amount? Xiao Feng listened for a moment, and Lee Xing-kai shrugged. As you know, the employment situation in these two places has not been very good. Many people have no jobs. Now fishing at sea is not that easy. So many people are here hungry. Xiao Feng still knows this, so the labor in these two places is very cheap. Then I will contact the two councillors in the name of the railway company. On the railway company's side, I will arrange to put forward a railway construction plan, purchase land, and hire workers. The councillors will speed up the approval of the project. Up to 3 months. This will be enough. Made it. It seems that Li Xingkai is very confident in this matter. Xiao Feng frowned. He knows the virtues of the Colombian government and its extremely low efficiency. It can even be said that if you want to do something, but before you start, you will jump out of a gang of opponents and talk to you every day. As for the construction of the Sino-Ocean Railway, many Pru.S. parliamentarians will certainly come forward to oppose it. But it seems to Li Xingkai that this is not a difficult matter. At this time, Li Xingkai seemed to be the roundworm in Xiao Feng's stomach. Mentalnovel.com. Although he didn't say anything, Li Xingkai had already guessed what he was worried about. Haha, those congressmen and officials. Don't worry too much, because many of them are my customers. Even if they are not my customers, I still have a way to grab their pigtails. It turned out to be like this. Xiao Feng smiled and nodded. Well, in this way, I really can't find a reason to kill you. Your wonderful performance convinced me. My Liangyang Railway Company just lacks a general manager. Xiao Feng smiled and stretched out his hand to Li Xingkai, while Li Xingkai nodded with a smile. Actually, I am not interested in the position of general manager of the railway company. And you didn't ask me what I want, huh? Do you mean salary? This guy is really bold enough. But Xiao Feng likes this guy's straightforwardness. Chapter 1093. The dog's nose is pretty good, but when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. Is one of the few gangsters who dare to head with the Napoleon the Italian mainland. That reputation is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course was once supplied to Japan, but later with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets of Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to penetrate the European market, but the distance is too far. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiao Feng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up another market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And although they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Rather than waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiao Feng rolled his eyes involuntarily. You have a very good reason. I was right. Haha, am I smart? Li Xingkai, who was on the opposite side, smiled. Haha. Xiao Feng looked at this guy, and actually felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiao Feng spread his hands. Since death is inevitable, why not be more chic? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I have never been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe, it is too cold there. And you know Russians, I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too messy, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay, it's the most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he can still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do, at least in his opinion. It has more muscles than Leaf and Li Kai than brains. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng changed the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So I have been collecting information about you during this period of time, researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team and I. There are NYSE, Frankfurt, London, Tokyo, and there are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all of this money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of this money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America. The most are the flower traders who lose out to South America. His funds are now being laundered by him. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund account and path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I think renting a supercomputer to crack the password is not very expensive. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack the account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be the one who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is a no-brainer. Thank you. Thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing Li Xingkai's words, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Really is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between these 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific Ocean and the Caribbean Sea in 2 directions. And he will get oil from Venezuela in the future. The most troublesome thing is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The nearest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag Archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. In terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, The money must have ended up in the pockets of their major shareholders in the United States, so it should be the Americans that were so black. This canal currently has about 17,000 ships navigable each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. If a ship crosses the canal, it will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TEUs across the river starts at $780,000. The two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholder behind the Panama Canal is the Americans, so the Americans pay the money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. Every year Huago just pays tolls on this side of the Panama Canal, which is almost $20 billion. It can be seen how much this will increase the cost of the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil. He is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liujin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. When he can, sooner or later he will leave these two companies aside and get his own gas. Then the tolls must be considered. He doesn't want to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuela's oil can still be sanctioned by Yankees. In case of being detained in Panama.mtnovel.com, then the loss will be great. So he is considering other alternatives. And the best way is naturally to open another route in Colombia. What Nicaragua Grand Canal? He didn't think about it over there. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Girardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans have nothing to say, right? Before China did not rise, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans. So no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and it is still the world's largest trading power, then the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the US guys. A 150-kilometer railway can be built without much money. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and unloading, loading, unloading, and loading from the two ports back and forth is also very troublesome. But helplessly, the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans, which costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, is too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of manpower transportation between the two ports. Finally came to the conclusion that, no matter how tossing, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1094. Dig the corner of the American people. McGee's statement made Xiao Feng let go of the big stone in his heart. Speaking of the Panama Canal, in fact, it has always been a very sensitive topic. This canal was actually built by the French at first, and then the French funds were broken. This project fell into the hands of the Americans, and Panama was still in Colombia at that time. In order to completely control the Panama Canal, the United States first took over the mess of the French and participated in the construction of the canal. Finally, in 1903, Panama was forcibly filled with independence from Colombia, and the two countries also formed a bridge. But at that time, the US had a strong army, and it was an absolute hegemon in the American continent. Therefore, Colombia was daring not to say anything, and finally confessed this fact by pinching his nose. In the past, the construction and development of the Panama Canal were organized by several consortia from New York City. The most representative of them is the Morgan family, and the richest man in the United States at that time. The railway tycoon Vanderbilt family also participated in the construction and investment of this railway. The oil tycoon Rockefeller also participated, and later the canal was completed. Because of its ability to communicate between the Atlantic and Pacific Oceans, it has become the busiest waterway. However, the Americans have very strong control over the canal. The canal charges very low fees for American ships, or even no fees at all. As for ships of other countries, the charging specifications are much higher, and the price of this freight has increased in 2 years. In the earliest days, the river crossing fee for this canal ranged from only a few thousand US dollars to tens of thousands of US dollars. And now, it has developed to the point where it takes at least $200,000 to start a trip through the canal. Therefore, this canal has basically become the inland river of the Americans. Ships from other countries sometimes prefer to take the southernmost Strait of Mezern. They are not willing to let the Americans slaughter such a knife. In the 1970s and 1980s, because of the proliferation of independent thoughts and the provocation of the former Soviet Union, in order to appease the Panamanians, the Americans reluctantly returned the canal to the Panamanian government. But it was just a superficial look. They still stationed a large army in Panama. At the same time, considerable privileges are still reserved for the canal. For example, American ships still do not charge for crossing the river, or charge very low tolls. Anyway, if they can make money from other countries' river-crossing ships, Panamanians don't care about exempting Americans from such a small fee. But although on the surface this canal is owned by the Panamanian country, the real control of this canal is still in the hands of a company called the Panama Canal Management Company. The majority shareholder of this company is actually American. In other words, the Americans actually change the soup instead of the medicine. They can still make money continuously from this canal, but the way of making money is more hidden than before. And a bit of soup for the Panamanian government was enough to stop those people's mouths. But now why does Pompeo support Xiao Feng's Wuxing Railway plan? You know this plan is completely digging the corner of the Panama Canal. If it is really for the country's consideration, Pompeo will definitely not agree to this project. But the reality is that instead of opposing, he also expressed a strong interest in this project. Actually, the main reason is that my friend is very dissatisfied with the controller of the Panama Canal. After communicating with Xiao Feng for a while, Mugi and Xiao Feng told the truth. The major shareholders behind the current Panama Canal Management Company are still Wall Street tycoons. Although the tycoons have also changed, a lot of people, such as the railway tycoon Vanderbilt family, has been wiped out. But the Morgan family and the Rockefeller family are still there, and they are now hiding behind the scenes. The power and control of the family are stronger than before. Moreover, there are constant waves of late joining in, so the backstage of this canal management company is still very strong. But this makes other big guys who want to get a piece of the canal feel uncomfortable. After all, this canal, in its original name, belongs to the American people. In order to ensure absolute control of the canal, Roosevelt and other presidents sent soldiers to fight. Why is this canal now the private property of you guys? And you have been charging for so many years. Should you be content? In the eyes of many people, this waterway is definitely a golden asset. As long as you can own shares in the canal management company, you don't have to worry about devaluation of your assets no matter how long it takes. Every year, it also receives a steady stream of dividends. We must know that every year, the tolls collected by the Panama Canal alone cost more than $20 billion, and nearly 40% of this is contributed by Chinese transportation companies. With the vigorous development of China's economy, many people believe that the profitability of this canal will reach new heights in the future. And just now, the tolls of more than 2 tens of billions of dollars, except for a part of the Panamanian government. Most of the rest was taken into the bag by the Canal Management Company. These tens of billions, everyone can get a point, and it can be divided into hundreds of millions of dollars a year, ranging from tens of millions of dollars. Think about it, sitting at home every day and doing nothing, waiting until the end of the year can still get so much money in dividends. Do you think other people will jealous when they see it? So in fact, in the United States, people have long been unhappy with those old-fashioned Wall Street families. But they are also a community of interests. It is really difficult to back the proceeds of the Panama Canal from them. At this time, Xiao Feng unexpectedly jumped out and said that he would build at Wuxing Railway in Colombia. Although this is obviously going to dig the corner of the American people. But those capitals who have long been jealous of Wall Street bosses, not only are not angry at this time, but think that this plan is very good. There used to be Chinese people who said that they would dig a new canal in Nicaragua. The Americans at that time were all ha-ha, just smiled, and didn't take the canal seriously. Because they all know it's just a cover. Because of the terrain there, it looks like it is suitable for digging a canal, but in fact, you will know when the construction starts. The difficulty is not generally large, and the cost will be very high. After considering it, you will find that the project is not realistic. But this Wuxing Railway is different. He chose the shortest distance in Colombia. Build a railway connecting the direction of the Atlantic Ocean and the direction of the Pacific Ocean. Although it seems that the distance is much longer than the Panama Canal, the benefits are actually much better than the Panama Canal. You must know that the water conditions near the Panama Canal are actually very complicated. Not far from the entrance of the canal, there are many hills, and because of the special terrain, the river channel of the Panama Canal is not wide, and it has been difficult to widen. So up to now, the maximum capacity of the Panama Canal is only 80,000 tons. This is too small for the current roll-on roller and large oil tanker of 200,000 or 300,000 tons. Moreover, the canal is also greatly affected by the weather. Whenever it comes to the typhoon season and the rainy season, the canal is about to be closed, which not only affects the speed of transportation, but also greatly affects the safety of transportation vessels. But the two ocean railways are different. Ships can transport goods to the port of origin, unload and load trucks. After being transported by train to the port on the other side, it is being shipped. It looks like it will take a lot of time, but in fact it is safer, and the efficiency is not lower than taking the canal. The most important thing is that the transportation volume is much higher than that of the canal, but the freight is still low. So when many people understood the advantages of that Wuxing Railway, they became interested in that Wuxing Railway. Then he contacted Xiao Feng through Pompeo and expressed his intention to buy shares. After listening to Pompeo's explanation of his intentions, Xiao Feng expressed his welcome to those who wanted to buy shares. In this world, there are multiple friends and multiple paths. What's more, this railway was built in a sensitive place like Colombia. It is certainly impossible to say that this railway will not stimulate the nerves of Americans. In case it really irritates the big boss behind the Panama Canal, they lobby politicians and really send soldiers over. Mentalnovel.com, then it will be a problem. And Xiao Feng also knows the American methods. Even if they can't send soldiers, they will send people to make trouble. But if you have introduced US capital from the beginning, that's another matter. If you join the Americans on your side, you will naturally help the Americans on the other side who want to make trouble. So Xiao Feng didn't think much. So he nodded and agreed. But you can't want that dry stock. For this railway, we have now completed preliminary exploration and construction plans. The entire project requires a total investment of about $10 billion US. Look at your friends. How much do you plan to subscribe for? Huh? It's so expensive? Seeing Xiao Feng nodded in agreement, Pompeo was quite happy. But when he heard that the entire project actually cost more than $10 billion US, Pompeo was shocked. Xiao Feng shrugged helplessly. Do you think it's that easy? There is a central mountain separating the two ports. My people have calculated it. If you want to walk the shortest distance, then you have to drill almost a dozen tunnels in the whole process. The total length can be more than 10 kilometers, and at least 3 railway bridges have to be built. These are all places to spend money. As soon as Xiao Feng finished talking here, Pompeo fell silent. It sounds like this really requires a lot of investment. After all, drilling holes and repairing bridges are all very costly projects. Of course, Xiao Feng also increased the price. After all, The original idea of the project was his. The two ports are now in his hands. He has taken down the site, and he has spent money to find someone to clear the relationship. He can't let people pick peaches in vain, right? HTTPS. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. Mobile version reading URL. Chapter 1095 US bamboo bars delivered to your door. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Napoli people in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Ben, but later with the rise of the Golden Triangle, Ben and the Asian market were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by the Golden Crescent and the Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open up the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed, and he felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. Although they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. When I am facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me as soon as possible. Instead of waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help but rolled his eyes. You have a very good reason, but I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and actually felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since it's hard to escape death, why not be more chic? You have time to escape. Where do I go? To China, Southeast Asia, and I don't want to go, not to mention that it's your site. Going to Europe, it's too cold over there, and you know Russians. I know their ability in Europe. Then, only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too messy, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where can I go? I can only stay. This is the most suitable place. Xiaofeng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At the very least, in his opinion, it has more muscles than brains than Leaf and Li Kai. Only the guy who knows how to fight and kill is much better. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiaofeng turned the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue to live. Oh, then please persuade me, Xiaofeng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiaofeng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team and I. There are NYSE, Frankfurt, London, Tokyo, and there are probably more than 10 billion US dollars in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than 10 billion US dollars in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all of this money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of the money will seek for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting. For him, These customers are also his talisman. Among these people are the country's Senate, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy talisman for proofs. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this time. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andres are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the fund accountant path. As for you, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack the password. Compared with the money, I don't think it's too expensive to rent a supercomputer to crack the password. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng says something, he loses 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack those account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless and worthy of being someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is an exhaustive plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. Railway construction to Jurido Port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he's not a simple person. I can even guess what I'm thinking. In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing is to get the ARPA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Jurido. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers, but they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, he and Huayang Petroleum had planned to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Carapag archipelago. After refining, it would be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. But in terms of practical work, one of the biggest problems is faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was so dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major American shareholders, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 170,000 ships navigable every year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, of which 38% are Chinese cargo ships, and the toll paid by Chinese enterprises in 1 year must be paid. More than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship crossing the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The fee for freighters is very high. A freighter of 10,000 TES across the river starts at $780,000. At present, the 2 largest donors of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But China is different. It's a real slaughter. Every year, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal, and there are almost $20 billion. This shows how much this will increase the cost of the goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela's oil, and he is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these 2 companies aside and engage in oil by himself. So the tolls must be considered. He is not willing to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Jirardot, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? In the past, when China did not rise www.untilnovel.com, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans, so no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway will not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans is helpless, and it costs hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is really too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of human transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how much you toss, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1096 Stooges come. The old men blasted the pot right away. In fact, they didn't really wait to see Shannon before. Because this guy's reputation is so bad, it's not because of the racism and white supremacy he preached. After all, most of the old men in this room are also white, even though they are shouting racial equality. But in fact, in their bones, they still believe in the supremacy of white people, and the sense of superiority is inherent in them. But they are one rank higher than Shannon, that is, they never say these things. Shannon is different. This guy has a big mouth. When he said that, it was really cool and won the favor of a lot of rednecks. But the problem is that these political views hinder these bigwigs from making money. These tycoons are not ordinary big businesses, and many of them are tycoons who have stepped over the business. The business is all over Central and South America, Africa, and Asia. If they let their business partners know that they often mingled with guys like Shannon, what would you say? So these big guys don't call people like Shannon very much. Moreover, this Shannon often fooled those redneck troubles, which was said to be related to many militia organizations in the United States. This makes the big guys feel very upset. Everyone is in business, but you are playing guns. Then you won't be able to get on the table. So if in the past, this Shannon would never be allowed to enter this villa and participate in everyone's gatherings. But today's situation is different. Today, it was mainly Jonathan who provided guarantee for Shannon, and this guy was allowed to appear here. And Jonathan in his flagship capital have made money for everyone. However, the appearance of Shannon did not disappoint everyone. This guy gave everyone a shocking news as soon as he appeared. The Chinese have to build a different railway in Colombia. Your grandmas, isn't this too old to break the ground? You must know that the Panama Canal is a forbidding to the Americans, and it is also the fat in the plate of these bigwigs. Such a cash cow will bring dividends of tens to hundreds of millions of dollars to everyone every year. But now someone wants to kill everyone's cash cows. Do you think they will be annoyed? Mr. Shannon, is your source reliable? Bald. The crooked Morgan asked Shannon. Stephen Shannon nodded vigorously. It's true, sir. The Chinese have already begun to act. Next to Morgan, who was with a bald eagle nose, a fat old man took out a handkerchief and wiped his forehead. Then he said, "Wait a minute, and I will confirm with my friend." After speaking, the old man left the room, and after 20 minutes, he returned to the room. The others all looked up at him at this moment. "How is it, Terry? What did your friend say?" "Well, there is indeed a Columbia Western Railway Company recently that has done exploration between the two ports. And a month ago, The parliaments of the provinces of Córdoba and the province of Choco indeed passed a bill agreeing to build a railway. A new railway will break ground in 3 months and will mainly connect Jurado Port and Apaltado Port. The straight line distance between the two ports is less than 100 kilometers. At present, I only have so much information. Fatty Terry's voice became deeper as he spoke, and when he had just finished speaking, the atmosphere in the room became serious. It seems that this Shannon is not telling lies. At this time, several old men, centered on the Mr. Morgan, formed a circle, and several people muttered very quietly, and Stephen Shannon also wisely walked to the far window, pretended to inadvertently hold a cigar, and smoked there. After about 10 minutes, the old men finally concluded their discussions. Then Mr. Morgan still took the lead. "Well, we already know about this, but we want to know more. Mr. Shannon, what is your purpose of coming to us?" These old guys are always like this. They obviously want to do something, but they just take the air. Shannon, who was a commoner, didn't like the posture of these guys doing everything, so he planned to get straight to the point. "Well, Mr. Morgan, I won't go around in circles. I'm here this time because we have common interests that need to be safeguarded. If this railway is built, I think it will seriously endanger the interests of all of you. Similarly, he has threatened my interests and has even caused some harm to me. I think you have all heard of what happened to me before. To tell you the truth, it is the person behind this railway who has shaded me. So I have to find the venue this time. But I need your support." Shannon wanted to work in Venezuela, but the car overturned, which eventually led to the loss of the face of the White House, and thus fell out with the leader. What has been spread in the upper class of the US is everyone knows. Although these old guys are not in Washington, every move that happened in the White House could not escape their eyes and ears. They had heard of the fact that the Grand Commander had torn his face with Shannon 2 days ago. To be honest, after learning the inside story, everyone felt that Shannon deserved it. Send dozens of people, just want to subvert the power of a country. I really don't know what this guy thinks. In the end, he was arrested for a current situation, which is simply discrediting the country. After falling out with the leader, Shannon's life was sad. After all, he is now a representative of the extreme right-wing forces in the United States, and he has fallen so hard this time. He must find the place back, otherwise he would be discredited in that circle. What is even more frightening is that those right-wing groups will also follow the same prestige. By then, this Mr. Shannon might be abandoned by the extreme right groups. So he was eager to find the place, but he could understand it. And the words he just said are already very clear, probably what they mean. I want revenge, and you want to protect your interests, so that we don't have room for cooperation. I can pay people, but you have to pay. To put it bluntly, this guy is here to ask for money. Morgan and the others are all old folks. How could they not understand the hidden meaning of Shannon's words? Since it's here to ask for money, it's easy to handle. The old guys exchanged glances, then looked at Shannon with a smile and asked, "Mr. Shannon, we are all curious. What do you plan to do next? Even if you want us to invest, you have to come up with a decent plan to let us know where our money is spent. At the same time, what benefits can we get?" Shannon was naturally prepared for this problem a long time ago. "Gentlemen, I have made a plan for this matter. I intend to do a three-pronged approach. The first is to solve our opponents in the United States." When he talked about us, Morgan and the others frowned, obviously not very comfortable with the term us. More than that, he didn't want to be with this Shannon, but didn't say anything in the end. After all, Shannon took the initiative to come to them as a dog, so they naturally have to look at the dog's condition first. What's more, Shannon said that they still have opponents in the United States, which aroused the curiosity of several people even more. Who are their opponents in the United States? First of all, we need to know that our opponents are very strong, and the disguise is also very good. The most important thing is that this Chinese is different from what we have seen before. He also has many friends in the United States. Oh? For example, Morgan and others were very curious at this time. For example, Our first secretary, Mr. McGee Pompeo. What? He and Marshall Tamping are good friends? Several old men were taken aback, and everyone was full of suspicion, wondering if this Shannon was crazy. After all, he used to be with the commander, but now he has torn his face with the commander, and he has lost the support of the White House. This guy is also very likely to anger others. But he said Pompo's head, which was a bit too much. At this time, Shannon said to the big guys confidently, "Gentlemen, I am not talking nonsense." Mentalnovel.com. McGee and the Chinese went very close. And the failure of my previous plan in Venezuela, I suspect that McGee leaked the news to the Chinese. Speaking of the failure of the previous Venezuelan operation, Shannon has not yet figured out what happened. He had the idea of doing something to the country, but he remembered it was clearly with Jordan. Halsey said that after the Ithaca operation is completed, he will be in the implementation of the country's action. But how can I think that Jordan Halsey did not say hello to him? So he advanced the Venezuelan action, which finally led to the failure of the entire operation. Afterwards, Jordan Halsey disappeared, and the entire Branson Security Company was dissolved. He suspected that he was betrayed. Later, through the eyeliner staying in Washington, he knew that McGee Pompeo and the Chinese man he wanted to target were very close recently. He wondered if he had been overshadowed by McGee Pompey, because after the commander and himself tore their faces, McGee Pompey got the most benefit. In addition, McGee Pompeo is one of the representatives of the Octopus faction, and the Octopus group is not quite right with him. So he has regarded McGee Pompeo as his enemy. At this time, he was the first to throw this guy to sacrifice the flag. And such a statement really has aroused the interest of several bigwigs. You know, most of these big guys support the Donkey faction, and they are very dissatisfied with the Elephant faction in power. In particular, the Elephant faction fought a sweater war with China, but they all suffered huge losses. Moreover, in recent years, these guys have frequently incited the fire of nationalism, and they have to list China as the biggest opponent of the United States. This makes the Wall Street gangsters very unhappy with the few people in the White Room. Chapter 1097. You must first settle inside. But when I think about Liu Jin, he must be inseparable from the Russian mafia. Those guys have a lot of magical powers in Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and even Western Europe. The reputation of one of the few gangs who dare to head with the Naples in Italy is definitely not covered. Regarding the flour business, Li Yun and Li Zhen also told him that the main market for flour in South America is the United States. Of course, it was once supplied to Japan, but with the rise of the Golden Triangle, the markets in Japan and Asia were taken away by the Golden Triangle. As for the European market, it has always been supplied by Golden Crescent and Golden Triangle. The South American gangs have also tried to enter the European market, but they are too far away. And in Europe, they have no foundation. So many times, they just supply the Napoli people in Italy. As for what they do, they don't care. And this time they can get on the line with the Russians through Xiaofeng, which will open the European market. Of course, this is good news for Li Yun and Leaf, and it can open up a market. If Li Xingkai didn't tell him this today, he hadn't really thought about these things before. At this time, he looked at Li Xingkai and laughed. He felt that this man was an interesting and wonderful person. How did you dismiss the security? Don't you know that you are dangerous? Ha! Of course I know, but even Leaf can't stop you. Even security guards like me can't stop you. And even though they are guys who work for money, I have always been skeptical of their professional ethics. If when they are facing a life and death crisis, I suspect that they will betray me the first time. Rather than waiting for them to betray me, it is better to dismiss them as soon as possible. This will save me a lot of money. Xiaofeng couldn't help rolling his eyes. You have a very good reason. I was right. Ha ha, am I smart? Li Xingkai on the opposite side laughed. Ha ha. Xiaofeng looked at this guy, and actually felt a little like this guy's character. Aren't you afraid? Are you afraid you don't have to die? This answer is very good. Xiaofeng spread his hands. Since you can't escape death, Why not be more chic? You have time to escape. Where to go? China? Southeast Asia? I haven't been, and I don't want to go, let alone your place there. Going to Europe, it's too cold there, and you know Russians, I know their ability in Europe. Then only South America, Africa, North America, and Antarctica are left for me to choose from. This guy actually started talking, as if he wasn't talking about himself. Africa is too chaotic, I dare not go. Antarctica is too cold, I don't want to be neighbors with penguins. North America is going there, I'm sorry, many people don't want me to go back. So where else can I go? I can only stay, it's most suitable here. Xiao Feng nodded. He admired this guy more and more. Facing such a situation, he could still talk freely. This is not something ordinary people can do. At the very least, it seemed to him that he had more muscles than his brains than Leaf and Li Kai, and he only knew that the guys who killed them were much stronger. But I don't think you stay here to wait for me, just to die. A smart person like you can't wait for death. As soon as Xiao Feng changed the topic, Li Xingkai on the other side also laughed. Of course I don't want to die, and I don't want to die. So during this time I have been collecting information about you and researching your preferences. Finally I found a reason for me to continue living. Oh, then please convince me, Xiao Feng said with a smile. Li Xingkai directly took out a tablet and pushed Xiao Feng over. These are multiple accounts managed by my team, including NYSE, Frankfurt Stock Exchange, London Stock Exchange and Tokyo Stock Exchange. There are probably more than $10 billion in these accounts. Funds are flowing. In addition, we have more than $10 billion in deposits in our accounts in the Cayman Islands, the Virgin Islands, and the Andros Islands. If I die, then all of this money will be spent. Who do you think the owner of this money will ask for compensation? Li Xingkai is also betting for him. These customers are also his amulet. Among these people are the Senate of Country M, the major shareholders behind multinational companies, and politicians from several countries in South America, and most of them are the flower traders who lose out to South America. He is now responsible for the laundering of his funds. If he dies, then the money will basically be unavailable. This is also his most worthy amulet. But Xiao Feng smiled faintly at this moment. Your team in Miami and the team hiding in Andros are basically in our hands now. We have basically mastered the capital accountant path. As for you, if you master the password, it's a big deal to ask a few computer experts to crack it. Compared with the money, I think renting a supercomputer to crack the password is not very expensive. Xiao Feng didn't say a word, and Li Xingkai's face turned pale. Because every time Xiao Feng said something, he lost 1 point of the chips in his hand. At the end, when he heard that Xiao Feng planned to rent a supercomputer to crack the account passwords that only he knew, he couldn't help laughing 3 times. You are really ruthless. You deserve to be someone who can kill Li Fei's family. It really is a complete plan. Thank you, thank you. So now do you think you have any reason to continue living? I bought the shares of the Columbia Western Railway Company, and I have contacted the councillors of Cordoba and Choco. As long as you can keep me alive, I can contact them for approval. From Apaltado railway construction to Dorado port. What? Hearing what Li Xingkai said, Xiao Feng finally sat up straight. This Li Xingkai, how could he guess his plan? Sure enough, he is not a simple person. Amazing. You can even guess what you think? In fact, the previous victory in Medellin seemed to him to consolidate the position of the Li family in the region and obtain huge economic benefits. At the same time, the most important thing was to get APA from the Hernandez family. The 2 ports of Altado and Dorado. The straight line distance between the 2 ports is only more than 150 kilometers. But they face the Pacific and the Caribbean. In the future, if he wants to get oil from Venezuela, the biggest headache is how to transport Venezuela's oil from the Caribbean to the Pacific. The closest route is of course the Panama Strait. Previously, his plan with Huayang Petroleum was to obtain oil from Venezuela, then take the Panama Strait, and use small tankers to transport the oil to the islands on the Karapag archipelago. After refining, it will be sold locally, or repurchased domestically. However, in terms of actual operation, one of the biggest problems has to be faced, and that is cost. The cost of pumping oil from Venezuela will not be mentioned for the time being. It is the most troublesome to transport oil through the Panama Strait. After learning about the freight of the Panama Canal, Xiao Feng couldn't help but curse that the country was too dark. Of course, the money must have ended up in the pockets of their major shareholders in the United States, so it should be the American Tetso Black. This canal currently has about 17,000 navigable ships each year, carrying 600 million tons of cargo, and 38% of these are Chinese cargo ships. The toll paid by Chinese companies in 1 year must be paid more than tens of billions of soft sister coins. A ship that crosses the canal will be charged according to different types of cruise ships, freighters, etc. The charges for freighters are very high. For a freighter of 10,000 TES, the charge starts at $780,000. At present, the two largest owners of the Panama Canal in the world are the United States and China. However, the major shareholders behind the Panama Canal are Americans, so Americans pay money with nothing more than a left hand for a right hand. But the country of China is different. It's a real slaughter. Every year, Huaguang pays tolls on the Panama Canal, which is almost $20 billion. It can be seen how much this will increase the cost of goods. Now Xiao Feng is engaged in Venezuela soil. He is cooperating with Huayang Petroleum and the Russian company behind Liu Jin. They are responsible for transporting oil. He does not need to consider the tolls. Sooner or later, he has to leave these two companies aside and get his own gas. So the tolls must be considered. He is unwilling to be blocked and robbed by Americans like this. The most important thing is that Venezuelan oil is still being sanctioned by Yankees. If it were detained in Panama, it would be a big loss. So he is considering other alternatives, and the best way is naturally to open another channel in Colombia. He didn't think about the Nicaragua Grand Canal. After all, it would touch the roots of the Americans. But if you open a railway between the two ports of Apartado and Dorado, together with the two oceans, this time you Americans will have nothing to say, right? In the past, when China did not rise www.mentalnovel.com, the biggest benefactor of the Panama Canal was the Americans. So no one wanted to open a railway connecting the two oceans here. But now that China has risen and is still the world's largest trading power, the strategic significance of opening such a railway is quite critical. After all, with this railway, you will not be sacked by the Americans. The construction of a 150-kilometer railway does not cost much at all. The carrying capacity is definitely inferior to the Panama Canal, and it is also very troublesome to unload, load, unload, and load from the two ports back and forth. But helplessly, the Panama Canal navigable price set by the Americans can cost hundreds of thousands of dollars at a time, which is too dark. This price is unacceptable just to hear it. Xiao Feng has also sent a lot of investigators these days to investigate the cost of manpower transportation between the two ports. The final conclusion is that no matter how tossing, the cost of passing the same goods is definitely lower than the cost of crossing the canal. Chapter 1098 Combination Boxing. Well, you have already moved us, so let's get here first. Morgan stood up, Shannon's happy neck was red, and he firmly held Morgan's hand. Thank you so much, Mr. Morgan. You will never regret today's decision, I promise. It was approved by Morgan, which made Shannon very happy. Although he himself is rich, he can also raise money from other sources. But this is completely different from the meaning of getting money from Morgan and the others. Because of Morgan's support, he was able to take action against Pompeo. Otherwise, he really doesn't have much confidence in dealing with Pompeo. After all, Pompeo, the Marshal of the Canopy, is now a powerful man with less than one person and more than 10,000 people. In the United States, I don't talk about covering the sky with one hand, but it's not too much. With Morgan and the others, it was much easier to deal with Pompeo. And he must first do the things in Colombia well, which can be regarded as an explanation for these gentlemen. Li Yun's phone screen suddenly lit up. He immediately grabbed the phone, and the information on it was clear, telling him that the group had arrived. Get them ready for action. This made Li Yun's heart agitated. He has been rooted in Colombia for a year and a half. During this year and a half, except during holidays, he would go back to Ithaca and travel around the Carapag Islands. Or he would go to Huago to see his wife and children living there. He spent the rest of the time in the training camp of the manor. This manor was originally left by Li Zhen and now belongs to Southern Cross Asset Management Company. The action teams managed by him and Li Zhen were divided into 3 groups and stationed in 3 camps respectively. Everyone usually conducts training under the guidance of the instructor sent by Mr. Xiao, and occasionally participates in some actions. To be honest, that instructor, I really don't know where Mr. Xiao got it. The training plan developed has exhausted everyone. Li Yun used to serve in the army of the Copper Country and also served in the special forces of the Copper Country. But in his opinion, compared with the amount of training of these instructors, the training of the Special Forces of the Copper Country is entirely pediatric. But you have to know that the Special Forces training program of the Copper Country is completely copied from the US Navy SEAL Special Forces. Even if it is not as elite as a real SEAL, on average, each soldier can have 80% of the combat power of an elite SEAL. But now it seems that their training intensity is no less than that of SEALs. Even stronger. He really couldn't understand why Xiao always let them train with such intensity. Fortunately, these instructors didn't just let them practice, they also brought a lot of training aids. It is equipped with more than a dozen special military doctors, and has also prepared many advanced medicines and equipment. It is precisely because of this support that the big guys have been able to support from such high-intensity training. Otherwise, with Li Yun's understanding of modern military training, such a high-intensity training method would surely kill a few people. But what makes people happy is that Dajia has persevered, and they have become stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. And the more you practice, the stronger your confidence, and even everyone feels it. With their strength today, even if the real Mi Army Special Forces come, they will not necessarily lose to them. During this period, they also carried out several special operations. For example, the plan to build that Wuxin Railway this time, although the local governments of the 2 provinces agreed. But in the locality, there are still many manor owners, all of whom are sharpening their knives and preparing to slaughter the Western Railway Company. Some manor owners plan to sell their land for a good price. That's fine. Money is easy to say to Li Xingkai and the others. It's terrible for those guys who not only want money, but also plan to ask for shares. These guys are all landlords who have been rooted in the land for 100 years. They are all squires, and they are still a bit powerful in the village. Such a person is more or less contaminated with such a black background, so such a person is the most difficult to deal with. Li Xingkai couldn't talk to them head. So Li Yun and the others could only take action. In this more than a year, Li Yun and the others have performed several missions in succession. All the most stinking and hardest stumbling blocks were removed, and the construction of the Liangyang Railway was cleared of obstacles. Some time ago, 33 brigades were to be established in the Ithacan area. Their action team consisted of 2 brigades, and about 1,000 people followed the instructor back. Those people will become the backbone members of the 33rd Brigade, while Li Yun and Li Zhen stayed. With more than 500 people, they continued to be stationed in Colombia. Li Xingkai has registered and established a security company for them, which is affiliated with Southern Cross Asset Management Company. It is to guarantee the company's assets in name, and the main task is to patrol back and forth in the company's many plantations. Now the company has basically bid farewell to the past flower business. In Colombia and several other countries, quality inspections have confiscated a large amount of assets, and the company's serious business now is also making money every day. It's not a problem at all to feed these 500 people and horses. The only thing that made Li Yun uncomfortable was that the recent peaceful days had passed for too long, and his hands were a little itchy. Until some time ago, Li Xingkai informed him that there might be action in the near future. But Li Yun and Li Zhen were excited for a long time. The two brothers led an action team of more than 500 people. They ate well, drank well, and practiced well every day. But they are all young men and women who stay in the barracks every day. Just like that, something will happen sooner or later. Fortunately, there is finally action. Li Xingkai soon passed the information over, and Li Yun greeted Li Zhen and sat down in front of the computer. After decompressing the compressed data package, they saw the data of about hundreds of people. It seems that this time is a big job. These 500-odd people are all white Americans. Each one looks like 5 big and 3 thick, which is a typical American redneck. They entered Colombia through various means, and then they all concentrated in a training camp near Port Girardeau. From the information provided by Li Xingkai, it can be seen that there is a US agent under the banner of DIA who frequently visits their training camp. A few days ago, a few large trucks drove into their camp. From the photos and videos taken by drones, it can be seen that those vehicles are filled with various firearms and ammunition. It seems that they are planning a big event. In fact, Shannon's plan is very simple. He intends to use the Colombian media to hype the issue of Chinese capital's construction of the Wuxing Railway. Then, several right-wing elements from within Colombia jumped out to stir up national sentiments. Anyway, this set has been tried and tested in European and American countries. After the public opinion became lively, they sent troops directly to hand over the headquarters of the Western Railway Company in Port Girardeau. Those who entered and exited there recently were all Chinese, and Shannon judged that it was the main executive office left by Xiao Feng. Get rid of those senior executives, that's a big deal. When things get to the US, even if the US government doesn't want to interfere, it won't work. At that time, as long as you are in the United States, you can turn out the cold rice during the Cold War and stir fry. You will not be afraid that the people of the United States will not be noisy. When the American people riot, the US military will definitely intervene. At that time, even if the Colombian government wants to cover the lid, it will not be able to cover it. At that time, the railway can still be repaired, but it must be in the hands of the Americans, or Shannon. Until then, even if a Pompeo wants to intervene and help the Chinese man put out the fire, there is no chance. The old guys in Morgan will find the right time to give Pompeo the canopy marshal a fatal blow. This is Shannon's plan, simple, crude, but surely effective. But the premise is that everything must follow his plan. The next day, the largest newspaper in Colombia, the newspaper Nation, suddenly published an article on the front page. Huago Capital enters Colombia. Is it a blessing or a curse for the people of Colombia? Inside, it was mentioned that Huago Capital planned to build a railway connecting the two types between Port Girardeau and Port El Petado. How many jobs and profits will this bring to Colombia? At the beginning, it seemed that I would sing hymns to this railway again, but it got a little changed later. I began to question whether the capital of China is reliable. Is it just a vampire? www.metalnovel.com wants to enslave the Colombian people, want to squeeze Colombia's resources and people's blood and sweat. The old anti-China attitude of the West has come out again. Just by smelling something inside, I knew that it was the editor of the Fox station in the United States who copied the knife. After all, Colombia and China really didn't overlap too much before. And Shannon, who came quietly to Bogota to sit in town, after seeing this report, was also content to put down the newspaper in his hand. It finally started, someone started, and he just waited for the event to ferment. After all, several other important media in the country also collected his money. Until later, all kinds of news about the Wuxing Railway and all kinds of interpretations will be released one after another. On the internet, he also prepared a lot of internet thugs, and he was already excited. He just waited for the heat to stir up, and then began to organize people to march on the streets. When the time comes, the police's attention will be all here, and he will let the rednecks he brought with him. At that time, A torch razed the headquarters of the Western Company in Port Girardeau to the ground. Ha ha, firstly, it was a shock to the mountain, and secondly, it was necessary to pour dirty water on the Chinese people. Then turn the matter into an international event, attracting all the attention of the American people. At that time, it has aroused the attention of the country, and he wants to see what Xiao Feng is still using to fight him. Do you think it's over if you get things done in Colombia? No, this is not enough. The next step is to deal with Ithaca. He is going to use a series of combo punches to knock the Chinese directly. Chapter 1099. Go straight to Huang Long. I don't know how to make it through this day. Anyway, Stephen Shannon is looking forward to the early evening. Finally it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon. Usually this time is the time period when the major evening newspapers in Colombia are issued. After 5 o'clock, he took out his mobile phone and logged on to several major news websites in various countries. But as soon as he boarded in, he was dumbfounded. None of the manuscripts he had arranged before were sent out. You need to know those press releases, but he specially invited someone to concoct them in the United States, and then translated them into Spanish. Come here, hand it to the reporters, and then give them money and let them publish. The guys had promised well, but why did they all break their promise? One or two were fine, but he remembered that he had contacted more than a dozen media reporters. Among these people, except for the reporter Martin of the Morning Nation newspaper, Benitez complied with the agreement, and the others actually breached the agreement. And almost all the news. There is no news about the Liangyang Railway. Even after opening the website of the National Daily, the article they posted this morning was deleted by others. This is a woolen thread. I didn't do anything after I received the money. Mr. Shannon was immediately angry, and he felt like he was being tricked. Phew, these bastards. I want to let you know that my money can't be taken for nothing. Stephen Shannon angrily took out his cell phone, ready to call the reporters, first questioning why the other party breached the contract. The first call was to Arturo, a reporter from another major newspaper in various countries. This guy is also a reporter recommended to him by his informant, and he has a very close relationship with Americans. He is also a very famous and influential independent writer. In order for him to publish the article he brought, Stephen gave this guy $10,000 this time. The call was quickly connected, and Stephen asked angrily, Mr. Arturo, I want to ask why you didn't abide by our agreement. You receive my money and you should do what you should do. But Arturo's voice on the other end of the phone trembled. I'm sorry, Mr. Shannon. I don't need your money. Let's find a place to meet tomorrow, and I will return the money to you. Stephen originally thought that the other party just wanted to make money and run away. But as soon as I heard the voice of the other party, I realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? Arturo, what happened? Shannon, haven't you heard of it yet? What did you hear? Martin was kidnapped. When I went out to eat at noon today, I was outside the restaurant and was tied into the car. Huh? Who did it? Shannon was stunned. What are you talking about? All of us have received a letter asking us to be careful not to talk nonsense. So Mr. Shannon, I'm sorry, I can't help you this time. Arturo shrank his eggs, and Shannon frowned. He wanted to tell Arturo that he was afraid of a woolen thread and went to the police. But he can't, because this is not the United States. This is Colombia. The country of flour in the early years was the country where 2 generations of the most powerful drug lords lived. Although Mexicans have now replaced Colombians, they have become the flour merchants that threaten the United States the most. But in fact, in Colombia, it is still not so peaceful. On the surface, this is a federal state, but in fact, in the provinces and countryside, it is basically ruled by various small families. In fact, their business of producing and selling flour has never been interrupted. But now they have retreated to the second line and become pure suppliers. Unlike before, supply and market channels are all grasped. Now the market and channels are in the hands of the Mexicans. This is also the reason why the United States has loosened control over Colombia in recent years. After the big drug lords of the early years perished, their private armies all surrendered like the country. But in fact, This country is not much more peaceful than it was at that time, and various civil forces are still entangled. Thousands or even tens of thousands of people die every year in gang fights and flower wars. And every year, because of breaking the inside story of the flower dealers, countless reporters are finally killed by the flower dealers. Although Martin is a relatively well-known reporter, but the flower dealers really want to say that he has been destroyed, and that will be destroyed. Even if he asks someone to report to the police in his country may not take it seriously. A simple and rude action by the other party frightened all the reporters. He finally understood why the reporters he bought were not working. Thinking about it again, in broad daylight, the other party dared to do anything to the reporter, so for your own safety. When he thought of this, Stephen Shannon instantly burst into a cold sweat on his back. No, it is not suitable to stay here for a long time. Special, careless. I had known that I would not come to brother's country. Thinking of this, Stephen didn't care about packing up, so he rushed out of his room. Fortunately, there were 2 bodyguards beside him, and a group of people went straight out of the hotel and just came outside and got on the car. I saw several black SUVs roaring to the door of the hotel in the distance. More than a dozen wicked men jumped out of the car and rushed into the building. Quick! Drive. Stephen wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. He guessed it was Martin, who had already confessed himself. Bogota cannot stay for a long time. In fact, he can choose to fly back to the United States or hide in the embassy. But after thinking about it, he still felt unwilling. Simply instructed the bodyguard in front to drive him to the camp near Dorado. The camp was also bought by Branson Security Company before the Branson Company had an accident. Their Spartan training camp has been closed. But this training camp is still there. The reason why I chose the vicinity of Dorado Port was because it was remote enough. Unexpectedly, he was chosen near the headquarters of the Western Railway Company. Since the media has played a role here, he intends to launch it directly. As long as the headquarters of the Western Company is taken down and some people are killed, the matter will become a big deal. When the time comes, as long as they retreat in time, they will find someone to make sense. It became an international incident, and it just suits him. If the US government intervenes in the investigation, the project will be over. Almost 400 people are now stationed in that camp. The last time the raid on Venezuela failed, his power in Colombia was almost wiped out. Fortunately, in the Midwest, he still knows a lot of rednecks. For example, the group of guys he found this time was a redneck militia organization. It's called the Number 1 Ranger in Texas, and the leader of the ranger is called Jerry, a veteran. Most of the members are also from Texas, New Mexico, Nevada, Dakota and other places with rednecks. Basically all have experience as a military, so he was hired to take part in this operation. Last time he suffered a big loss under Xiao Feng's hands, which made him have to be careful. It's not bad anyway, and the most important thing is to make these militia organizations make some money and give them some benefits. It just happens to be able to buy them. Shannon's abacus was not ordinary. It takes more than 4 hours to drive from Bogota to Dorado. Shannon's car is a typical American large SUV with strong horsepower and very fast driving at night. It only took 3 hours to get to the vicinity of Port Dorado, and the car turned from the highway into a fork in the road. Along this fork road, walk forward for more than half an hour, and you will be able to reach the camp he arranged. But not very far. His driver and bodyguard, Jason, slammed on the brakes. He also turned off his car lights, and Shannon, who was sitting in a fake sleep, almost fell off the sofa without a moment. What happened? Something is wrong in front, boss. Jason, who was also retired from the Special Forces, smelled of danger. Danger? What can be dangerous? We have more than 400 young men in the front camp. Most of them are retired soldiers and have combat experience. There is nothing that can threaten them in Colombia. Boom boom boom. Shannon's words fell, and a series of explosions suddenly sounded in the direction of the camp in the distance, and the other party actually hit Huang Long. Without saying anything, Jason kicked the accelerator and the car rushed directly into the nearby woods. After a few minutes of frantic fleeing www.mentalnovel.com, Jason drove the car up a low slope. From here, you can just see the camp in the distance. Jason stopped the car while Shannon was lying on the car window looking at the camp in the distance. The camp, which was originally peaceful, has now become a battlefield of raging fire. Many members of the 1st Rangers in Texas rushed out of the room with guns and found various bunkers. And outside the camp, red lights roared into the camp continuously. It's a 100 caliber mortar. Veteran Jason saw the weapons used by the attackers at a glance. Although the Rangers are also well equipped, they really don't carry such big killers as mortars. The prepared various light machine guns and sniper rifles are all useless at this time, because the other party didn't send anyone to charge at all. It just hid in the distance and bombarded the camp with mortars. Soon the Rangers in the camp began to collapse. Although they were soldiers, they did not have the consciousness to dedicate themselves here. What's more, the fight was too useless, and he could only squat on the ground and was bombarded by the enemy. But they didn't even know where the enemy was hiding, and the battle was too useless. So many people began to carry their guns and quietly retreated, seemingly intending to slip into the woods and escape. Fortunately, a tall and stout figure appeared behind them. The 2 guys who wanted to escape were shot dead on the spot, which stabilized the military's mind. Carl, Ethan, you 2 with 5 people each, you rounded back to the woods from both sides to leave, find the enemy's artillery position, and knock them out. The appearance of the leader of the Ranger, Jerry, finally allowed the chaotic Rangers to find the backbone. Chapter 1100 completely annihilated. He gave orders, and the Rangers finally calmed down. After all, most of their members are veterans and have experience in the battlefield. Normally, training was organized every 3 or 5 meetings. With the backbones taking the lead, the cruisers soon began to divide into several groups. He dashed towards several cars in the distance, obviously wanting to get in the car and rush out of the camp. But when these people were about to rush to the vicinity of those vehicles, fire snakes suddenly spewed out of the darkness outside the camp. The group that rushed the fastest was shot and fell to the ground immediately. At this time, Jerry, who was hiding behind, also breathed a sigh of relief, and finally found the enemy. In fact, those people are all the cannon fodder bait he sent out. As a veteran who has been in the Middle East for more than 10 years, he knew so well what the enemy was waiting for. All the mortars were used. How could there be no ground troops? It is estimated that after the shelling is over, come over and pay it. At this time, he immediately greeted the snipers around him and began to counterattack. If he was in the army before, he would not be afraid of such an enemy attack, because he can summon air support. Even if there is no air support, the US military has more powerful artillery to counterattack. But now their strongest firepower is a few grenade launchers. This is their only heavy firepower, so they dare not expose it easily at this time. In the face of such a sneak attack, there is only one way he can think about it, and that is to die with the other party. He firmly believes in the training quality of the Rangers on his side. For the attackers, he thinks it is nothing more than a bunch of chickens. Maybe it was just a private soldier under a certain flour trader in the country, and he was stronger than them with his weapon, so he came and attacked. If you are really on the bar with them, maybe the other party will withdraw after a while. He drew up a plan. First of all, he sent people round about and went to the back to end the opponent's artillery position. The other is to draw out the enemies in ambush outside the entrance of the camp, and then use their light weapons with night vision function to shoot at the opponent. It is best to suppress the opponent. This fight is the individual quality. He felt that in this regard, they should be able to outperform the enemy. Otherwise, at this time, if you rush out of the camp to break through, it is very likely that you will be in the ambush of the other party. First, there are tropical rainforests outside, and it is the other side's territory. Without a map guide, it is easy to get lost. Moreover, the opponent has an ambush, so rushing out indiscriminately will definitely be more passive. So Jerry's plan is to stay in the camp and fight the opponent. His first plan was successful, and he sent several teams to grab the car, which really attracted the enemy. At this time, the sniper beside him took off and quickly knocked out the opponent's two machine guns. At this time, he waved his hand, and the machine gunner in the Ranger team opened fire on the opposite jungle with a few M249. This kind of blast can effectively suppress the opponent's intention to charge. But at this moment, several machine gun shooters next to him suddenly had their heads bleeding, and then they fell like noodles. When the people fell to the ground, they heard the sound of sniper rifles coming from the forest in the distance. No. There are snipers. Pay attention to concealment. Jerry reacted quickly, and immediately hid behind a tree stump. But when I got down, I heard a muffled hum behind me. When he turned his head, he turned out to be Mike, the best shooting sniper among the Rangers, and he was shot in the head. Like him, Mike, a veteran of many battles in the Middle East, was shot in the head here. Jerry's courage was all at once. How could the opponent's sniper be so powerful? Grenade. Launch the grenade. The most effective way to deal with the sniper is to bomb, fight the sniper, or suppress the firepower of the machine gun. Now the latter two methods are obviously not easy to use. Jerry can only let people launch grenade. Soon a few grenades were launched into the dense forest in the distance. After a series of explosions, the sniper on the opposite side did not move. But when they breathed a sigh of relief, suddenly there was a harsh whistling sound in the forest in the distance. Mortar, pay attention to concealment. The opposing artillery position, after a brief ceasefire, began to pour firepower on them again. It seems that Carl and Ethan, who were sent out roundabout, are all over. At this point in the battle, Jerry knew that they were over. The only way at present is to break through. He couldn't figure out how he could think about it. Who was on the opposite side? How could he have such a high level of combat literacy? This level does not seem to be worse than the elite troops of the United States. But just when he was going to give an order to let the big guys disperse and break through, suddenly there was a roar of motors in the distance, and then a black steel monster in the distance knocked open the gate of the camp. Although it was only an old wheeled personnel carrier, at this time, weapons of this level were basically invincible on the battlefield. Just as Jerry wanted to resist, he was beaten into two pieces by the machine gun on the top of the tank. Several wheeled armored vehicles rushed into the camp one after another. The gunshots in the camp were immediately weakened, and some smart people had already turned out from the fence behind the camp and started running away. But they were destined to not run far, because they just got into the dense forest, and there were bursts of gunfire in the dense forest. On the low in the distance, Shannon and his bodyguard, Jason, witnessed the destruction of the Rangers he had found. "Let's go, boss. It doesn't make sense to watch. We must get out of here quickly." Jason grabbed Shannon, stuffed him into the car, and left here with a kick of the accelerator. This conflict in Colombia has not even caused a single wave in the international community. Even the local government was not alarmed. Even if someone knew that a large-scale gun battle took place here, they would pretend not to know. After all, at this time, both domestically and internationally, the mainstream media's attention is focused on the virus that has become more and more violent recently. It was at this time that Xiao Feng came to Washington again. Originally, he had already returned to San Francisco, ready to go to Ithaca again to meet Qin Zong. I talked about the cooperation between the two oceans, but McGee Pompeo called him, asking him to come to Washington. Xiao Feng had to spare time and came to Washington again before going to Ithaca. It was still in Pompey's manner, and this meeting with Pompey was not as enthusiastic as the previous time. "Ha, you did a beautiful job with the brother country. The only pity is that you failed to keep that Shannon." Xiao Feng smiled. "He ran too fast." "By the way, what trouble did you have?" From the moment he entered the house, Pompeo looked sad. And obviously he was in big trouble. "Xiao, I called you this time because I hope you can help me. I know you have great powers, so you have to help me anyway this time." Xiao Feng felt that McGee was about to cry. It seemed that his current situation was very dangerous. Otherwise, such an old fritters politician would not be so in a hurry. "Let's talk about it. What's going on? I heard that the Inspector General has recently formed an investigation team and is investigating me. What? Xiao Feng was shocked when he heard this. Pompeo is the first Secretary of the US, and this position is the real power position known as the First Minister. But now someone dares to investigate him? This man is so courageous. You must know that ordinary people have absolutely no guts to challenge him. But if someone can threaten Pompeo's position, there are really so many. In addition to the chief commander, there is also a US police officer, and one more, that is, the chief prosecutor. The Attorney General, in fact, is the US Attorney General, who was also appointed by the number one, and is also the chief's legal advisor. Don't look at this position as if it seems inconspicuous. But in fact the power is really big. Any wealthy businessmen and politicians in the United States, if they get offended and are investigated by them, it will be a troublesome matter. If they are really aggressive, they can really pierce the sky. It is no wonder that Pompeo has been so panicked all day long. Wait, isn't this Attorney General appointed by the chief? Logically, shouldn't he be with you? Xiao Feng was puzzled. No. Not really. We are just members of the cabinet assembled by the chief, and this time the Inspector General Percy is actually from the donkey faction. Xiao Feng understood what Pompeo said. It's time for the donkey pie and the elephant pie to fight again. And Percy, the Attorney General, suddenly launched a secret investigation of Pompeo. Someone must have instigated it. No wonder Pompeo would be afraid of this. If someone else investigates him, he stretched out his fingers to crush the opponent to death. But if it was an investigation initiated by the Attorney General, some of his methods would not work. Those minions under him, if sent out at this time, not only can it not be done, but it will give the other party the handle. The question now is to know what exactly Pompeo has. Where are they going to start? What I've inquired about is the economic aspect. Hey, it's also because I've been too careless lately, too ostentatious. Pompey slapped his thigh with chagrin.mtlnovel.com. No wonder he swaggered. After all, his wife is a rich woman, and he is in a high position, thinking that no one dares to provoke him. So recently, spending money has been a bit fierce. As a result, I didn't expect that there was such a strong group of guys who would stare at him. Can you tell me a little bit? How do you plan to let me help you? It's very simple. Please help me find a way to launder some money. Pompeo didn't care about going around the circle, so he showed his cards. The only thing he could believe now was Xiao Feng, and he couldn't believe in anyone else. Because as long as you are a native of the United States, it is easy to be caught by the people of the Ministry of Justice. Over the years, he has helped his wife a lot inside and out. If people check it carefully, they must be accurate.